Hello.
그냥 샷으로 진 것 같아요.
This was destructive, absolutely. They're targeting the weaknesses of DRX's playstyle.
Oh,
Bireysel
sorry.
inisiyatifleri bana göre, ya benim düşüncem biraz az. Tamamıyla taktiğe uyuyorlar. Taktik dışına çıkmıyorlar. Rakipten bir çekincem yok.
제발 EDG처럼 좀 해외물 먹어가지고 이제 머리가 좀 심어졌으면 좋겠습니다. 참만 말고 만하게 볼 상대는 아닌 것 같고 최선을 다하겠습니다.
지는 건 없어. 배우는 것뿐이야. 우리는 이제 배우고 이길 일만 남았다. 오케이? Let's get it.
Çok çalıştık, aşırı fazla çalıştık.
Oh, good start. Score press for 1 gifted. I'm gonna
Good morning,
say.
streamer. Welcome back.
Let me see what the map is. Let me see what the maps are.
是自信。但是呢，在每一次比赛输的时候，他是第一个站出来指责我的，是因为
Curious what you did before you started streaming full time.
胜利的那一天吧。
Where's the fitting with the
After
tier
that beat
2?
in lock-in, we just like grew
We've
so
been
much
hoodwinked,
individually
bamboozled,
and as a team.
lead astray, run amok and flats out
That's
deceived
how
by
we
Navi.
here so far.
Thank you, where's the fitting? 13 months. I think, is that the first 13? Maybe not, I don't know.
我想我哥看到这次
Have
这
all
场
with
比
the
赛
7 months.
拿到胜利的时候，他应
What did I do before I started streaming full time? When I get 100,000 subs, I'll do a tell-all
That means a lot to me.
and invent
觉得
access
我的付出
Elevo
成就。
with the 3
4
months.
months of great Val
All I
content,
want to
Bob.
say for you guys is good luck.
Were we deceived by Navi when they bad?
我要逮到你的名字。
Weren't they just bad anyway?
All right, last day of groups. So for this match, DRX, you will be the higher seed since you come from the upper bracket of the groups. So would you like Team A or Team B? Team B. So FUT, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first band. Split, your band.
Lotus.
Lotus, and map number 1.
Bind.
Sight on bind. Attack. Map number 2. Fracture. Sight on fracture.
They
Attack.
pick
We're gonna
fracture.
go into the next set
Interesting.
of bands starting with FUT.
Is
You have Ascent,
is
Haven,
Zest
and
playing?
Pearl. Okay. Your band. Band Ascent. So map number 3 will be Haven. Sight on Haven.
I think
On
this is
through
pretty
quick,
good
make
for
sure we're good to
DRX.
go. First set of bands, we have FUT.
Zest
with
is
Split,
playing?
DRX
Okay,
with
that
Lotus.
makes
Map
sense.
number 1 is Bind with DRX on attack. Map number 2 is Fracture with FUT on attack. Next set of bands are Pearl and Ascent.
Someone
Map
else
number
said,
3 is
so
Haven
sorry.
with
Disco
FUT on
Method
attack.
with the 4
Sounds
months.
good. All right, good luck to you both today.
Thank you for the 4 months. And Sad
DG
Dead
versus
Fish with the
DRX
4 months as well. A lot of 4
Tokyo
months.
Finals.
Oh, I guess
Tokyo
it's
Real.
lock-in. Bunch of lock-in subs coming back for the 4th month. Would it be lock-in? Yeah, I think it would. But thank you all. TMV, why are you the GOAT? Oh, I don't think I'm the GOAT yet. There's a lot of stuff I can do better. Starts with internet, to be honest. Voice of Fox. An interesting name. With the Prime.
I have now completed Twitch. Thank you for being the streamer I think of every time I see Valorant. Let's go EDG.
Thank you, I'm Seraphim as well, for the 1 year. Enjoy the new badge. Wait till someone starts getting the 18-month badge.
Comfortable situation for DRX to be in, and for FUT, well, at this point,
think the grass is just
Thank you,
gonna
I'm
continue to
Seraphin,
be
and
greener
Kevel
on
Lol
their
as well
side
with
of
the
field
one
as they have
gifted.
already punched their ticket to champions, and they know
To
without a doubt,
Costa
Bren, that at this point
Crazed.
they're just playing with what they got, as we like to say, and what we said before.
You're nice,
playing
even if
with
super
that house
grouchy
money.
all the time. Is
DRX
that how people
foot,
see
this
me,
is
a
gonna be good.
grouch?
There's nothing more dangerous than a Turkish
Am
team.
I really that
I'll
old?
tell you that. I mean, these guys,
Let me
they
turn
can
on the
aim
light
with the
as
best
well,
of them,
sorry.
and if it's DRX as well, if they're not going
The
to reach
light
the
is
next
the
evolution in their
hardest
play that
part.
we know that they're capable of, they're not going to be
What
showing
is your
some
streaming
patience,
idea in the
some
6 months
nuance,
of
a bit
off-season?
rounding as well, and they just try and take it to how they
you
keep
know,
playing.
just to do
Those
whatever.
heroic moments,
It won't be a
they're gonna
6 month
brutally
off-season.
awoken and, potentially
It'll be
out of this tournament as well. This is
4
an
month
elimination
off-season,
match
I think,
between
for
these
Tier
teams.
1, and it might even be even shorter for Tier 2, so...
And, the only other time that
Hopefully
they
we're
lost
looking
groups,
more at a
they
3 month
didn't make it
off-season,
through the
if they know what they're doing.
So, those two losses prior to
And
DRX,
even then, there'll be
when they
little
felt like
Valorant tournaments and stuff that
doing,
maybe I could co-stream. We'll see.
I think it's very telling as well in
so-
that interview piece that you saw that Kiwi said he's not really afraid of DRX. They're very
Yeah, we'll
rigid. They stick to their tactics. They never deviate
No
from them. He's not
Preds.
afraid of what they do individually because he always knows that they're going to
Fred
stick
is
to their
up.
regimen.
There
But
you go.
Can't the same thing literally be said for FUT? That was what we were
FUT is
harping on him
Morocco.
about yesterday on the desk, where it just felt like there was no nuance.
I believe in
think
DRX.
plays that
I
they
think
were
with
executing.
I
Zestin,
think they have shown
they'll
that
win.
though in the past. In a lot of their
I
prior
think with
games, or their prior
Zestin, they'll be
performances,
able
They've
to...
shown that they can take these awkward timings so they refight, particularly around
They'll be
Krax's
able to
KO,
do it.
whenever they play around that as well.
Will
His
I ever
fast
do a
timings
meet
are
and
usually
greet?
quite immaculate, and they do play off of it really
Probably
nicely.
whenever the
Try and
next
take those
Masters
awkward
tournament is
timings
in
when teams
Europe,
are trying to
I'll
set up.
probably
They're really
go.
good at fighting between those windows.
Not for the
Let's
whole
talk a little
thing,
bit
but
about
I
Map
will
as
go
well, because we
for,
saw that Map
you know,
veto come through.
some of the days.
Recently beat Fnatic on Bind in EMEA. That should give you a lot of confidence that they're going to be able to beat a bit of a wounded DRX on that first map.
Go committing to the 2-0.
Yeah, that's well, and Fracture is the map where you see so much of DRX just being all in with their same execs all the time.
Okay, so Prime Gaming Agent select here, and we got a lot of changes for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, but also what I was talking about prior with the KO being played
Okay, so they
by
go
Krax
back
as
to
well.
KO. This is something
One
that
of the
they've
things
played
that was booming
before.
Fnatic on Bind was the amount of fights that they were taking towards the back of A site. They would use the first wave of
And
utility,
FUT do
get
the
into the
same.
front section of A, and fight into the back when Fnatic were trying to set up. If DRX still are playing rigid and still with that, you know,
They've
like
played
really
quite
intense
KO a
discipline
few
in terms of
times.
how they're playing,
Yeah,
they're
Buzz
gonna
on
get caught out
Raze.
over and over again. And
I do
another
think that
thing
Buzz
was
is
critical
Raze,
of DRX when
you
I was
know,
watching them play Bind
isn't
in
the
past,
absolute best.
is that they really don't put a lot of priority on showers control. That area of the map is really
But-
just almost a no-go for them, and they get boomed by it repeatedly.
This is
when I was watching
okay
them
for
play
them, I think.
in the playoffs over in the Pacific region as well. I need to see some correction in terms of that.
But on KO on Bind, I don't mind
It is
it.
a lot of changes for DRX.
I
but
think
this
it's
is because
okay.
They have changed their roster.
Yes,
This
of
is
course.
the comp that they normally run.
Is it
when
the
they have
best?
Zest in.
Yeah, well, folks, this is it. Do or die for both teams, and we're all
Maybe not,
set
but
to jump into the
I
action.
think it's
Send it
okay.
over to your
I think you
passes,
can
and
definitely
here's
play
the thing,
KO
I
and
can't say
be
too
fine.
many nice things about these two guys because unfortunately Brennan Sideshow are right next to me. But in any
Those
case,
on
here
No
is
Sky?
Doug and Bala.
We're favored. It's all right. You don't need to let them know about it. Ball up. The stakes cannot be any greater. And for these two
Yeah,
teams to
it's
get something
an
accomplished
interesting
in
one.
this tournament, namely on the side of FUT, it kind of feels like there's
Bind score
a
for
weight
for
off their
gifted.
shoulders, but on
The
this
Bind
stage,
score will
with
be
elimination on the line, it feels like
13.
Yeah, I wonder though if they even
10.
feel like they've accomplished much so far. I think that's
Sure.
the kind of
For
dichotomy
DRX.
that you have between qualifying for champs, getting that weight off your shoulders, and not having to have done anything outside of just
Yeah, there's
winning
bingo
that
today.
match.
We can take
really,
a
they
look
look
at
at
it
that game.
now. Shy Cry with the 3 months. Let's see what mid-bot's cooked up. We got OT.
We could still have
We
that
got an
pressure on their
EDG game,
shoulders.
so this is
And
Garrett.
I
This
think
is
on the
free.
other side, DRX, man, how are they here?
We'll see what we
Josh
count as
put
a
up
wide
the
swing.
record for them in
A
group
5
stages
streak on
last year.
GeoGuessr.
They
I guess
went
I'm
out
going to have to play
2-0
GeoGuessr
every
then.
time they had to play
First
that
map,
scenario,
Haven, no.
which is crazy.
Observer
that
misses
they're
huge
now
multi-kill.
facing elimination
That's an
here
interesting one.
against FUT. Such a story team. Remember, this team just came off of a third, fourth. at
Cup
Lock-In.
stacking Reina pick 7 out of
This
7.
exact
Well,
roster.
sorry about
And
that.
it's
We've
just
only
all
got
in
one chance for
flux
that.
When we expected some stability
Double Duelist,
for them
no.
heading into
Marshall,
this year, we're the
Marshall
only
by,
teams to really
definitely.
compose and keep their entire
Close Thrifty.
roster for
Kills
this new
2
partnership
seconds
era.
into a round. We have got Arby's Neon, so
DRX
it's
starting
possible.
off on the attacking side. We highlighted the fact that they're running a KO here, not something you see exceptionally often.
We saw last night with Angel playing that.
Okay, so FUT on
Already some
defense.
info, but they're trying to get up past this wall, and they'll let him through. FUT
Dog out a shower.
in trouble by losing laps, but they still need to fight behind.
I just found Mako. That's the
Spike
wall
sitting there
going
in
down.
flash as they try to hold back side. Such a pesky, difficult place to hold. But they're doing it. They've been been able to
Stacks
trade
out
one
a
for one
shower.
here. Buzz is so
That's
weak,
a
and
big kill,
RB
though.
healthy. having to take a step back, concerned, paranoid perhaps of the flank.
10 HP for Buzz.
Pressure applied from the extremities. Buzz holding. U-Haul
That's-
somehow getting away with nothing but a sliver of HP.
Giving them a chance with only 10 HP
Being
though.
traced. Followed.
RB
No,
is
not
gonna
quite
have
finding its
to
mark. 2v2.
do some work
Wee, wee,
though.
wee. RB, he was
And
the
he did
healthy one.
not.
He's fallen. It's all onto Buzz. And he's gotten it down to 1. The nade right click. The swing out to buy time. He tries to reload. And the timing could not be worse.
Big for
Foot
Foot.
gets the pistol.
Bit of a back and forth pistol.
Mr. Fallen stays composed, and honestly, DRX take it to them up short so fast. When you're looking at Foot play in the last game, you're seeing how when they have to forced to make decisions, when they're forced to make the decisions, it really is starting to crumble.
Good start from Buzz though.
Where they don't really feel completely satisfied. They don't feel.
So that's a bit off there. I thought the wall might still be up.
Here, it doesn't really feel like DRX gave him the time to fall
But
into
Mako
those
just
same
fighting
traps.
out there on his own. That seems a bit
Not a big fan of that pistol,
not
but
DRX.
still some success points. They
You
got
know,
laps.
Mako's
That
in
may be
here and
something
everyone
they
else
can
is
work
what
with later on.
doing their own stuff.
And also Buzz too.
I missed an 8. I should be getting my internet fixed today. In fact, if the game's going long enough and the man comes early enough, I'm assuming it's a man. It could be a woman. If the person comes early enough to fix it,
Fallen with the opener.
I actually might have to end the stream because they're gonna have to turn my internet off.
About the pressure. Seize is going to be nice, but there's just no
When does playoffs start? Friday.
There. So off of the orb and off of the Seize that they've seen. They hold the line for just a moment. Down long, now funneling out of Octagon. That's going to hurt. That nade backside. He's able to get out because of the stimmy, but Mr. Fallen just
Hold
swings
on.
into his death.
It looked like they'd be fine.
Those are two fights that look like they might be dry, but instead there's Util that's
And now they
forcing
have
them
a
to take the
Bulldog.
fights.
They flip things. Maj has shown
Yeah,
up.
and Mako's got
Molly at his
Util.
feet. Momentary delay.
Ooh, the orb too. Not momentary anymore.
Off the nade, Mako's still staying alive. Battered.
23.
Spammed and now bruised.
It's delayed
As soon
quite
as
a
Orb
while
goes
though.
down, Vision will be given. Mako on the whole, trying to keep him back, and he cannot.
Oh,
RB
B.
still playing with the Sheriff.
And they know where they both are.
Reposition as you see them both jump out of hookah. Side step. That Molly's going to help.
That Molly missed, I think.
Did it?
No,
No.
it just barely didn't.
That's
And
on.
it's just enough to buy time. Well done.
Wow. Is that on the
Fall
bingo?
into the classic. DRX ideas.
5 plus on ult
It's
in one
constantly
round.
in these group stages, just relying
Firing
on
a
the
dead
post play,
body.
relying on the time. Mako held on for
Nice
so
kill.
long with this full fueled up orb.
Yeah.
And then RB as well hitting the shots that would have actually provided a pinch on the site from Foot.
All it took was one, but he hit it.
I'm surprised they got those openings too on the site.
Yeah.
And that hurts. The Red Bull clutch. That hurts.
Crazy big for DRX.
DRX with 5 rifles in the 3rd round. After losing the pistol, they've been able to equalize.
Okay, so now just 2 Bulldogs against the full buy. DRX
Always
doing the
relying
light
after
shields.
Losing around like that on this re-exploration. They did keep the 2 Bulldogs alive. Don't forget that, so this round's still a little bit dangerous. Look, DRX, full
Okay,
rifles
they see
on
the
board.
shower push. Any
You saw
reaction?
the intentions at the beginning of the round. Establish Shower's control, get the orb, and then
Nothing
reset.
just yet. The flash.
Both players
They might
spotted,
try and
so
come back A.
yeah, they're going to be able to reset, but DRX is going to be able to use this timing to take the fight, but he still wins it.
What? And he gets away?
And speaking of the reset happening in Showers, DRX completely gave up that space, so Ada Captain fully safe on the other side of the map.
No, they didn't get the
It's
gun
criminal
though.
that he's able to do that with the classic.
It might not matter. What is going on?
Finding it. You mentioned it just a few moments ago. It was preserved from the previous round. And it's finding its mark. Stacks trying to snatch him back into this thing. They still have 2 rifles to
36
play
seconds.
with.
RB went hunting with the spike alone. He was the only person who got past that wall. And then the second player who picked it up ended up dying farther back, but the spike went farther in.
Stacks trying to have to reach his way out of the cover to grab the spike, but instead it's to flash out, looking to take the fight, and his Cracks who
Well,
wins it out.
back-to-back thrifties, not on the bingos today.
And I was thinking to myself, all of DRX died
Wow.
on that round that they won. They didn't manage to pick up any weapons. So that's a full reset on this eco. Back to back now. That's a huge mistake by RB.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Look, Zest picks it up. The spike falls further into the site.
Which is crazy too, considering he was jumping backwards. He was trying to get to safety.
You got to turn your body after that. So the spike does get thrown back either way.
When do they announce the matchups for the next round?
Much
I would
better shape
think
to actually take the anti-eco.
either.
Full rifles picked up too, and their bank is huge.
Either
So even if
later
they
today
get
or
eco,
tomorrow.
We're finally going to have a first gun round after. There are some key ults here close.
What is going on?
I mean, there's one. I wasn't even talking about that one.
You were just saying. That's unreal. This is a very good sign for what we're in for.
What is going
If it's
on?
going to continue to be things like that, where rifles do not matter.
What is going on? And you're looking here. RB's going to have his no command. Buzz is going to have. Actually, he's completely out of the fight. He's close to a showstopper, though. I need to see him start to hunt. But they're not sure this round's completely locked up just yet, so getting in good post-plant positions. DRX is very, very good in these spots. Zest has his molly. There's a KO molly as well. Viper molly, too. There's no way they're giving this up.
You certainly wouldn't think so, but I also wouldn't think we'd be in this position in the first place. Attic Captain playing on the other side of the wall. He's able to take down one. You see the molly soar across the sky as Captain takes a second. I mean, the Sheriffs might be the MVP of this if this continues. The molly buys time, and that's a third Thrifty in a row.
Well, back
what is
to
going
back to
on in
back.
this game? I mean, clearly. Stack's having a giggle. That's terrifying.
It is a little scary.
DRX logo on the dude's face.
Dude, both of them.
Yeah, this is crazy. But clear mistakes, I think, being made.
Wow.
By both sides in the last round, RB going forward. There, not being able to punish Stacks with just a Sheriff. I mean, yeah, he pulled some ridiculous stuff out there, but the reclear with no util.
I wouldn't call that a horrific mistake. That's just good play, I think.
Op in the hands of Kiwi on the defense. You mentioned that regardless of how the previous round ended, we would have a gun round, and that's what we have.
And it's a heavy investment, too.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
With just a Guardian.
Kiwi with an op as well.
Despite having 1.1k, despite cracks being able to drop Bulldogs, that sort of thing. You do have showstoppers both available on both sides. Kiwi with the op, that's a great secondary tool, especially up in a cubby like that.
Oh, yeah, it's interesting too. The Viper wall that they're playing, the one that's not going through showers, when you don't put it through showers, it's because generally the defense wants to hold that line with an op more often than not. But the fact that there was a Trailblazer that just went through there to clear it out
Okay, KO knife sees nothing.
kind of spits in the face of all of
DRX
that,
are
although
going
it
to
seems
come
like
this
now
side.
Kiwi wanting to
KO
rehold that line
rotates
and
though because they don't
reestablish
have
it,
much
you just
info
don't really
here.
have any knowledge of what's on the other side.
Yeah, you can't go deeper, really.
Yeah.
Talking about the reclears that FUT left to do. It's not truly possible. They're going to showstopper out here with the Seekers as well. Buzz ready to go.
Flash, showstopper.
Oh!
2 done. Buzz looking for the third, but the op finds its mark.
This is a great round by
It's just
DRX.
momentary though.
And nobody there to help out to bring the
Love
Seekers
using
for
the
Kiwi.
three
So
ults,
even though he gets
three
that
ults
shot
in
up, he
combo.
gets nearsighted.
Yeah, just going to be a save in a big
Seeker
swing
hitting
round like this. That was a nice round.
And we will finally have 2 in a row here for DRX. His FUT immediately.
So these 8 hits, they're doing a lot of 4-1
to
hits
save.
where these guys go down here. It'll be Stacks on his own coming through showers. So far,
sort of
haven't really been
execute,
able to
can't
punish
let
this.
DRX
Obviously, in the
get,
last round we
You
saw,
heard in the teaser there at the beginning,
you know,
before the
Stacks
teams
got 2
walked
kills
out.
with the Sheriff, but
You see the round in between. Great showstopper exit. Great movement from Buzz, too.
this is nice.
DRX not chasing at all, by the way. You heard the FUT players talk about how they're very rigid, DRX, in their game plans. I wouldn't agree with that totally. Up
3
to this
ults
point,
per
but
round,
that's
though.
definitely been the reputation
Always
they've
worth it
carried
for
forward.
a round. You might as well
But
win a
that's
round.
why right there, those sorts of things. So if you're aware of it, FUT, they've tried
What
to
else are you gonna use
interrupt
them
it
for?
with those dry walks, those sort of
You're better
things.
off using them
There
when
they
you've
have
got
the
them
deep
early,
set
because
up
now
on
everyone will get a second
short
ult in
down
this half.
carpets.
You
The
might as well
ideas were
skewer
there, but
around.
They gave up the space. They weren't patient enough. I think you stick to that setup the entire
This
time.
is
You're having great
Valorant.
success in that round.
Heritage.
A little shower
50
presence.
bits from Thinking Man's
It looks
IGL.
like they have 3 set up that way.
And remember, they actually did force up around those 2 rifles that they saved.
There you go.
Kiwi with Marshall, and that is
I mean,
one
it's
of the
just,
weapons.
I've still got a tired voice because I am
Flash gonna get
tired.
some info. No way to confirm how much is on the other side, though. And FUT gladly just trample forward and take the space.
Again, this is dry.
So this is them trying to punish Stacks. Right, I just talked about
and
it.
Josh were arguing about whether or not that's a good thing.
They know that he's been
for
on
DRX
their
to
own
be
for so
relying
long.
on, but it's FUT relying on it right now.
Fortunately for them,
And so far, it's not really worked out.
it's only Kiwi there. Oh, this is early morning for me.
Spike currently still
But it's
sitting,
4
so
a.m.
Spawn is FUT having cracks rotate B.
DRX are doing a great job denying the information.
But
right
4
now.
a.m. is like,
Forcing that Viper
is
wall
that
to go
late
up,
night
which
or is that
means
early morning?
You're giving up re-clearing any of
Like
that space.
5
That
is
hawk
early
gets
morning,
broken
but
on the
4
other
is kind
side.
of no man's land.
Yeah, sure, they know they're defaulting, but they really don't know how to regroup right now. The boombot from Kiwi would be huge right now down short, but again, he's still with that Marshall. So can't spare the time. Off of the sniper.
They figured out where the Marshall is. While they want to funnel their way in through short, Buzz has already taken the line. Kiwi on the other side.
What is
And
going
no-scope
on?
Lands, now upgraded to a weapon. Satcheling across, looking for the second. The crosshair was moved just a bit too early.
Had to make a solo play. Stacks was coming from behind.
Orbital strike dropped. Zest falling too.
This guy hit by the fatal as well, so there's really
Cracks rotating over.
there's really no way out.
Back towards A where the spike ticks away. Mako not able to land the shots. Tata Captain wins that out. It stacks on the flash and on the swing. You wonder what it is that the play is because RB's playing so safe, so far off. Having Stacks takes the fight by
Okay,
himself.
FUT, nice
and
little
Tata Captain
bounce
wins
back
both.
round. Big for the eco. And it all starts with, again, Kiwi somehow hitting a
That
no
shot
scope.
from Kiwi. I mean, just disgusting onto Buzz. And then the rest of the FUT players on the retake coming in very, very strong. No scope, too. Come on.
Oh, also,
There will be a timeout. DRX actually out of that.
whilst they do this timeout, Ascend are giving
so far
away
working
2
actually pretty well.
gift vouchers.
I thought they denied the
And
information very well
to
in that
potentially
game, or in that
win,
map.
all you have to do is
specific round.
retweet a tweet and follow Ascend. So,
But not able to actually bring the pressure all the way through. The pinch
Exclamation
was almost set
mark
up. If Stacks was
giveaway.
slightly faster, Kiwi's getting traded.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Gift
he ends
voucher
up
for what?
doing that
Valo.
anyways, but also that orbital strike, not really considered. They didn't tap the spike or anything like that. They really thought that they had to all in to get that.
This be a
plant
bigger
down, and
upset
that
than
cost
Eaton?
them
No,
the molly.
I
That
don't think
cost
so.
them the post plant that they rely on so much, and I do wonder now if we're going to start to see DRX's depth get challenged a little bit here. Josh was talking about it on the desk, how they haven't had time to practice with this roster, with Zest in the lineup, at least as much. Obviously, you played the last 2 games of the Pacific playoffs.
And there is history, but it has primarily been Fox 9, yeah.
But in the Pacific playoffs, you saw the same old stuff.
Yeah, sure.
That's being run. You can definitely tell there's a stylistic difference between having Foxy 9 in the lineup versus Zest. Specifically on this map too. Buzz and RB have traditionally actually swapped which of these guys plays the Rays on this map, especially back in the chamber meta. That was obviously a much more difficult choice back then.
Had a captain pushed off, and it seems
Okay,
like for the first
they
time
take
this
long
map, they're
control.
making
This
some
is quite
pressure
nice. They
stand.
flashed into showers.
There it is. That's
Oh,
getting
but
tagged
a
up.
good
He's
punish
done.
by
He's
FUT.
dropped.
Just again, they're doing a lot of this
Great
kind
dry
of
swing
like
again. FUT
dry
continuing to
swing,
rely on it, and this
multiple
time it
people
nets
dry
them the
swing.
kill onto Zest.
I like it though.
If they wanted to hit this B site, he's a crucial factor in doing so. If they don't hit before this knife timing from Cracks down short,
right here,
these FUT players on this site could be very ready for this. They've got a seize too. Molly's still up. That knife just cleared.
So normally when
Rotate
your
off of it.
smokes
What are the
die,
movements from FUT, given the information they just gathered? Add a captain, flashed,
Oh.
baited, trying to tuck. And it's actually
but
off
he
of a
gets one
molly.
back
Add
with a
Captain gets one
molly
back.
himself.
They tried to go through with the Viper wall up. That thing does so much damage so fast with the decay too. If you are moving while it pops, you're dead.
No real option to flip. No real
He
option to go
cleans it
forward.
up.
FUT
Nice
hold them
round by
back.
FUT.
This is the best start to a map and a series that FUT have had. We've talked a lot about slow starts for FUT.
Lord
CSC
TMV,
in
have your
that first
ancestors
map,
pillaged a
it
lot
was
of
really
villages
bad.
before just to get
Against
land
DMG, it
for
was
you?
also very, very bad in the first
I
map.
know.
Split. It looked like they didn't show up to the server. Today, it's different. And I think it all comes to that pressure being lifted off of them.
Very well, maybe, right? Kiwi seems to be playing loose. He's performing well. Out of captain is too.
Gonna do it
Which has
again?
been more of a constant, oddly enough, but
I think it just seems like such an insurmountable task to be able to outplace the 3 other EMEA teams in this tournament. Jeez.
Again, they punish him the exact
things,
same
man,
way.
The timing.
He's up
Kiwi,
to 11.
Kiwi finding the window to take the wide swing and hold that angle during the peak from Zest is just beautiful.
Okay, this is important here for Mako.
Oh. Bigger fromage.
I like that he goes for that lurk. That's something that you can definitely use to interrupt. You saw it work on the pistol with more players behind it. This time he's rushing though.
Last player standing.
What?
To me, DRX, let's get enough fast play.
DRX just one tap 2 players.
I mean, it's gonna be a save after this.
Kiwi one taps Buzz immediately in the beginning of the round too.
But if we're just gonna have it be all like just fights, that's where FUT will be happy. Like individual angels, this is where
right?
FUT
Like for DRX,
are pretty
yeah,
good.
there was a cheeky play to try to lurk into the smoke and disrupt, as you were saying, but it just feels like the last, what, 3 rounds, there just hasn't been enough of that flash that we saw at the beginning from DRX.
And you're not seeing as well the players on DRX have the same sort of energy in making individual plays. 12 seconds to hunt RB right now.
10 seconds left.
They're so close.
Can he preserve the gun? No. A Prime Gaming Flawless comes through. His foot get up 2 rounds.
Tough situation for RB.
Oh yeah, miserable one.
Looked like he activated the exclamation point among all the guards hunting for him. No gun will force a couple players to be very low on this economy. Stacks looks stressed, man. We've talked about it a lot.
They are. Are they buying? No, they go
Stacks
for
in
a
terms of
save.
his individual performance throughout the season has been okay.
Yeah,
It hasn't
3
been
rifles,
like,
I would say.
you know, mouse kiss Stacks action, none of that really. But I think it's very excusable
so
given the situation
this
in front
time
of
not a
him. Both down
contact wall.
short.
Oh, there's interesting here. There's not a ton of layer to this. There's just him by himself. There was a Prowler that went the other way, but there wasn't a combo. There wasn't pinch from Sand.
Oftentimes when you go that deep, you get stuck.
Yeah.
Stacks not confident enough to push up, but he only has the Sheriff.
It worked last time, but not this time. Doesn't even get a chance to shoot it.
Yeah, that's a lack of information for Stacks. He thinks there's more behind it, like you said.
My God.
Spike down A.
I mean,
able to hold that line
that
and
you know
get
what that reminds me of? That very much,
DRX
like if you
once
just
again
watch that
thrown
little
into
clip
disarray.
there, that's like 2021,
Now
bro.
look at the choices being made by DRX.
Well, we've just got like one
Not
player
only in the
walking
server,
up on their own.
But with
Obviously, they
bringing in
do the
Zest,
raise up, but like in
kind of mind games they're
2021,
playing about
someone
who's
would
going
have
to play
walked
the
up on their
starting
own here
lineup
and they would
beforehand.
find 2
And
kills.
I'm thinking back to Masters Berlin where they had Lakia on the roster.
Oh,
My God, they are just frying them right now.
Another Prime Gaming Flawless through for foot.
It didn't seem like back then anybody was super happy with those decisions being made.
Yeah.
That was their last attempt at a 6-man roster, and it fell flat on its face. They gave up on it after that.
As is often the case.
Lakia didn't even play it the following champ. But may I remind you, Josh brought it up on the desk, that was the only time DRX has not made it out of groups, was Champions 2021, way back in the day. Completely different
This,
situation.
I
now.
don't understand
They've
at
broken
all.
down so many of the
I don't understand that
things you
at
think
all.
about
I
when
think
you
that
think
is an
about this team
absolute
falling
godsend
short
for
at global
DRX.
events.
I cannot believe the FUT have just taken a timeout.
But man, I can't help
That
but
doesn't
think,
make any sense.
history's repeating itself right now. I can't help but think they're falling back into the same patterns that
Like, I was thinking,
continuously put them
I was literally about to say, I wonder if
short
DRX will use their second timeout
of a podium
because
finish.
these rounds like are getting less and less close.
While foot call a
And they're getting
timeout, having
fried.
won the last 4 rounds in a row, up 3 rounds in this first half. And a question what this one would be for. Either way, it's going to give DRX a chance to talk through things with their team. Termy to touch base.
That's similar to DRX and Leviathan. There's definitely some similarities. If I'm DRX, let's play fast, right? Forget all this slow default and stuff. Let's go fast. Let's go as a team. Because what's happening right now is they're in this, sitting in this default, and FUT are just like frying them. FUT are just like going, okay, you're playing a passive default. We'll just attack you then.
Going long stretches of time where they were losing maps, and he was.
If I was DRX, I'd say, okay, we're gonna go fast. We got double initiator, you know, KO knife here. Flash this, right? In we go. Bish bash bosh. Fast down short. Here we go.
On controlling early showers.
Halfway there. Thank you, Mr. Weasley.
In a
Same thing.
Through short.
Mako again trying for this. Is this angle too? And he's not even looking where he died the last time.
Exact same play.
Finally gonna find a kill though.
As he just thought he was unlucky the first time. Surely they don't do that.
King
again.
Vice, thank you for the 6 months.
Before that.
Yeah.
Halfway there.
0-8. Are you
Why? What happens when a year goes by?
Where do they reset off of this? He may be in trouble.
He's dead.
He's got to understand that there was some showers presence, you just didn't know how much. Meanwhile, the hit's out towards B. Attacaptain still holding elbow. Showstopper in his face, and it's traded.
Okay, and the Seeker's coming
lucky
out.
trade for Attacaptain, but Buzz, I don't know if he should be dying there. Either way, they've corralled them on the site. I thought this was going to be a good round for DRX.
Okay, we have a KO ult.
Win condition for them, but now they can.
They have a Brim ult as well, so the time is against FUT. That's why they're going a bit faster.
Has to stay alive. Prowler in the face
Big
of RB.
kill.
The snap out on Damage is clean.
Well, they got the Brim ult.
And RB's left alone. The safety valve gone. He's gotten it down to 1. Looking for the target, and it's not able
Nice
to
try
land.
by RB, but
Mr. Fallen
again.
with 3 in another round for FUT.
So well handled for FUT. When the opportunities present themselves, they're ripping off the faces, but have to be critical of DRX there. They had 2 key ults, not a single one used. They were in position to still win that. They had control of elbow. And there's no Brimstone ult to support RB on the site. There's no Molly coming in from Zest. Why is Zest even peeking in that case? Why isn't he wrapping around?
I was just thinking that. I don't understand the peak.
Mako laughing at the situation right
I mean,
now.
yeah, he's got Brim ult as well. He just needs to live.
He's been the most consistent factor so far
Okay,
for
massive ult round.
DRX in this tournament specifically. Yes, overall too. One of the most storied controllers, but
Yeah, it's really aggressive
doing
out of
anything
shout.
to interrupt FUT doing this exact thing over and over and over.
Like I said,
Countless
get a
amount of
fast
rounds
round
they
in
sent
there,
3
guys.
through showers. This time it's a bit of an adjustment because Krax has rotated off, but they've gained the space. And once again, they have them surrounded. They have them corralled and controlled.
They get this position every time with no util.
Yeah, it's just so free. And because DRX don't even have someone holding in spawn, they can't comfortably take teleporter and go back showers. Complete ignorance as to what's on the other side.
Alright, giving up the site again though. This time Mako has his ult.
I mean, FUT has 4, though, as a
Oh,
counter.
we can pop his now as
Nightfall
well.
could be huge as well. With the Viper Pit up.
This punch that FUT have to throw back isn't just a jab.
Look at stacks. Traded ults all around right now.
Oh, but Crack's got his off
He's
before.
gone so far up. It's going to be 1 for 1.
The Molly's gone though. That Brim ult gone again.
FUT still have so many tools. They have the Robo Strike, that's 1. They have the Pit, they have the Nightfall 2. Everything dumped into this. Numbers still up. FUT now pushing forward, trying to jump out of the site. And it's Chaotic, Sax, and Mako, the 2 that remain. The defuse is almost gotten to half, but it's interrupted. Mako, 1v3, and that's the round. FUT get another.
Now, why did we not pop our KO ult?
What is going on with DRX?
Why are we not popping that KO ult?
That's
Like,
2
we just
rounds in a row
let,
now. They
like,
get
what?
the B site.
What's
They
RB
should be able
doing?
to set up very well.
It's a 5v5.
You know how good they are in post plans. It's just not working today. Stacks there needs to get that kill before Zest falls into his post plant lineup position. Didn't use his ult, didn't use his Molly. Mako on the site there is only meant to buy time for that second layer. But it's getting ripped apart before they even get to peel the onion.
Finally, some adaptation. A slightly later flash, but honestly, it doesn't do very much to dissuade.
Kiwi 16-6, by the way, definitely his best performance so far this half. Gonna look like the best half for FUT.
Second flash now. used by Stack's torch showers.
I guess it stops them getting
looking to stop them from getting
that wouldn't
flame
matter
off
either.
every single time.
And it's nuanced in how he did it. I mentioned earlier it was a slightly later flash. He'd been using it off the gate. This time, a little bit later, just a few seconds to see if there's anyone coming up, and the second to confirm. But he gives the space back up.
So happy to shake dry fights again, and Buzz is dead.
That nade causing some problems. The Trailblazer out. They have hookah control as well here. It's a little bit of a stronger push, but they can play through the smokes. The toggling of utility is so nice by the controllers. He's gonna try to funnel his way out. Can they hold the line once more? Numbers big for FUT.
Do we
They're
not have a
just getting
Viper
better.
for this? Again, there's just like so many things. There's so many things missing from DRX.
Face of Showstopper, a Prowler. There's nothing he can do.
A 9-3 half.
They never
Not
used
what
like
you
Halo, did
expected
they?
to start off this game. DRX is in big trouble, and the only word I can think of is yikes.
Now, to be fair, they've looked lost on this map
That's just brutal.
before.
That's just brutal.
Like, they've been
Full
awful on
control.
this
And
map
again,
for a bit.
Is it because there's a little bit more levity in the camp, given that they've qualified for champs? I have no idea, but it's working. Golden Boy, I mean, is there a way for DRX to get back into this thing?
Well, in order for me to not seem like a complete ding-dong, I hope they have a chance.
No, there is not.
Nice.
FUT looked like
I know.
FUT looked like a totally different tier team on Bind. They're just showers pushing every time, flank retaking, the post plants are getting punished. It's all gone to pot.
It's all gone wrong. I mean, DRX are giving them so many individual ones, like the instances like this. RB, by the way, has got two teammates behind him on B long. Nobody's with him when he's making this play, pushing onto the side. When Buzz goes down, they've got no way to get back into it. They are giving FUT exactly what they want, which is these individual.
I mean, this
every
map
time.
looks
Look
like
at this, they're all over the
2021
place. Stack's
balance.
having to re-clear down short because they don't have control of it.
Where your
This
star player is
instance
just
around,
pushed up,
they're able to just push
everyone
them,
else
like,
is just
really take
off
these
on their own.
individuals.
For FUT here,
I
and it's
think
just
The
1v1.
crazy thing is, we haven't even gotten to the
Like
side
that,
of this map
you
right
can
now
go
for
to
FUT, where I think they look most
2021
aggressive
balance, and
as
that will be a
well. They start
common
to really
round.
play of those unique timings.
True. And take a look at how bad these stats are for the double controller on this map. And when did you ever see Mako having a bad performance like this?
Insane,
He went 0-0-7. He was out here James Bonding it, and then he went 0-0-8 and only got 3 kills towards the end, overtaking Zest. It's so uncomfortable.
It looks worse when
See
they've got
how
them
much he
doing the
felt like
pose.
he had to make plays as well, with the constant lurking down short as well. It's almost like he couldn't take a back seat and let the rest of his team work the map. He was always trying to push down short to create an opening, feeling that pressure, because he has been that guy. He's been the guy who's had to, the entire team's had to lean on him.
And FUT must just be feeling fantastic right now.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the vibes in the camp, immaculate. They've already made champs. Now they're 9-3 up over DRX. And DRX are struggling out there.
Yeah.
So FUT, killer instinct, gotta kick in, close out the map. You can close out the close out the series before DRX even have a chance to respond.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. FUT are basically feeling themselves, and I don't think DRX have any kind of answers.
90%
Let's
attack
send it
win?
back over,
Well, it
though.
was against
Done.
Fnatic. I think they've only played it once, right?
Thank you so much,
Against
Golden Boy.
Fnatic.
6-round lead for FUT as they turn to what Brand was saying on the desk is
And they just
statistically
destroyed
a more
Fnatic by
aggressive
they were just
half. While DRX have to figure out, I mean, do we
They were
just
just
cut our losses
constantly
here knowing we have
fighting
Fracture
them here.
next, or what? Because they just look lost.
Fracture's definitely a strength for them, but I'm looking up at them on the stage, and every single player looks detached from the situation right now. Smoke's down. Very quiet. Players not, if there is something.
I mean,
being
they
said,
obviously
they're not
need
really
to win
paying
this
attention.
pistol
They're
to have a
jumping
way back
around.
in.
Emotionally, I think it's so tough to be in this position, and it's one they know. They've had many, many disappointments. Never this early, though.
But this game started off with the like
entire scene is
back-to-back thrifties, and then FUT just destroyed them.
Just there with them, and it's a stacks. Calling a stack on the other side of the map at the B side. 4 players on B, 3 down long. Mako alone.
Knife and Haunt both
Be a
used.
full retake A then.
4 people are gonna go through the TP, following up the dog. Yes, this is okay, but Mr. Fallen's already understanding the situation.
And they're just going to flip the map too.
Okay.
All of FUT go through teleporter, leaving Mr. Fallen to hit what
Yeah,
could be
I'm
a
glad they
filthy
slowed
timing.
down.
Dissuaded by the wall for just a moment. RB's the only one close by. Yeah, Buzz is in the vicinity, but RB's the one looking at him. They're going to rotate back A.
It's crazy. DRX completely broken on their original idea and what comes in this pistol. Do they even have the ideas to play here?
Knife cleared. Buzz with the spam, pushed off the angle, nade in his face. RB now understanding there is some presence. He gets the kill. The patience pays off. Now with 13
running
seconds
through
left,
this
the spike
Viper
still
roll.
hasn't been sent out. It's still trying to push its way out from short. They're getting the openings. Can Buzz play spoiler in the face of the smoke? He gets the
Oh, they got it.
But you're right. Just a little over a second.
Wow, Kiwi heads up.
And they also have the boombot to help them clear back down short and get into lamps.
Kiwi
DRX
aware,
need this
and they
moment.
double
They
stack.
need
Look
this
at how.
pistol.
Look at how.
Sax needs to convert, and he cannot. Foot up to 10.
Look at how well they're playing.
Both pistols for Foot. Yeah, they got ecoed last time, but look at this streak of rounds. They're up to 10. 10 rounds with 8 in a row is just ridiculous. And Josh is right. The DRX or the Foot camp is just so happy right now.
Okay, that should be GG.
All smiles.
Complete
Unless,
shift in
no,
what we've
that
been
should be
seeing from
GG.
them at this tournament so far, even in the game that
Even
they
if
won
DRX
yesterday.
won this one. Which, got the first kill.
Surprise.
They don't have the
Back for our
spike,
first
guys.
tactics here.
Oh, Spike is not picked up right now. Krax has to make a mad dash for it. DRX not taking extra space off of that, though. Thinking that they need to get back over towards A to respond to group up, rather, and make a conceded, a complete front. Rather than relying on the lurks, which will be split up.
Okay, they
DRX
got
on
one
the plane.
gun.
DRX on the attempted retake. They have the Bulldog in the hands of Zest. An interesting decision in and of itself. You see that late Viper wall go down for Mako. Mr. Fallen with the C's. The timing on that's perfect.
What a seize. That's 3 players all tethered.
The delay is great. Mr. Fallen backing on up. Krax holding the angle from bench, trying to find another. As the tap has already started, they're overwhelming them. They've gotten it to half. Now the reset, and now the fight. Kiwi on the snap, Kiwi on the shots.
Oh.
He gets 3 on the round, and they asked for it. Where was it coming? It's coming courtesy of Kiwi 1. Killer instinct activated.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Going for the jugular right now. Anti-eco, they lose the first kill. So ready for the sneaky antics of DRX. Honestly, at this point, they're going to have to rely on stuff like that. It's just stealing the rounds away.
Okay, they got one rifle with
Nothing
Kiwi.
else is falling for them.
And the
no of the kills.
Concerning thing, too, is it felt like they were trying to do that in the first half.
Yeah.
All right, again, Mako trying to lurk. James bonding, as Josh said.
We're referring to the score line, but you're right. He definitely was trying to get up there.
Prowler in his face. No showers control again. But Foot with a bit more to work with. Silence, and there it is. They tried to use the showstopper buzz.
Oh my dear
Looking to
me.
greet them early. Kiwi, is he gonna find a target? No! The show stopped! Zest with 3, that was clean.
Again, this is what DRX seems like they're going to rely on. Is individuals just kind of saving them every round.
The 6th man for this team. Honestly, at this point, not even. He's gotten more play time. And then Foxy at these global events. Kiwi really lost in that situation.
Good flash by Albi.
Able to find the guy in 2. That should have been the first thing he cleared. Have to swing it back. Have to have a momentum. Lift up here for DRX. And it's got to come from everybody. Mako and Zest in particular, the double controller combination that we were talking about.
Poison's off.
No early space taken from DRX this time. A peek towards showers.
Toxin, poison orb.
I mean, even Buzz shallowly holding Hookah. But all of Foot are up A short, and they're trampling their way forward into U-Haul.
Zero Suit Center with the 3 months. Okay, they've got shower control.
No information from DRX until now. That nade gonna
Oh my
force
god.
him out of position.
That's a miserable area to hold, man. It's just so difficult.
Really,
No real
util
room to
from
escape,
again.
and he's overwhelmed by the utility.
That's a great follow-up orb there, actually, from Maj. Look how deep it is onto triple. So tough.
That's clearing out the Haunt, clearing out Kiwi. He was hot in the previous round. Can he continue?
Okay, they got this flank.
Stacks falling. RB.
Flash went in the TP.
Yeah, that's not what the
There's
intent
the
was.
foot fighting backside.
RB with 2. Spam expecting to pre-fire. Buzz finds the timing on Mr. Fallen. It's all Maj by himself. RB's gotten it to half. Maj is healthy!
Launching
And that's
clutches
another
as well
pivotal
has been
round to
pretty
Red Bull clutch for
crazy.
FUT.
Over and over. You're seeing these close rounds, these close situations fall for FUT. They look great today.
And
I've
there's
seen
really,
this before,
what you're saying,
Gopium.
these pivotal situations, not a single
True.
one going in favor of DRX.
Does
I'm not
lightning
sure. I guess I think
strike
about Sax
twice?
and his 2K with the Sheriff in the first half, like that second round.
Every second round.
Other than that, it's just been a
FUT's
dry
IGL
desert.
is Mr. Fallen.
Desolate. And I honestly don't even think FUT
New
has been
bench pod.
forced to show much depth.
Jamroot 18 with the
DRX
3
had
months.
to stop them from having so much confidence. Force them to rely on some of the things that they planned to play coming into this. Perhaps FUT came in with a shift completely in attitude and said, let's just build our confidence. Let's build up this drive fight type of thing that we're taking. Remember, that round they walk up completely. Up short, yes, there's the Viper wall, there's the orb block.
You know what we haven't tried
After that, you see
in this snoozer?
just they're able to use to force fights, force aim duels into the back of sight.
That's got to be miserable to be on the receiving end of.
For DRX to be losing to basically just that,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
it's not really something that,
Look, it's fine.
yes, strategy can definitely overtake that. Just some good defensive crossfires, for example. Good util combos.
Strike
but
check good
now,
or bad
none
for
of that
FUT?
is to be found for DRX.
They were banning it a
And you
lot.
also have to find the timing.
I almost would say I don't know, because they've banned it a lot, but then they played it once, but won against Na'Vi. So, well, and they looked quite good in that game against Na'Vi,
Stacks on the
so,
other side of the smoke, not winning an opener.
I mean, it won't really matter if FUT are good or bad on Fracture if
Just dry,
DRX
just
don't turn
aim
up.
diffing, and it's from top to bottom. I mean, yeah, Kiwi's done most of it, but that's the plan for FUT, and it's working.
Even something like that, there's no punish on him being in that corner, no spam to follow up from Mako.
Yep. No help at all.
Oh yeah, DRX are gonna play Neon.
There was a dry fight. That one going in favor of Buzz. It was labored.
That's like one of the first 1v1 dry fights I think I've seen them win.
Those types of situations, but they're ADS up close. It has to rely on the spray too, not the type of situation you're looking for.
Completely on his own, and
But either way, like, I think they're chilling here. Regrouping again, they know Buzz is alone on the site.
And he's weak.
put himself in
After
a
that
good spot
difficult
though.
fight, just 32 HP. Has a showstopper. Very reminiscent of what we saw just a few
30
moments
seconds
ago where
left.
there was a timing hidden short.
Here it is, dry walk up. Finally a haunt in the back of sight, clears everything.
The knife too, not catching Buzz. Kiwi's looking for it. It's another kill.
Big ults. Zest infesting his, Buzz has his as well. RB with the KO.
10 seconds left.
Spike now down. Side control in favor of FUT for now, but it seems like a weak grip. DRX snatching it out of their hands. Cracks on trade. Showstopper still in play, and it looks like he's trying to hold it. He succeeds. Carries it into the next round.
Was kind of some heroics on this site alone.
To do that sort of thing there. I thought there was a chance for Maj, final play remaining.
Yeah.
Kiwi is a bit ahead of it because Mr. Fallen was coming back around, but Kiwi kind of went into shower before.
That was a long time for
Like
Buzz to be able to
here?
readjust and get that kill.
Kind of way before Mr. Fallen's
Crazy
there.
part too is if they didn't throw that Haunt, if they continued to dry walk all the way up, they would have got value. There's no way for them to know completely that Buzz is alone there. But with the amount of space that he took early to take that duel in the first place against Maj,
So actually just a save.
and the original contact.
But
that
the
he
next
had
round
on
is going to be the tough one because FUT are going to have 4 ults.
DRX with a showers push. Mr.
If
Fallen
not
waiting on
5.
the other side with a Sheriff. He spot a shoulder there.
And it's just Sheriffs, too.
Sheriff's and a classic for Ada Captain.
This can't be the round that DRX lose the map on. They can't lose to a Thrifty.
I mean, given how things
Good camera.
started, it would be a fascinating bookend, would it not? Utility primed and invested. See that smoke used. U-Haul control still in favor of Foot.
So they're aware of 4 players, so they bring over the rotate.
And the consistent contact play just continues. And there you go, RB finding big ones. Looking for the third with the Vandal. Cannot. Kiwi on the trade.
Smoke extends so far out that Zest has an angle to play with, too.
Mr. Fallen, potential for a 1v3. As soon as that smoke goes down, the molly follows the spam. Mr. Fallen just unable to get out.
30 seconds left. There.
As time dissipates. Yeah. See if you can find a free one.
Not spammable on that angle. Taking the orb does nothing either if he wants to fall anyways. And he does have to.
10 seconds left.
A formality as the round closes. DRX get up to 6. Yes, it was just Sheriffs, it was just
But
pistols
should just
for
full
Foot.
save for more full buys? I would say
But
so,
it's those
yeah.
kind of
I
rounds
think
you
that
need
makes
to
more
get through, and
sense.
you need to get through cleanly, and that's exactly
You
what
just
DRX
buy
do.
nothing for one round.
Rounds,
Because when you get to
starting
12,
shit
essentially
to
it's a
my eyes,
one-team economy game a lot of the time. Like
sort of form that
DRX now,
starting
right?
with, it's
Because the only
improving,
way
but
that this
slowly.
game continues is DRX winning,
RB coming
means that
up.
they are always getting plus
There's been a couple
3,000,
of multi-kills.
you know, and the kills. So
Build that
their economy at
confidence
this
back up,
point
it
is
needs to be.
probably going to be fine. They will always
through
have rifles no
consistently.
matter what. So essentially it's a one-player game,
It's a map
the
that they've
economy.
been struggling with over and over back in Pacific.
Oh, they're going.
It's so slow. What?
And it's canceled.
You know he has the ult.
He's perhaps just guessing on where he might be. I don't
It's an
know.
ult for an ult.
I mean, he messed up the satchel there, it looked like. That needs to be an instant shot out when the KO ult is up.
So Foot not really spending too
Off the
much
exchange
into
of
a
ultimates,
shower.
Foot reset.
They're gonna fatal.
And as we've seen before, it's
Fade-
just
fade
context,
home.
it's just stride. They want to go up short. Now Nightfall used. It's going to attack 2 if I'm not mistaken.
And again,
Kiwi
the
with kill with the nade.
util is
Shell kills is he gonna get?
the util is good by Foot. Kiwi's
than
nades
should.
have been like perfect.
Big follow-up ults here for Foot as well. There's one used.
Trying to go up top. I mean, we're just getting teased with these showstoppers not going off. Mako and RB holding it back.
Oh, Mako.
They can still do this. This is a 2v2.
Starting to wake up.
Spike in hand. Yeah, 35 seconds left. RB could be rezzed. Looking.
30 seconds left.
Is that going to bait the swing out? Sax is creeping it forward, but he's flashed.
So that gives them
It's all
info.
into cracks, and Stax gets 2.
There's actually a one.
Somehow,
1v1.
DRX have gotten up to 7.
Where?
5 ults. That
Is
was a
this sort
5
of
ult
thing
round,
coming
yeah.
from finally
Correct.
from DRX.
It was.
I love that final play, tapping the pick
Oh,
up
poor
on
kid
the
in the
KO
shadows.
down. Stax creeps up close. He's not affected by that flash.
Poor, everyone give it up.
And the Nightfall
Get in the shadows.
in between timings.
Out
Resist
there
has
on
to
his
put down the
own.
Smoke. It's impossible for him to get away from it.
Just
Stax
trying
with the
to.
finishing touches on that one though. Back into the round. Much quicker approach here from Foot.
I think it's
Back
just
on a save
exploratory
again.
now. Spike
See,
is
this
just
is why
now
you
being
go
souped
for
up.
the classics in one
Osh has
round
already
rather
fallen.
than this.
Osh
Instead of
has
doing
to
buy,
spam
save, buy, save,
down
buy,
short
save,
through the orb.
you just do classics and you go buy, buy, buy.
Foot once again.
I actually
hauling
need to
brakes on
leave
the
for work
situation.
soon. Well, this is going to be
Leaving
fun,
Kiwi.
isn't it?
As the trap, it's just the sheriff.
Don't worry, I'll mod. I'll do the bingo.
The spot that falls off of it. Very clean so far against this light buy. And they have completely reset the ult cycle for Foot. They thought they were about to end the game last round. Remember, that showstopper was used, Brim ult was used, Nightfall was used.
Where's the script read? Don't know.
Rush still has his pit.
It's like the Avatar.
But other than that, it's Fully tried.
It's a nice one out with a Singer onto Stacks. Still 4 rifles remain for DRX.
30 seconds left.
Buzz with another, the deep nade, unaware of the fact that captain's up close, but it does not matter.
Toxin screen down.
Another round for DRX.
Uncle might have known he was in that corner. That's why he puts the wall down, and he's happy to hold that.
Yeah.
It's a dual angle hold, too, against the long peak or the person who's stuck in that. As long as he's not on the right. Again, well done from all of us. You saw the spam at the beginning of the round.
Fake, I mean, I wouldn't call this a fake comeback just yet. If they win another one, I would call this a fake comeback.
DRX will start to get even.
I still don't quite believe.
At
12, I still don't quite believe.
So far, it's not really falling for them.
If they win this
4
one
rounds in a
though,
row
I'll
for the
start to
defense, 5 of
believe.
the last 6. The attempted ferocious comeback continues.
Ooh, going out.
Fallen getting pushed off, and he's dead.
There's the little microaggression that you need to start punishing these dry walks from FUT.
Okay.
You are forcing
Here
depth
we
to
go.
come out of FUT strap hook now. Absolutely. Seekers pops. That scares me a little
We
bit.
could use a
No more
foot timeout. After this
Force
one, those
against this
timeouts
Viper's
surely.
pit if it
But
does
again,
get
this should be.
used.
I mean, this is a situation where light
Remember how
shields,
good
by the
Buzz
way,
was in the
also
previous round.
100% correct. Because again, it's a 1-player game. You only have to care about your recon.
Still alive, still healthy. It seems like they may be pushing into him. Whether or not they commit on the safe short hit.
Looks like they're marking for a hunt when Mr. Fallen's dead.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Oh, that's up close! Buzz with another! Buzz with 2! You believe yet?
All
Might be
happening.
happening. Streak of 5. This is supposed to be FUT's better side. They started off by getting up to match point.
Oh yeah, my 13-10 Fred, not looking
It's
this great.
12 to 4. I think everybody's starting to hold their breath for this.
Okay, now it's a fake
I
comeback.
think DRX knows it's actually possible now. A tone shift.
Do any EMEA
the
teams
last
use
few
light
rounds.
shields?
Even at the beginning
Yes,
of
every
any
single one
of these rounds
bar
that they
FUT
won. Multi-kill,
at this tournament.
multi-kill.
And the literal, well, not
They've
inventors
changed their
of it, I
setup
guess,
just a
but
little
the
bit.
the
Buzz is
main
playing up
users.
top, and his
Again,
enemy
so
Zest
so
is
like
U-Haul.
this is the thing, right? Like they've done buy
And who are
safe,
you?
buy safe.
Oh,
Jiggly
sorry,
Boy
I'm
69. What a disgusting name.
Good lord.
And a slow, methodical approach. Might
Oh, okay, they
be
finally
answer
get the
this
first
time,
kill.
Maybe it's the pistols, or perhaps it's just going to be more DRX just cleaning them up. Flash out of the smoke as he tries to tuck into bench, and he's caught.
Oh,
That's a weapon in the hands of Kiwi. Zest tucking.
he hit that
Lost
shot.
showers. Kiwi's so weak, and Zest knows he's passed right by the Roomba.
Oh my goodness.
But Kiwi's still running away. Paranoid of the pressure. Zest giving up the
Oh my
exploratory
God.
efforts at the worst possible time.
You're going to need to smoke the spike and start to try to get a defuse going. Force them to come out of their hiding holes.
Have ult.
Pit available for Mako, that could help.
8 HP. I mean, do you invest it here? No one goes potentially. It's safe to spam, and another kill for Mako.
But they got
8
Zest.
HP, 8 bullets, Stacks in half. He has to pull off. Can Stacks do a 1v3 by himself? He's trying to get knifed, and he cannot. Of course, it's a Thrifty
Well,
that closes map
it's always a
1.
Thrifty.
FUT walk away with the win, 13-9.
Right as you believed.
It's all a bait.
A fake comeback. What a surprise. What a game from FUT. That first half put them in just unbelievably good position. This team on the other side, though, they came back to life. You cannot deny that. They looked absolutely flat at the beginning.
Yeah,
And who are you?
that was big for DRX, I think.
Clearly uncomfortable
If that
on
game would have
map.
ended 13-3, I think they would have just lost.
On
At
that
least they got
stage,
some
on
rounds
that
there at the end to
situation.
kind of get back into it.
With
Maso
elimination
Bral with the prime.
possible.
Thank you.
The first time in almost 2 years that could happen for DRX. Still possible now. In fact, even more possible as we go on to map 2. have to say, they came swinging back. Buzz was active. Mako started getting active a little bit. Zest, particularly.
Drops enable? Should be. Although people have had trouble with the drops, not just
Well,
me.
I think to both of those, Mako and Zest,
Although I
the two
don't know if I've
controllers,
had
were
any
the ones
trouble
who
with it.
struggled tremendously in the first half. So you're right. I think
The bingo card looks like this. Did we get anything else? No OT. I don't know about the gun buddies. White Swing, I would say no. We haven't had Collat. No GeoGuessr yet. First map, Haven, no. No, no. No, no. No, no. A Flawless Thrifty? I don't think we got a Flawless Thrifty either. Double Duelist comp, no. Lineup doesn't hit. Almost, but no. Attackers go to be on Eco Haven. A lot of Haven. EDGT1 could be Haven. Ult ready on round 3. Yes, we had this. Kiwi had ult on round 3. Knife kill, no. Well, it could have been. Calming core round. No time to plant. I assume that this has to be somewhat like bad as well. Like, not just like, oh, they had no time to plant, but like, you know, they make a weird decision. To be a calming core round. Shorty 2K, no. And firing a dead body, I don't think we had either. So right now we're just this. So the best way of getting it is line. I mean, this is fairly plausible across the day. As long as we get a Haven game, which Haven is the third map of this. This is pretty plausible. We'll get this one. The Reyna pick might be the problem with this. Like, we'll probably get a Collat at some point today, but the Reyna pick might stop this one. But this one I think is very plausible. Especially with DRX. Because they just play all the time for lineups. Okay, let's play global whilst we wait. No Fs though. Next map score. The next map score, DRX I think will win on Fracture. I'm going to go 13. I'll stick with it. 13-10. Iraq is adjacent to the answer. Iran. No. Saudi is adjacent to the answer. Could be Kuwait. Could be any of these. Let's go Jordan. Jordan adjacent to both? Yes. I was a bit worried it wasn't adjacent to Iraq there, but it is. How does he do it? We'll never know. We'll never know. But okay, 1-0 to FUT. I was a bit worried today might be a short day. But I have a feeling, I don't know, I'm feeling good for DRX on Fracture. And then Haven, who knows? Who knows? GeoGuessr, what? You want me to try and get 5 in a row quickly? For the bingo? Yeah, it looks like we got some English in there. The kind of vibe... I don't know about the vibe, to be honest. The sun is in the... The sun is kind of in the north, but I'm not sure I can trust that. So, because it's kind of like right on east. So I don't know where the sun is. The signs are kind of Americanized. The vibe is kind of like Southeast Asian. An Americanized Southeast Asian means Philippines. Or it means Mexico. Yeah, close enough. Taste the feeling. The Bulgaria? I think it is. Okay, sun in the north. Looks like that. I don't know what these road signs are. We've got hills. Driving on the right. Like an American sign. Huh. So we're driving on the... Driving on the right. We've got like an American sign. So it must be in South America. It's quite dry. I'm not gonna get it.
It's constantly
I'm not
embarrassing.
gonna get fined.
So it all works out. But let's go
Unlucky.
ahead and jump into the breakdown of what we saw there. And
I'm gonna
what
make
we
some
saw
food.
was
I'll be back
essentially
with my
just
wheat
a
bix.
FUT team that felt real confident, was able to take any
Leave
battles
whenever
that
you
they
want,
want.
Kevin Shadows.
Kiwi,
I'm
an
sure the chat
incredible
will be
performance out of
just
him
fine.
as well. 28
What can go
kills
wrong?
drop. You love to see it.
Yeah, also 8-0 in first kill to first death, dropping, I mean, huge amounts of ACS. With 1.3 KPR, my man is dominating.
Yeah. You just, when the FUT players as well, when they get going, especially these Turkish players, they've said in the past in interviews, very momentum-based. They said it just then in the coaching interview. Absolutely. When they get the ball rolling, they feel like they can just win these series out as well. And that's going to be an important factor as well when they continue that. But I can't stress enough how disappointed I am with DRX as well. I think just overall with their performance. Yes, they brought it back and made it respectable on paper, but the first half was an absolute flattening, and it was only through sheer heroics that they were able to win it out. Zest as well as the individual that we're watching right now. But man, I just wonder, where would this team be at if they actually just stuck to a consistent roster and were getting consistent practice?
At least he was getting some practice in the aim lab shoot around. I mean, he's practicing on bind, isn't he? He's popping heads all over. This is the best practice that Zest has got.
Yeah, just running and gutted.
Right, yeah, because that's what we do. Looks like he's
This is what he's doing while Foxy9 is in scrims. This is what he's up to while Foxy9's in.
Oh man, well there's your Aim Labs shoot around. By the way, make sure you scan that QR code, get a cheeky little discount for you for Aim Labs as well. But yeah, you know, yes, I am disappointed. Disappointed because I said it with my whole chest that it was going to be a 2-0 for DRX, and I stand by it. Still stand by it. Still think there's a chance. Regardless, though, I know that's not how time works. It is going to be FUT that takes the win, 13-9. We now set our sights to Fracture here. And Josh, as we get ready for this, I can't help but wonder how the compositions are going to play out, and also Neon.
Yeah, so both teams have liked to run Neon recently, and DRX are going to go for all-out aggression again. They're going to start on the defense, so, you know, FUT have got an opportunity to turn up the tempo early. But when the sides swap, I think you're going to see the same thing. DRX, all-out execs, and FUT demonstrated with those showers pushes an ability to understand ways of playing against it. Taking map control, flanking on the retakes, denying positioning from Mako. They have the ideas that they need to win on Fracture. I like DRX can get back into this, but man, they look so out of it.
They really do. I think that they have enough structure when they play on Fracture with Zestin and the comp that they play. It's solid enough that it does take a bit of, you know, homework being done by the opposition to break it. I'm talking about their post-plant setups. When they're on halls, B main, that kind of area of the map. If you do your homework and know how to disrupt it by taking that B main tree control, it can be brutal for them.
Well, let's go ahead and get a little bit of insight there from Termi as we had Yinsu standing by.
Not an easy start for DRX here, and I'm joined by their coach, Termi. Termi, you played against FUT on map 1. Going into map 2, what do you think is one thing that you need to look out for in order for your team
quickly
to win?
go to the toilet.
일단 저희는 풋 e스포츠에 대해서 분석을 이미 다 완료한 상태고, 바인드 같은 경우는 저희의 포스트 플랜트에서 사소한 실수 때문에 좀 스코어가 많이 벌어졌던 것 같고, 프랙처에서는 이미 뭐 저희가 다 준비가 돼 있기 때문에 하던 대로 해서 잘 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
We're done analyzing football esports. We came in here ready and well prepared to go. I just think that on binds, a lot of mistakes were made during the post plan. So we'll make sure to, you know, perfect our game going into Fracture, and we should be good.
Thank you very much, Jen, for translating, and thank you, Termi, for joining me. Let's see if DRX can turn this around.
Bren.
We need to audit this man's finances, because that answer I'm not pleased with at all. I think the fact that he thinks the problem is in the post plant, they weren't even able to get into the post plant on their attack side as well. When they were in the post plant, they have good protocols when they want to set it up and delay, like Mako and Zest with their mollies and whatnot, but they're struggling to even get into that in the first place.
Yeah, and the way that he's answering that, it just sounds so one-dimensional, man. Okay, so take a look at the agent selected, Neon on both sides. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah,
it is. It is going to be quite fascinating to see how this plays out here. And but I'm curious if RB has what it takes to go toe-to-toe in those one-on-ones against Kiwi. Because Kiwi was on fire in those first kills.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be a lot on Kiwi, on RB actually to stop Kiwi, because Kiwi is, again, a heavily momentum-based player. When he gets going, if he's feeling fired up and like he's hitting every shot, I mean, it's brutal to try and shut him down. But I want to reiterate on the point that I was talking about before we even went to that coach's interview as well, which is the fact that, you know, DRX are one-dimensional. They can be worked out on this map, but their ideas are pretty solid. Like, they have really good ideas in terms of how they want to hold the A lobby control. Like, they have, like, essentially, like, 3 pieces to it, where they have one player playing anti, one player really far back, usually Mako playing, like, post-plant mollies. The ideas have a lot of thought put into it, and they are hard to break, but FUT have clearly demonstrated so far that they are doing that preparation, and I think they've got the skill to bring this over the line.
Well, let's see if it's going to be a 2-0, but for DRX fans around the world, they want to see this go to 3. They need to see this go to 3 to send us back over to Doug and Paula.
Okay.
You're absolutely
Here
right,
we go.
Golden Boy. We saw Paper Thin on Twitter trying to summon any sort of like dark magic help with the jersey that he puts on the floor. Ridiculous tweet. I did see Kanyang on the way back over here, and he was cold. Walking forward goes, it's our turn now. As they head to Fracture, I can see it.
That's kind of cold, but yeah, I can see it a lot, actually. I really think that DRX has really come up with a formula on this map that works really well. RB on this Neon is probably my favorite implementation of any Neon.
Is DRX
because
washed?
his stuns are just so
One
good.
says
He's so
yes,
decisive with
straight
his
away someone else
dashes
says
or his
no.
slides with that character. It's going to be a really interesting battle. Kiwi has the momentum. That's what Gaius in
Sad I
that
can't stay up, but I know that DRX is limited every race. I had to lose my 5 gifted gamble. Oh, it's Estefarius is DRX.
They have to avoid a slow start.
Unlucky.
Among
Whose
all
foot
other
is it?
things,
Hold on.
that has to be at the top of their list.
Forgot to get the shield.
Fortunately for them, on the attacking side, they can dictate some
Thing
of
is,
that
they kind
pace,
of
or at
ruined
least
the sheep
influence
by
it
having
more
these stats up.
than they would otherwise. And that pace, while currently not ferocious, is headed towards B.
These two.
Oh no. My stream is actually fine. It's just this one.
Nanoswarm's actually posted up to deny both plants. If Kiwi's
I haven't
too
dropped
fast,
a
he won't
single
break
frame
them, but
today.
he actually finds the one on top of the box.
Yeah, one gone, the other used.
That's kind of crazy from him.
Dude, they're going to have so much time to get into post-plane positions.
Look at this triple flank coming in from DRX.
Sure,
You're
buddy.
right, they're
I
gonna get
literally
time to get
have
into
the
post plants,
stats.
but Krax is
What
the
do you mean,
only player
sure,
here to
buddy?
receive it. Almost gets stunned up.
That's not.
Kiwi is joined.
He just got self-stunned.
Yeah. Certainly not the intent.
They're blocking each other now.
Playing closer. The spacing is not great. Pacing
Nice
on
from
a bit
Mako.
more labor too. Mako with another. And now they
Oh, the
funnel
reflank
forward.
though. Oh, but just hit it.
3 remain for the attacking
But
side.
Maj doesn't care.
And it's been equalized at 3. He's
3v3.
so weak. He still gets a kill onto the opposing Sentinel. Buzz has gotten it half, 3/4 of the way. He's just going to hold it. And that's exactly what he does.
Okay, nice retake from DRX to come on this flank.
That's just crazy there. Here, I think RB was trying to let himself die. Obviously, he's going to look for the kills, but allow the 2 players who are flanking with him to not be spotted so that they can surprise him again. But Maj with the underpass flank.
Big stop for
cancels
DRX.
that, still allows that defuse to start very early.
Full Bulldogs.
You mentioned the need for FUT to avoid a slow start. Find themselves down 1, not really investing into this next round. While DRX have Bulldogs, I mean, across the board.
FUT lose this mode, do they have a chance to win Haven? Yeah.
Players inside of halls there. Pretty good setup.
Not if they play like they did yesterday.
Out of captain, going
But
to start
yeah.
farming up these orbs. You can get plenty on this specific round here.
I believe they've already gotten 2.
The dish one, the arcade one. They're going to stop at this point.
Now,
Let's go for the exec.
Yeah, not wanting min-max any further, they start to funnel their way forward out. Remember, the lighter weaponry that they have, how do they manage the disadvantage? So far, they cannot. Buzz has already gotten 2.
Okay, Buzz on his own.
Mako tucking into the smoke, Sack's popping back out, and he's paying for it with his life. Mako now holding the angle. You see the haunt.
Is this not off point?
Spike rotating back up, and it's going to be Buzz to receive. Here's him running. Blows off a kneecap and
Hey,
blows
Buzz,
off the head.
big.
Buzz with 4.
Go off lockdown. Although defensive lockdowns on this map, not always the
Here's
best.
that point where it either becomes a slow start from FUT or they start to clap back. This is DRX's pick. We've seen so many successes from them on this map. The way they play it is unique as well. A lot of times you saw the fade only being used when it was like the Omen from Na'Vi way back when. They really reinvented this sort of idea. The fade neon.
Okay, stun. Got the KO
Other
knife,
teams have been
though.
bringing in the fade as well, just really unique haunts to be found. FUT with the indecision there, you can tell. You saw the Kiwi wanted to go into halls there with a flash from Crocs, but Mr. Fallen already walking the other way. Leading his team towards this B site. Buzz 5-0 so far.
Yeah, no, he's in a
heater of a start, especially given the performance he had on the first map too. He's just picking up right where he left off.
yeah, smoke.
Sun's
Now
out,
this
and
one
again,
comes
it's
in.
delay.
That's great from him, finding the gap between the stuns too. Fantastic prep against this neon. By the way, you can play on site right now, not
This is
worried
nice
about
from
arcade, not
DRX.
worried about tower because of that Molly alarm bot
It's a
setup.
nice look, though.
If FUT end B here, Maj is in a position to potentially push to spawn. All right, I wonder how much of that that's going to draw back to Stacks it down. Buzz swinging in. He has 2 served up right in front of him, but he couldn't see any of them. RB looking to cut off the rotations, and it's Cracks who drops him.
Now Ada Captain has his ult too.
30 seconds left.
Maj holding any rotation into the side, not anymore. 25 seconds too.
Orbital strike drops. Yes, 85 HP. Kiwi cleans him up. That's a spike down.
Well, they
Mako
got the
not
ult
able
out,
to
so
hold.
it's not too bad for DRX. Getting that Brim ult out as well.
He was on the line. But I love that reactive ult from Ada Captain. Knows that he's going to go for the gun. Knows that he needs to hold that space, either to push him deep into dish, so that they can get the site, they can get the plant, or to force him to fight them while he's still alone on the site.
If RB
Barbie
gets one
two
there,
that's a different situation.
even if
So
he gets
DRX
one, I
still
think
had
they have
that
a
in their
chance.
hands. Full light armor across the board too for DRX.
So again, we get an early battle over A main. A lot of south side from FUT thus far.
This trade of relay bolts, the stuns from the Neons,
And the knife from Cracks too.
so important.
Yeah.
To earn that early space, DRX wins the battle. And right back to Buzz. I mean, this feels like the same situation that we had in the last round, but there's a deeper alarm bot here, and Buzz will not have the freedom to give up off of tower because that alarm bot again. Deep into tree.
For FUT, it's a
Yeah, they
different
try and
approach
go for
too. They take underpass, go to the northern side, and want to split it a little bit harder. And here they find their
split,
space.
and this is where you're in trouble as Buzz. But no one's actually coming up this way.
Tower, and they have to clear it. They have to check
There
it.
you
It's
go.
well considered by Maj.
Punish the tower alone.
Off of the neural theft, that captain does get the spike down. And there's
Nice
just way
round
too much
from
for
FUT.
Stacks to handle. Do they just cut losses here? Do they rotate off? Mako's the only one who's still alive.
That's why you
Zest
don't play
was up a
Killjoy
moment
Tower
ago.
alone. Because anytime that this happens, you're pretty much done.
That's tough. That flash from Stacks intended to help RB continue to flank onto tree.
Wait, Masso Burrell, did I say your name? With the prime?
2 rounds
I
in a
can't
row now
remember
for
if I did.
DRX. Lost. It's funny because I said
Now the
emphasis
money
needs to be
here
for FUT to
will
stop
be
a slow start from
interesting
happening.
because I'll
I
have
definitely think that's
2,400.
achieved already.
I haven't got any kills, which kind of hurts.
But on the flip side,
It probably
DRX
will be a save.
needed to stomp on this map, I feel like. Need to bring the same energy that we saw from FUT in that first half on Bind. Here on the Fracture. Especially if they manage to bring it to a map 3.
Remember again, the owner of DRX with a foreboding, it's our turn. Brimming with confidence, and so far it just hasn't really met that expectation.
I would be confident too with DRX's record on this map. But I wouldn't be confident
Might
after
go
watching
with the
that
one
Bind.
gun.
I don't know how you can flip your mind after it.
So they're going to get aggressive.
An attempt must be made. You see that early space denied from DRX off the stun and the brim smoke too.
I really wonder what Termi was actually thinking backstage when he was speaking with his team.
So
in
they did
between
come down
maps.
here, but now it's kind of ended up being a bit
When he
of
spoke to Yinsu,
a bluff. RB gets
good
one.
trade right there. But when he spoke to Yinsu, that did not
And again,
give confidence to the desk, and I agree with him.
You're in
It's just
such
so
trouble
crazy.
here against the KO
Brent
as
was
well.
calling
Like
to
against this
Optimus, finding
specific comp, like I mean,
The
being
Termi
here
slander when the
was
guy's a legend, but realistically, everything so far this season has put into question some of the decisions being made.
Right there.
An opportunity here though for DRX to silence the questions, at least temporarily. Get to a map 3. This is where they wanted to be. This is the setting that they chose. And they find themselves tied up too early on a light buy with no real ability to convert.
Okay.
The thrifties that came in droves on buy.
3-2.
Not found here.
Spike planted.
I want to see a shift of the setup now. Buzz has been playing on this side over and over and over. Some of the similar situations. Nanoswarms on one side. It's getting exposed right now, allowing Maj full control of Arcade multiple times. That execute that FUT has been relying on now. Multiple successes, even in the round where they swapped over towards A, they got success on B before heading back. I'm gonna see Mako getting onto that side, anchoring with Buzz. Holding on against the Neon.
That was how they were currently set up right before heading into this timeout, which DRX has called. We'll see if there are any adjustments on the opposite side of this.
If we see Buzz and Tower after this timeout,
FUT
it's
just
over.
needs to continue doing what they're doing. I mean, Kiwi has not slowed down since that first map. The guy's 7-2 already. And he has a lot to deal with. I mean, he's not just
I
playing
need
the
to
Rays from
eat.
last
I'm trying
game.
to eat so I can
He's
talk on
the
stream.
Neon.
I'm
Yes, solo
trying to be a
duelist.
good streamer
Duelist,
by
a lot
eating
of times
fast.
you're thinking, okay, they just have to frag. But no, on this one, you have to
Also, I woke up
stay
starving
alive
for
so
some reason.
often to allow yourself to pivot when you're playing solo smokes. You have to get those stuns off, the battles that you've seen in halls over and over. Kiwi's doing a great job at it so far and staying on top of the pivots. In fact, enabling them.
I am known for eating pretty fast,
Both
though.
him and Maj, I think, are the most impactful players here for FUT so far. It's early timeout for DRX as well. They needed it on Bind. Didn't really net them much early in that first half. The strategic shifts have not been there, and I don't think they're there again. This time it's arcade control rather than halls, rather than A main.
Bro.
But the setup on B where they've been getting exposed is the same.
Bro. It's Jova.
Maybe just a bit more spread out as far as the utility that he's invested, but you're right.
Yeah, he put the Nanoswarm on arcade entrance instead. Mako on the site this time.
He pushed his way into Canteen to cut off the rotations, and he could be the linchpin on it. A 1-for-1, but the damage done.
Only one smoke from out of Captain too, and yeah, this pivot. Mr. Fallen, or excuse me, Stax is really concerned about more players coming through Canteen right now, but there is nobody there, which leaves RB alone on this site. Still 2 stuns, can delay for quite some time.
There's the first, and there's the second. The delay done, the Rolling Thunder invested, and that's gonna hit them all.
Nobody can follow up on the stuns right now. There's 3 players stuck in halls.
They don't have dish control either. Maj is posted up there right now. Providing cover, Stax flash on the turn, tries to get the shots, he cannot. It's another clean round out from FUT.
And that indecision from Stax there. The IGL who's usually so confident in the calls that he's making.
I like this comp still.
Not sure
I mean, I think you see it here from FUT. Like, obviously,
not communicating
this is kind of like the old optic comp, but with a
Kiwi
Cypher
comes
instead of
through.
the chamber.
Only player there, Zest, who dies to him.
Unlike,
Not able to actually confirm any extra info.
obviously,
so Stax stays off that
it's not as good as the old
It's
chamber
great
version,
for RB
but
to follow up on in the site.
it's still
But it's the FUT players
good.
who just sit there. They're chilling. That
You know?
breach ult didn't do anything to them. They get the kill first. Full control, no need to even hunt Buzz right now.
Is China included in Pacific? No. China is its own beast. Not sure what happens if China
What
wins
may be saving grace is for Buzz. He
the
has
tournament.
the
I guess
lockdown
China
going
would
into the
get
next
2
round.
LCQ spots.
Maybe they try to play around that. But they do just look disjointed, discombobulated.
But the comp be better with Killjoy. I personally prefer Cypher on this map. I don't think it's like, you know, I don't think it's like a major difference. It's kind of my personal preference.
Feeling the same sort of
for
waves
Cypher,
that they might have been feeling on Bind at the beginning of that game. Finally, stun.
So
to
either is
control
okay.
here on Treat. This could do damage. Double stun connected.
How they get aggressive.
But
This is
only
kind of
one
what
kill
was missing,
found.
but FUT still get the
The
win.
follow-up from Stax doesn't work out either. Buzz again in trouble alone.
Has utility to delay.
Kiwi still up to help in this fight.
There's the first nano, and it's a pinch. They're rotating in from the southern side. They've got him boxed in.
He's looking though, out of Captain, ready for it.
Oh, but
Out
Macro
of Captain
wins
the
the
first
fight.
call. Buzz on the swing. The timing is great. Mr. Fallen joins him. But Kiwi finding the space to open the site. The problem is the spike's out of reach.
Look at Maj. He's instantly going down underpass. Mako's already aware of it, but Mako has not been great this game. Maj has been fantastic at these peaks. If they can find the timing together.
Oh, Kiwi's a demon at this.
Maybe. Zest gets the kill. Kiwi left alone.
He's gonna run all the way arcade? No.
Managed to get the spike, and he's gotten it down into
Oh,
1v2.
that haunt
Close
hurts.
planned situation, but you're right, the haunt was the issue.
Way on high.
Okay, DRX, get a bit aggressive, and it pays off. I think that's probably what they were lacking. You know, we
Finally
didn't really see
controlled
much aggression
And
from
that
them,
should
to
have
be honest.
actually gone horrible in my mind after Stax and RB both fall, only finding 1 kill in that situation, that tree push. Right here, out of Captain getting both of them with Mr. Fallen combining.
That was the big kill, though, there.
That haunt was filthy.
I mean, when you're planning, you can't do anything to break it. You probably couldn't
Okay.
even see it on your screen then. That thing
When you
was
have a
so
judge,
high.
tower alone is acceptable.
Just an
It's
auditory
acceptable
tease
with a
that death
judge.
was impending.
Because you probably will at least get 1.
FUT still hang on to a lead
If
here.
not
They
two,
have the
it'd be
Rolling
a
Thunder,
problem.
and they have the Orbital Strike from out of Captain. Tools here. Big ones on the attacking side. And another
Again,
hit
though,
towards
I
B.
mean, it's a lot of B hits.
Nightfall used, though. You see Judge getting value in the hands of Buzz. Mako with the ult, but Kiwi with the swing.
Now,
Somehow got through that smoke is
Zest has
Zest
sneaked through here.
deep, RB flanking as well.
Yeah, he just got hit by a trip, though.
Look at Maj. He's gonna be way too late. You until out though, cracks.
Surely you consider the positioning there.
Hold on, Zest
They've
could
taken
stick
the
the
site
spike.
back. They've taken the space.
Oh, it's not planted for them
No.
whatsoever.
They
No
don't have
util to deny this. It's over.
Almost got a bit
What a
greedy.
call.
So yeah, Zest sneaks
Thrown
through
asunder under the blunder of their own fumble.
and basically wins a round.
What's that? 2 people caught out with util there. Okay, we got behind 2 people in that smoke. And DRX.
That's a
holding on
massive
for
win
now.
for
Still
DRX.
not
I mean,
pretty though.
yeah, the buy isn't great, but I mean, we could drop a gun.
FUT need to continue extending this lead. They're definitely in better form right now. Definitely, without a doubt.
Agreed.
And up 1-0 right now. They cannot let that form slip.
Remember, there have been so many instances where they've tested the waters towards A, towards Halls, off of the knife, off of the stuns, but then they reset and hit B. Is this the first time they push the pace?
Again, they haven't really been able. I mean, FUT
think in this case
have
you
basically
actually
just
want
done the
Maj
same
to
thing.
take
I mean,
some
it's been
contact here
4-1 pretty much
to make it
every
look like
single
they're still
round,
heading
and they have
towards B.
never done a
And
try and
strike
like
out of A.
punish
I don't think that's the plan.
on Maj
Instead of
at any
sand
point.
crunch.
You know, some kind of like
There's no
slow
concealing
walk
this at all.
up dish.
This works just as well though. Execution, where's it at?
You have 2 on site, and the orbital strike should separate. It does. Maj not able to find a second. As Sax is on their trade, Buzz, who's going to be rotating so late, still has that lockdown to play around. So if they commit to the site, they're going to have him trapped in.
Remember, Out of Captain just uses Brim ult too, can't break it.
No Halls control for FUT. What's the play? How did they commit? Krax has been spotted. He was stunned, and now dead.
Here it is, inside of sand. They're not using it!
3v3 here, and it instantly falls apart.
And they all just swing.
There? That lockdown inside of sand, I mean, they don't have Halls control, but I'm not sure what they think is going on there. You get deep into sand,
problem with
you
that-
put that lockdown down, that covers all of sight.
Yeah, but I mean, when you got
That
no,
covers so
like
much
you
of Halls,
expect that
too.
they're gonna be in Halls.
Maybe it was just the paranoia that they didn't have Halls control, but
It must be. I think it might just be 2 players.
Also, the
deciding to
time.
peek
Like by the
before
time the
calls
killjoy
come through.
lockdown's going off, the time is very low.
I think that.
DJ Jones
broken
777
by
with the
for
4
defensive
months.
side, just the Bucky in the hands of Buzz. Early space taken away from DRX.
Yeah, look at that space they have in tree.
Okay, this time they finally kind of change it
But with
up
that
here.
smoke,
for
I mean, it's a given.
towards
What's going on
arcade.
right now? It's fully understood.
Attack inside, all rotating over, and
Oh my goodness.
they thought they had a trap set up. RB uses the ult.
Oh, and it gets tagged too.
What are the rules for going on the rope
You had to
again?
judge
I
the
always
last round.
forget
It
this.
must be considered the shotgun.
When and when can they not hear you on the rope?
He's playing up in tower. He's got utility to
It's gonna run out, yeah.
provide cover.
Ult's
You can
gone.
tell he was tempted.
They
He
just
wanted
wait
to
for
push
it.
out through that smoke.
That would have been a.
They can't
awful
hear you at
position
all.
with
Is that what it
What
is?
we know on the minimap right now.
When you get on and off. See, this is the thing.
They're gonna funnel their way out. RB has a chance.
When
to
you're at the
spoiler,
bottom, they can
but he's
hear you.
sectioned off and he's dead. Only taking one with him. Mako on
Seems
the
like the
swing.
people
Buzz
don't know
finding
either.
value with it.
Like running in.
Zest is still here. He's playing far off. All he has is a classic though, and the classic works. Buzz with 3, and we're tied at 5.
They're just all running through a brimley.
Yeah, that's fun. Little Bucky action up in tower. That's long range too. Oh, he's running through a molly as well. That's brutal.
So much damage done with that Bucky. Even the dink to set up the last kill with the classic.
FUT are letting this slip right now.
Okay, FUT timeout. I mean, yeah, it feels like FUT could have had a lot of
Even
extra
having
rounds.
problems with it all.
DRX getting to
They
5 kind of
stuck
feels like a
themselves
bit
in
of a
arcade
miracle.
and sat there for about 40 seconds.
Original Barry with the 2 months.
But again, I think they even made the right choices in that round. After they saw that smoke come down, the stun coming in from Stax and RB, they knew the play that
I mean,
was
yeah,
being made.
normally 5 for DRX defense is good enough.
They
to
got
be
away
honest.
from that complete trap on the south side. DRX.
So I asked what the rope rules
Didn't
were,
find anything.
and I got about
So the
20
main
different
plan,
answers.
Main idea fails. And even with that FUT, greater weaponry still lose that round.
There have been a lot of proposals from the fans this tournament.
I'm going to assume, my assumption was always that it was the same as other ropes,
Yes or no, Mako?
Everyone getting booed
which
up
is
at
they can hear you clip
no
onto it.
response.
He's got other things to focus on. It's been tough for him. Tough, slow going this entire series. He's not having the same magical moments that he had against ASC. Even against EG, he had a couple.
But the thing is, where can they hear you clip onto it from? Wouldn't they have to be like
in the world, bar none?
I mean, these setups have been pretty much the same every round.
Shocking.
They go for that spawn play.
Kiwi's through again. This time not cutting off any rotations.
We gotta rotate back.
I don't think that turret even spotted right now.
Which is interesting because they should have heard it go off. Mako trying to anchor between him and the turret. Adcapto's caught in a hard place. Mako looking for another, not able to clean Kiwi up.
Both lose the fight.
One enemy remaining.
Spam just not landing, but that's all right because Krax was there to save it.
I mean, this set. How many times are they gonna do the same setup? Oh my god.
Getting real close to attempting this 1v4, but oh no. He's going for the knife.
A knife? What kind of skin
The
is there on the
stun
knife?
too to try to catch him.
What's the skin on the knife? Okay, that's a good one. Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it.
It's Jover. When the knife comes out, oh no. Poor guy.
It's Jover.
RB's reaction to that. It's gotta be a absolute jump scare.
Robbed of it. FUT hanging on to a one-round lead late in the first half. 4 ults to work with.
Okay, so 3 bulldogs as well.
While DRX
Look at
only
this
have one,
Killjoy
and that's
lockdown.
Buzz's lockdown.
Hey, wait, they did a different setup. Well,
A knife that we've seen a couple of times, only tagging
Buzz is
RB
just
as
in
we've
spawn,
seen
I guess,
before.
with the KO.
Oh, interesting, actually. The only person without an ult, but still collecting the orb.
Yeah, they're going to make a run at it. Get ever closer.
Does have the spike as well, so I mean, 2 kills for him, that's it.
Can it
Kiwi
push
going for the
spawn?
ult slides in, gets
Mako
canceled,
says no.
deleted. But everybody playing off-site. Buzz not even here, remember, he's been there every single time.
Stax managed to get his Rolling Thunder here, so they have 2 big ults.
This is odd too. Buzz is gonna get into position to use the lockdown, but they do have the Brim ult to cancel it.
And Maj is already down there. They wanted to go an underpass, but there it is. Orbital Strike, Rolling Thunder, and Lockdown all invested almost simultaneously. Lockdown's cleared. Zest on the swing, 10 HP.
Already defusing.
He's already gotten it to half. That's huge. In the face of the Molly, stays alive.
Still an aftershock from Mr. Fallen too.
They're both so weak. Maj on the swing, and he's found. Spotted. There's the aftershock that you were just mentioning. Now the fall line, the swing is there. RB's already gotten it, and Zest is gonna hold it the whole way! Tied at 6.
Okay, 6-6.
What a half that
Yeah,
was.
favorite DRX here.
It's crazy to me that it's even this close. Last game, I felt very similar about the way that FUT was playing. And DRX uninspired. But instead, we get this tie game. DRX's home ground. They definitely have a chance. And when facing elimination, doesn't happen that often to DRX. Late in the tournaments is when that occurs. But right now, for the first time in a year, to lose out in group stages, that's on their minds.
6-6 on Fracture, excuse me. DRX going to the attacking side. Golden Boy, take it away.
Thank you so much, fellas. Yes, 6-6 as we had just seen there. And I mean, look, I won't sugarcoat it, right? This has definitely been a bit of a topsy-turvy game for both teams, actually.
Absolutely.
But it has
I
been
love
pretty
dressing
cool to kind of
Sideshow
just see
like
DRX
Charlie
at the
Brown.
very least bring this back just a little bit, give them a fighting edge as they go into this next half.
Yeah, they got a pistol round, they got the Thrifty, they made an adjustment in the final round there too, and FUT made some like big errors to be able to draw this one level at the half, but I agree with the casters. I feel like it shouldn't have been this close.
No, it really shouldn't be. No, I mean, there was some, like you said, I mean, you really listed out the big moments from it. I mean, a straight up injection of Korean rank to the Bucky game.
You agree DRX would be
Buzz
much
looked
better
like
with
John Wick on
Potter.
the site. I mean,
How am I
just
supposed to know?
popping people from range of it. I mean, it's just absurd, but they've made it respectable. 6-6 now, and arguably as well, I would say that DRX, as long as they're not really, pushed off the way that they want to play in terms of how structured they are, they maybe are even favored as well as they head into their
Sorry,
own
you
attacks.
can't
So let's
see
go ahead and check
Sideshow.
out this Verizon high-speed moment. And this one, of course, we're going to talk
When will you
about
see me on the desk?
neon
Probably
love over
never.
here. I'm really excited for the Neon discussion only because, you know, I like things that like to just go really, really fast from Vroom. But I don't feel like the speed has necessarily been the case here. It's just been more like playing to your strengths.
Talk to Potter and Termi every day.
Yeah, I like the fact that we've got
It's actually
out here with
Termi,
RB.
T-E-R-M-I. My good friend Termi.
Yeah, also, I mean, we got
Yeah, don't misspell his name.
Neon battle.
Oh, there it is.
But yeah, I speak fluent
Kiwi
Korean
was
with
pushing
Termi.
Canteen all the time, and that's why I said Mako got a nice adjustment at the end, being able to stop that
round
to actually bring it 6-6. I think this map now comes down to have FUT got the read on DRX's
Have they
headset.
done their homework?
Yeah.
Yep, that's right. All right, guys. Well, let's see how
Feel confident in my score, Pred? 13-10? I'm feeling good about 13-10, yeah.
Map 3,
That feels
or
like a
we'll FUT close it out right here. Let's send it back
possible.
to Doug and Bala.
Thank you, fellas. Yeah, 6-6 half here. We turn our attention to the closer on Fracture. The potential for Haven on the cards, but much like you said, Bala, much like Josh said on the desk, it didn't feel like it should be this close. But alas, here we are.
DRX has had to rely, like Brent said, on just chaos, the injection of Korean ranked in some of those situations. 2 rounds that definitely shouldn't have gone their way. Could have looked at an 8-4 half instead. But it did land in favor of them, and now, oh my goodness.
I'll be
Arby so
one.
quick.
So confident, but
right back.
Kiwi's even more.
It's just crazy. Loved it. We just mentioned the Neon versus Neon battle.
Fallen looking to deal some damage, but it's
That was
actually
something that
Stacks
just
who
did
walks
not
away
happen
with
on
2.
Bind, where DRX
That's
just
classic
won
FUT
fights.
play right there. Just going right up for the recontact.
I mean, we saw it so many times on
I feel like
Bind.
10 might be ambitious for
How
DRX
effective
winning
it
this.
was.
Spike planted.
But now Maj
I
is
think
left standing
T1 are
all
going to
on his own.
qualify.
Been a pistol demon.
Look, I'd be lying if I've got
Have to
nothing
summon
against
something insane to
D1.
pull off a 1v4 like this.
Yeah.
But I'd be lying if I didn't say I'm a
Counter-sets.
huge EDG fan today.
Paper Thin's little DRX pentagram.
And for the rest of the tournament. And for the rest of time.
I mean, it's pistol round 2, so not even a chance of it.
I was, to be fair, I was
The door
in on
opening, he's
EDG
confused
early.
as to what
You
the
might remember,
situation
some of
even
you.
is. He's just looking for kills at this point. Yo, let's get that Cypher ult on board. How about that? Nice close from Stacks. Look at the ult points.
I was about to say, you talk about getting an ult online. Sax has already gotten, what, 5?
Holy moly.
That was such a Neon play. Stunned in the face. Just saw a member die. I'm taking the fight.
So we got the orb plus the plant plus 3 kills, 5 points. 3
We
for
should
the he's gonna have it in that
we should
third
have a
round,
Kid
almost
in the
certainly.
Shadows. You might want to
Yeah.
do
So you're
this
looking at
in
anti
between the
going in.
games.
Plenty of
A
time to
pred
collect
for
those
when
orbs.
the
Yeah, wonder
EMEA,
if
the
DRX
first
adjusts their
EMEA
plan to
mod
start
wakes
funneling
up
orbs into him.
and comes on.
Oh, absolutely, but love what FUT are doing, actually. Taking the space, taking at least one of those orbs away. Wouldn't be surprised not to see him actually take this site, but does have that spike, so at the very least, he'll end this round 1 away. Unless the FUT rotation
Who are the
comes
EMEA
in.
mods? Taku, Mike.
I mean, it's hot to trot.
I mean,
They're
most
taking
of
some
them, to be
space
fair.
mid, and then
UE.
Buzz on the northern side. Do you get out or do you fight? He chooses to evade.
Your
and
mods
flee.
get paid?
And I'd be taking those anti-eco kills.
Well, for making a pred every so often.
Buzz knows, though. It's gotta stick with the discipline.
I mean, I do always tell them,
Show
anytime
respect.
anytime a mod, like,
stage and you're
you know,
immune.
like mid-bot makes a meme or
DRX get
does
out
the
on
bingo
insight. They
thing,
should
I
be
do
able to
always
get the
tell them,
spike down.
you're not getting paid for this. You don't have to do it.
FUT with just pistols.
But I do
And
pay
have an
Gothu
attempted retake in a
56.
5v5.
Oh, Gothu's here
Oh.
now.
I mean,
Okay,
the
Kid in the
normal
Shadows, you
situation
can
here would
leave.
be for FUT to stay way back and spawn. Not give up anything, because I think you should be pressing tab,
Oh,
checking
Nick.
the ult points for Stacks.
He
He's one
gets,
away.
Mike wants his payment
They're
in,
getting him
in
close, though.
clout,
They're going to give him a fight.
in recognition in the
Sax is
value.
only one far off though. Buzz has already gotten 2.
And this round's actually getting
Then 3.
close. I mean,
Now Stacks showing.
I wasn't paying
some of
too
his
much
own. He
attention
just
because
wants
it's the
one.
second round and it's
Is he gonna find it?
Buzz
like,
chill.
whatever.
Interesting. Very interesting. Going on the bonus right now is 3 Bulldogs carried over. That's pretty good. Full buy coming in from FUT.
That's on an agent that changes abilities on
I don't
attack and
think I
defense.
expected them to go that deep onto the site right there with just the pistols, but you've had
I
such
doubt they
success
would do
from
that.
both sides.
When they start doing that, that's when you
On the
know
thrifty
that
rounds.
they should probably be rotating agents.
Ooh, Molly already being lined up for tower. This is the classic DRX, but a strategy that was being used against them by ASE so often.
They're so fast. Everything is pacey.
And
it
there you
nets
go,
him a
there's
kill.
the classic
But the pace is injected right back as the defense holds the line.
DRX, but
Still with that though, the spike out of reach currently. Picked up by Mako.
These guys are just getting spammed through.
2v2.
All the kills in the last three did
That's
not
a
come with
big kill by Zest. They're
Mr.
both a bit
Paul,
low.
1v2, not able
And
to
Mako
convert.
turns it, yeah.
Mako
GG.
cleans him up. DRX gets 9.
That's huge. It's crazy to think that execute, which worked so well to actually push Cracks. Cracks jumped through that entire molly, died as the players came through arcade, but then FUT somehow clawed their way
Okay.
back into that situation.
Yeah, the DRX attack side. This
Yeah,
one's
winning,
Joe,
converting
but
the
we're going
bonus
to
right now.
Haven.
DRX looked to put this game away. Brent said they were favored on this half. I would definitely agree with them. But with the form that they've shown so far, I didn't expect it to come super fast. Oh gosh.
Okay, at least he
Looks
got
like that
one.
round. Starting right off the bat with the kill.
He gets
Remember,
one, he
Buzz
gets
was
the
playing
info.
so far back last time, off the turret to take the rope. This time, not even considering the fact that
I
he
mean,
could push him.
you're about to
Oh,
get
Maj was in such
killed
good
from Sam.
position, but RB wise to it. Swings out from Sand, cleans him up.
Okay.
That was the last line of defense that they had on
How
site
was
proper.
bind? Ugly for most of it. It could have honestly been like 13.
And falling
Cold.
back into post plants. No need to stress anything right now. RB, the only player on the site. He's got a wall to play around.
There.
You heard Termy talk about how to get in the post plants. That was the problem for them, was in these situations on bind, but I agree with Brad. It wasn't even that. They
Time
couldn't
is
get
it's
these
currently
post plants.
5:47 for me.
It's
Again,
stuff like
this
this that
round should just
interrupts
be
it.
over. Oh.
Marco's Molly is out.
It's a 2v2 here. Krax has picked up a weapon. Time is short.
Last player standing.
Cracks got a
Why
kill.
he just turned on Mako. Crazy! Oh, not at the same time.
They got it. What?
It's close, but they've got it.
It should. A thrifty round for FUT, and I was actually just thinking, man, it feels like momentum has so quickly been deflated out
What?
for FUT. What an
I
injection.
was like, oh well, this game, this round's over.
I need to see
5v3.
Krax turn on Mako. That was happened off screen, but
We're chilling.
Let's see the shot.
that's that one. That one's the easy one.
And this is...
Right.
That's disgusting.
How did you see him, bro?
What are you talking about? One shot? He's just like, let's click. That might have been a misclick. Literally might have been a misclick.
One bullet.
That's crazy. That could have been the turning point of this game.
Yep. A pivotal round
Placing swarm grenade.
for the defense in the hopes of a 2-0. Slowly working their way
I was
back to
wondering
life.
why did Mako push through the smoke? Because all he has to do is live. He didn't.
Not just any 2-0-2, a 2-0 against DRX to send them out of groups.
I mean, you can't hear a thing on the map right now. Nothing but a giant, quiet jump
Okay,
spot.
we've got quite a few ults here for both sides. One off lockdown as well.
And that is how things are up. The Rolling Thunder RB with the wall up, and it's Buzz who gets the kill. Pushing forward, trying to get value with the Suns, but it's Krax who stays alive. Filthy has a chance for the third, but no.
Got the brim ult here. Could catch something else.
Just a spike. Add a captain holding for now.
Oh, he tapped to try to bait it out.
It never came. How do they go about this? Sacks on the flash. Note how weak he is. 54 HP. Had to take out a captain down. Cannot. 2v2 now. Now ult invested. And that's going to keep RB at bay
Zest
for now.
needed a kill. It's planted for him.
Suck on the outside looking in. He's healthy. He's got ult. Dares challenge.
But
Now
okay,
captain holds
coming
him
back into it.
DRX had that round.
Our buy is probably okay.
They had it 2v3.
That's 2 rounds in a row that they had.
The grip on the map, their choice.
And again, rounds that are coming down to like
out.
just pure gunfights.
What a round from Ada Captain too. The perfect opportunity to use his ult. You thought maybe to deny the plant? No, he uses it to section off the post plant. He knows DRX has been struggling. RB is not a factor in that at all. And I think Zest in Arcade doesn't realize that he's not going to have help on that cross. And he fights alone while RB is sectioned away.
I'm at DRX. I'm at FUT.
Funny enough right now, this timeout called. You're wondering which side. On my screen right now, FUT using their second, and I think it makes sense what we're seeing on screen right now.
Tell me why. Tell me more. Why is that? Why does that make sense?
2 big rounds in a row. They're in control now. Let DRX steep in the fact that they just lost 2 very, very winnable rounds.
I think also though, like that's the
crazy
problem,
part to me,
right?
though,
Like
that's
that's
their
the
last
problem.
timeout,
Like
so
DRX had
he's
2
done that.
very
And I think
winnable rounds.
also it's
Pretty
the
much
perfect
every
time
round
to
in this half,
start
DRX should have won.
speaking the
Like
things
when
that
you're
you're
relying
seeing
on hero
everyone on the
plays,
team,
like
'cause you
that's
know
not
little things
sustainable.
are being
That's not
seen
good. Like
by
this is
Ada
why I was so
Captain.
surprised
That's
that
what
FUT
I
took a
did, you know.
timeout before in
He's
Vine
spotting, okay, when they play in their post
on their
plants,
defense side
they
because they were
always
winning
fall
like
back.
flawless
They're easy
rounds.
to
It
split
wasn't
off,
like
that
close
sort of thing.
rounds. Are they going for this or are they saving? They should
Twist the
definitely go
knife.
for this. I mean, you can drop something.
With the information you
I
have
mean,
so
both
far.
of you could drop.
Odd buy coming in. Buzz doesn't even know what to buy.
Of course, you're saving.
On this attack side, it's not going to be the judge.
God,
Stinger up,
DRX and
Vandal
I'm with
up.
their economy.
Little light buy
They're
in.
so passive.
And pace forward. You see the
Like,
haunt
you've got the
tagging
neon
Maj.
ult. Like, drop this gun.
I mean, love
Like,
this position from the 2 players who are actually holding on A. No, they're not going to be able to fight the site, but holding on to drop right now with this breach hold in position is huge. Right there.
They're going to get by some time for Kiwi to rotate to the southern side.
That breach hold gone just by spam. So all of a sudden,
They have some tools still.
And they got a lot of ults.
Remember, the Thrifties have come in bunches this series. There's another opportunity at one here. Kiwi not finding anything yet. The stun.
Try to pinch halls.
Threat. And now the neural theft.
Dude's flying.
Maj has already gotten 2.
They will come in too. Mako can't use his Brimble.
No, they can just bully him. He's tucking tail and trying to run away. Swings out at just the right time, looking for the second, not converted. Zest left alone. Nothing but a Sheriff. Finds one.
Time.
He's got a gun. He's got spam. No!
Time.
Doesn't get the half.
No way! What a play! The
Wow.
rifle clutch!
And the target switch too. He was aiming at the other player, didn't even think to
cold.
go for the spike until
How close
the
was he
last
to half?
second,
He
and
had to
that
be
is just
super close.
Crazy! What a retake from the FUT players. But what a clutch! Out of Zest. What a clutch! That's the guy who wasn't playing in the first 2 series from DRX. Look at this flash. They're gonna go for a north side push. Out of Kiwi with the ult.
There are 2 here. Zest flashed, couldn't see a thing.
Reminiscent of that round that they closed out against
An RB.
ASC. Underbass control though.
Yeah, well done by RB to fill that space. Fight back a little bit on the crunch.
Manastorm to delay the fight against this ult. They're gonna go for it still.
Flash, and they're just taking the damage. Buzz glad to take one with them, jumping out with the
Really
shorty
nice
and
from
finding the
Buzz.
kill onto Kiwi.
And what a strange decision for FUT. Nobody was gonna get locked down, detained from that. They could have just stayed out. How's that work? Whoa. Still gets the kill.
On B3.
Potential for a Maj 1v3 on the cards. Molly swinging by. RB found. But it's just a tease.
Marco has ult too.
Got to save. It's going to be a save for FUT. Yeah, this is the right choice.
And DRX gonna get up to 11. Great response from DRX instantly, recognizing that that north side push was coming in. They sure lose 1 player in Zest.
But yeah, the reaction's really good from
They
RB.
fight back
Swinging underneath.
into underpass. And they're comfortably controlling this situation.
This was a fun, obviously, Buzz getting his kills there, but it was all set up off of RB filling in that space. The understanding of the timing to fill there, be able to set up to get the lockdown through. Just very well done.
You either got to commit to that full north side pinch, or you have to have a follow-up plan to deal with underpass. Either controlling tree or at least having somebody posted up on that line. FUT again forced back to Eco. Light buy, they've got that Phantom Fromage that's saved over. Consider that round, remember, 2 rounds ago where they won that clutch by Zest.
Waiting for the aggression
Mr.
again.
Fallen had the position to ult on the site. He still hasn't used it. Looks like he set up for a stun off the camera to peek out of tower.
Couple of bullets traded early, but really silence otherwise. Now broken by the taking of the ropes and the hit towards A. RB the first following.
They catch so many people in this spot.
And looking for more.
Awesome stuff from RB.
Wow, still alive.
Beautiful execute from DRX. They have
They
full
have
house
the
control,
shorty
but they
count?
still want to go for a
I don't
Sands
even know
push.
how.
RB uses his
What do I
wall
do?
on the other side, out of halls, to actually section it off so he can fight Sand without any of the players on site being there. And the timing is perfect. He cleans up the 2 first kills and then has to fight the guy on site as the wall falls. Perfect anti-eco.
Okay, 12-8. Yeah, I needed FUT to win the pistol.
Buzz is hunting the gun.
GM.
Should be saving this. Mr. Fallen should
Leia Realms with the 4 months.
He's posted up just on the other side of the door, and it seems like that Fallen's going to push him off. The flash to counter, and he's dead.
Full blind, though.
Yeah.
Here comes Buzz.
Remember, the only weapon that they had, 40 HP. Is he going to get there in time?
Oh, he hears him now, so it should be okay. Maj.
Staying alive. Wow. DRX, either way, win the last 3 rounds. They have 4 ults to their name. They get to map point.
And again, I mean, this is the wall I'm talking about, right? He uses it out of halls. The timing's so good on this hit. Stuns coming in as that wall falls as well. I'd love to see that on a gun round.
And this is the difference with DRX, I suppose, with when they go for this roster, is Fracture is kind of a home map for them. I'm not sure they have a home map with,
Again,
with
relying on
Foxy
it.
in
Here's
there.
that execute. The 1-4 split.
It's a fake.
To take up into towers. But it's a full fake. What a call out from Stacks. Everybody on FUT has bit.
They may have caught it early, though. I don't know if it was the fact that the rope went off, but you're already starting the rotates come through.
Ooh,
No
they
smoke?
Don't have halls control, and they're not on site.
Oh, because they used
yes,
the 2 for that.
They might have bought that fake. Oh, the double flank!
RB is behind Kiwi right now.
Can he get his revenge? Backstab with the Vandal, no time for the knife, of
A
course.
breach ult.
Add Captain Mr. Fallen, both with ults. Big ones. The first used, and it's traded right back. Now that all that's out of the way, they still have 3 ults on the side of DRX.
Counter breach ult coming.
I mean, they've got him primed and ready to go. How on earth do you navigate everything that they're throwing at you? A kill like that is certainly going to help. It's Zest on the equalizer. Orbital strike dropped.
Okay,
Fire falling from the skies. As it's only 1 left on defense. Mr. Fallen. Can he keep the map alive? 1v2. Mako creeping forward. Assassination style takes us to Haven.
Just too much to deal with in that final round. All the ults invested. We're going to map 3. Wouldn't have it any other way for DRX. Couldn't have been another disappointing exit. Especially not in groups. At least we'll get to 3. And the foreboding words of Kanyang ahead of this game. Spoken to you.
Can't pay up Fred.
It's our turn now. It's just crazy.
He was right.
And honestly, I'm looking at Haven. This is such an interesting battle. We got the Gecko from FUT. We got DRX, who historically, it's been such a good map for them. They haven't been able to rely on it as much of late. But my goodness, I can't wait to see the prep in this battle. For both sides.
Such a scrappy first half, and for it to end the way that it did, with DRX finally creating some separation. between the turn.
Haven, that form being back for both teams, super important. It's been there for FUT the entire series so far, but for DRX it was definitely lacking on that first map. The roles.
So we saw attacking Soul beat FUT on Haven.
As we go to Haven.
Kill.
Buzz on Jet.
This could have been a flawless attack off, to be honest, for DRX.
It's coming back to that. Rather than just this KJ, this random Raze coming in on Bind.
And remember too how exceptional he was on Bind. He was very good on Fracture. Now going back towards the Jet, as you mentioned, unless they have something special cooked up. I wouldn't imagine that's the case. Haven to decide it all. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Okay. How are FUT on Haven? They were pretty good. But they did lose to attacking Soul. Look, I updated the recent results. They lost 13-8 against attacking Soul. They played the Gecko comp. But their win rates before that game were pretty good. I actually had it as their best map. But for DRX, they've actually gone 3-3. They're playing just the normal stuff. I haven't played it this far at this tournament. So I assume that they'll stick to the normal stuff. We'll probably get RB Killjoy, Zest Sova. Buzz on Jet. Let's play World. Ooh. African, perhaps? Let's just get a sense of where we are. Let's go Chad. South. It's not... Oh, what could this be? Zambia. Right, south of Zambia. I always get them mixed up. Namibia? What is it called? It's east of... So Namibia is the one on the west. What's the one on the east? Wait, is this Botswana? Got Botswana in the middle. Namibia's on the west. Which one's on the east? It's not Mozambique. It's below Mozambique. Is it Tanzania? Is that what it is? Oh, so maybe it's not on the coast, but it's not Tanzania. Oh, maybe it is Botswana. It is Botswana. Okay, next to Botswana. South Africa. What did I say? Namibia? Zimbabwe? Zambia? Correct. So what's on its east? Don't know. Capital city of Botswana. Anyone know? Gaborone. Someone was very fast on that. The flag of Botswana is, well, this one. Population. I'm gonna go. Oh, it's actually 2.3 million. And they use the pound. No, they use the pula. Oh, that's Washington, D.C. I've kind of run out of statal, to be honest. I've done it enough times that I think I've seen them all. How are we doing on the bingo? Did we get any of these? Didn't get OT. I don't know about the gun buddy. We didn't get wide swing. Or not that I remember. I don't think we got a collat either. I don't think we got any of these, no? Top left? What? What are you saying top left to? Kill 2 seconds into a round. Did we get this? Well, it says multi-kill. Oh, the flag. Yeah, I knew the flag. Don't think we had an Ares. We did have Thrift. Did we have a flawless Thrifty? I don't think so. Didn't have Shorty 2K. This is our best chance. This one should be free now, really. Now that we've got a game on Haven, this one should happen. Now it says on eco, so not pistol or anything like that, but on an eco. Kill 2 seconds in, round 13 or fracture. Possible. Was it 2 seconds in? Is there a way to check? You know what? I'll give it to you. We do have a Bucky 2K, but it's not on there.
Game, Bren, I would have to say DRX looked rather clean at the end of that one.
Yeah, I think it comes back to an earlier point I was trying to make, which was, it's you know, listen, we've criticized DRX for being quite rigid, structured. Yeah. The ideas are quite obvious of what they're running.
It was 6 seconds.
It's one thing to know that, it's another thing to actually do anything about it, because they are really well thought out, and they do have layers to it. I was a little bit annoyed that FUT weren't going for more of that, like, B main control on the second half.
Yeah.
Because they did it the one time, and they only lost the round because Zest ended up clutching.
And that's the thing, I feel like they had the right ideas, but it ended up going wrong for them. And that, I mean, look at the post plants. They only won 2 out of 9 of their retake attempts while playing full retake on A lot of the time. And even when they were anchoring, getting caught by the duelists coming from sand, like, they just couldn't figure out the right thing. But here, I'm talking about the crazy stuff that happened. Yeah, I mean, this was... What did they call it? John Wick on them.
No, bro. This
My
is
guy's Marcus Phoenix.
I played so much Korean ranked, and they are so Bucky pilled, it's unbelievable.
But also, this situation, like Zest wins a 1v3.
Yeah, this was it here. I mean, again, if Kiwi gets half there, I think they still win the round.
Yeah, they do.
But when...
Oh! To be fair, that might be me.
It's too solid, I think, on that map. It's a really good idea that they have in mind when they play it.
And here's RB's stats on the Neon. He's not going to be playing Duelist on map 1 or map 3, but here he is playing his classic character, probably the best Neon player in the world, and takes it to Kiwi. 6-0 in first kills to first deaths. Now, Kiwi was 8-0 on map 1, right? And he ended up being 3-3 here. So, like, you know, they had a Duelist that was able to step up, and what a difference it is having him there instead of Foxy9. And I know Foxy9 doesn't play the Neon, so it does work quite differently. Yeah. But Foxy9's always, like, way out in front compared to the rest of the team. RB tight with the utility, even though they're going for those all-in execs still.
And again, it just comes down to, oh my god, look at what they're capable of when they've actually practiced and prepped and had the right idea of the timings, right, with this roster, because they practice this a ton. This is the lock-in comp, man.
Yeah, it is.
It's nothing new that they're showing here on the stage at Masters.
They ran one fake.
Yeah, they ran one fake.
That was quite cool.
But they are not really showcasing anything else, no evolution of it, and it comes down to the fact that they have been splitting this timing and the roster the entire time. You're not getting that consistent practice, and it really has hurt them. But
Fence woke up. Yay, Fence woke up. Say hi,
I think there's a
Fence.
couple of things to look forward to here, because
So,
Haven, I think, is kind of a middle ground for both
the
of these
first person
teams.
from Europe to
And
wake
we
up
know
was at
FUT, they talk about it
7:09.
in interviews, they say it all the time. They're such a confidence-based, momentum-based team, and I think Kiwi's just had a bit of a bad game. The coach was saying as
you
well
need to
after
get
that
on the
first map
bingo
as well,
board.
how important it is to get a couple ones wrong.
You're on bingo board duty as well.
I think DRX are in a pretty good spot right now, actually, to try and close out this this series.
I think if you are DRX right now, you at some point you have to believe that this is possible, because you kind of go in that first game really just meandering about, not really finding much success, and then you start to see what the core, Josh, of what this team is capable of doing in map 2. Surely they're going into this Haven with confidence that they can close out the
Look
series.
at how formal Kid in the Shadows is. You can tell he's a businessman. Look at that, fully spelling out Fence's name.
Do have what it takes.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean,
What do you mean
the
what?
problem is,
Get on the
it just
bingo
comes down
fence.
to, I think on game 1,
Go on the link in the
individual
mod
talents
chat.
all there, but their game plan was awful.
On the
So they're
Discord.
not able to do anything. Map 2, their game plan's pretty decent, and their individual play's excellent, so they get it over the line. Haven, I think that their game
get
plan
marking
normally
it
is
off when
looking
it
quite
happens.
decent. So I think I do favour DRX towards the end, and that's got to be gutting for FUT.
The funny thing is, as well, you're being highly critical of DRX in terms of not being understanding how to like pump fake, how to like bait out the defensive util and then re-hit
You mean
when
you're
they have that
getting
advantage,
trolled?
and they've kind of pulled that out of them. Haven is such a big map, it forces you to do that. When you're trying to take A, you can't really rush into things too often.
Yeah.
DRX's attack side on this map is the side that typically looks the best. And I think it's because of that. It forces them to actually play in that way, where they're taking their mid rounds to break some of the util in garage or mid or whatever. They take their time towards a lobby or whatever else. So I really do think that DRX should be favored here on this last map.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. We'll see you guys for the half. But for now, though, we're going to send it right back over to Doug and Balla to bring us home.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Haven to decide it all, Balla. Remember, this is an elimination match. For one of these two teams, the tournament run ends on the other side of this.
Why are you so happy about it?
It's exciting, man. I'm fired up.
Yeah, we get to send 2 teams home again today. 2 more teams to punch their tickets to playoffs. And DRX, historically, it's been there for them. They've always made it to playoffs in the last 2 years. They haven't missed once. The only time they did was back at Champions 2021. Such a surprise to see them even in this position. And FUT, a chance to be the first team since SMB, way back, to really do some damage in a group stage. And with the pressure off, they've already qualified for Champions at this point since yesterday. With the pressure off, they look to
You'll
do
never
damage
guess what the
against
bingo
DRX
password is,
of all
Vince.
people.
Hold on.
That would be a
I'll
shift.
send it to
That
you.
would ruin the pick'ems for Annie.
You're my favorite Valorant content creationist too.
Which is just
Koiti with the 6 months.
For most, but they
Thank
still
you, and
believe in it.
enjoy
They
the
still
new
continue
badge.
to run this comp. We'll see if they can find success against DRX here. Because it seems like they're expecting aggression, and honestly, FUT are right. DRX have already sent 2 down mid.
Oh.
There's a setup for Sax to hit with the fault line too. He can provide support from B.
For Mr. Fallen to expect that angle out of
A lot of
Buzz
damage
is
though.
crazy.
It's gonna be looks like a retake on A.
HP. It's dry walks from both sides now.
It just feels like it's just going to be so much poking and prodding from both sides. You're right. Contacts, dry walk, see what you can find. The shock dart just a little off. But the fear is instilled.
I mean, he's low HP. 1 tap will do it. So that's why he's so scared.
They got the quadruple flank.
The alarm bot cutting things off, but it's a 4-player flank from DRX. Maj is only going to have to deal with 2, but he might have his hands full anyway. Yep.
Oh.
Mako clean. How much more can they find as
Oh my
Buzz
God,
gets
this
the second,
dog.
trying to spam through, and
was
you
clean.
can't ask for much more of a retake for DRX.
That dart is perfect out of Zest. And the pressure too much for them to even deal with that dart at all. Buzz with the dash into a smoke as well out of long. That is really, really nicely done. 4-person flanks. That's crazy, isn't it?
It's bold.
And with the space that they had at the beginning of the map, yeah, sure, take that space, go for it. Go extra. Bosch had a lot of work to do. Prax was completely stunned up, couldn't really deal and help with him. Not only is that dart lighting everybody up, but it's also lighting up the players down in hell.
Yeah, that dart was beautiful.
Yeah,
So good.
Well,
Out of
what?
Zest. They're
Was it
getting
just
going
like
early.
here?
It's exactly what they need. And you talk about getting going early. A Vandal in the hands of Buzz, round 2. It doesn't look like he's going to be tested. As FUT with their 5 pistols towards garage for now.
Traded stuns. What is that? Turret's not even broken yet, but it does allow Cracks to take down RB. Breaks up the
Very nice
crossfire.
dash.
Or creates a crossfire, I should say. Mako here to hold on.
Mako's playing a mini game, having to shoot all utility out from the skies, from the floor beneath him. Somehow still staying around. Zest swinging through, and that should clean things up.
Scratching my head at that smoke. for Mr. Fallen on spawn. They give so much room for the DRX players who were already within it.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe...
out of it.
Obviously, they've only got pistols, so...
Yeah, it's anti-eco though, not the biggest of deals. DRX expected to convert.
What gun do I think the next
You're right,
champ
though,
skin
Marco.
will be?
That's the key thing with this Gecko
I think they might do a
composition. With Gecko
bundle this
compositions
year.
in general,
If I had
try
to
to
guess,
combine
they'll
it
do
with
like
shippable utility.
a bundle with like
Thing
an
for him
op
is-
bulldog.
And for FUT, it's surprising, but the only
You
real
know, maybe
thing
a
is
sheriff.
the util out from cracks. They try to combine it with nano swarms for Maj, but mostly just to try to land the nano.
Because I don't think if it's not
necessarily
a
to get the
Phantom
flash
or
off.
Vandal, people won't buy it as a single one. But people would buy a
Surprised
bundle,
at the
obviously.
amount of success that FUT have gotten with that fact. 4 and 2 on this map. It's a good map for them.
Here we see some of that utility combined with the aftershock and the dizzy.
Clears the complete left side of that site, so Mako has to play on the right. Smoke gonna be up soon.
And he's just going to fill in the space that they thought was cleared. He tucks right back behind it. And he has a teleport.
And if Riot want a free win,
RB up close now.
the
They're gonna try
drop
to
for
fight together.
champs, the drop for watching the champs final should
Right
be
out of the
the
smoke. He's paranoid.
should
But
be
the
a
wingman doesn't
shorty.
spot him. He doesn't spot him at all. RB with 2, robbed of the 3rd, courtesy of Mako. Finally landing it, switching weapons and getting them all. A prime gaming flawless for DRX.
Yeah, if they want a free dub,
3-0.
Riot
The
should do a
circus act
cattier
from RB,
shorty with
juggling
Twiston's name
back
written
and
on
forth
like he
between
had
the
his
shotgun and the
tattoo
Vandals.
on the side, and give that out as the drop for watching champs.
And the follow-up for FUT, I mean, they use so much.
That's just
util
like
at
a
the beginning of that
that's just
round.
like an easy win.
And yeah, they have a
that would
second
be
wave. But they're
good.
literally repositioned from DRX's directly into that space that was cleared from FUT early on. When they used the aftershock, when they used that mosh in the back left of sight.
Okay, 3-0.
FUT
Gonna be a
back down to
save now
pistols.
for
Yes,
FUT.
they've had success, but you can't continuously rely on the thrifty rounds to come through.
No, that has to break eventually. And this might be where it breaks. Buzz going aggressive, looking
And
to
they
finish him
woke
off
up
as is
DRX.
DRX. And they're teed up for it. One away from another flawless. Buzz looking for the kill, and he's set up for it, but RB takes it. But another prime gaming flawless for DRX. Is there a 4-0?
That's crazy. I gotta
1
see
year
the score
already.
because it's gotta look brutal for FUT. We got a glimpse of it.
Awfulcopter
3
2 with the
kills
1
total.
year. What happened to Awfulcopter
3
1?
kills and 3 prime gaming flawlesses from DRX. Talk about a form shift.
Hidden in the Shadows
Maybe this
decided
was
not
their
to
playground.
allow the term
The
jerk
entire
off.
time. I've been saying this historically has been so good for DRX over and over and over. They come to maps against formidable teams and they make it really tough if not taking it.
Read the entire
they're only
message. I
3-3
did.
this season on
I
it.
did read the entire message.
50%
And
win
I
rate.
agree with you.
You wouldn't think
But-
it with how they've played these opening few
Yeah.
rounds.
That's interesting. Maybe it's because Pacific knows.
I
their
made to make
tendencies
you
on
look
this map.
bad. Awfulcopter 1 forgot his password.
Note here, Krax has his ult. Keep a close eye on that.
Great shot from RB. Instantly takes down the Dizzy.
And stays alive.
Stun and flash used to keep them in that position. RB's got to get off of sight to play retake now. Especially with the... Oh, he's going to... Hello?
He repositions and he's... What? Oh, cleared! Doesn't matter, FUT still
Broke
gets
it,
what
but
they want.
For the first time in that execute, looks like there's so much coming at you. There's so little to do if you're the player's backside except get off. I'm surprised they didn't make that decision.
Maybe a little overconfidence putting them in that situation. And yeah, the Thrash was well handled.
Was that Kalat? Might have been.
But you couldn't possibly consider everything else.
I'll let Fence decide.
I mean, the ground is rumbling, trembling at their feet. You have no clue what the situation is. You could tell they were looking frantic on the site, trying to find it.
We should get a
Players who were
replay.
actually hitting close to them.
I wonder if here Zest is going to find any exits. Spotted one, and there's just one bullet fired. But the target now found, and Footer on the board.
Let's see.
Almost the final chance to stop that slow start, guys. Mentioned to gain some momentum back.
I would say no. I would say that's not a color.
On a path to follow up on that thrash.
Defense, just leave. That would be very fence of him. Probably just fell right back asleep.
Because you know, if you're right next to it, there's going to be spray into it at the very least. If they're not getting the detain, you're going to be following up on a player who hasn't reset his fire. They have to try to spray transfer you, which is completely unreliable.
Okay, 4-1.
Still bound for DRX, and you see the money set up for them to really put together multiple rounds.
So Buzz is up here on C. Can they come back for this garage control? Deeper alarm, but they destroy it.
It seems like they're just clearing some of this utility and garage. They don't get it all. You still see one nano
John
on your
comes
screen.
out A. They're trying to play for a trap setup here on A.
But it was just the alarm bot. The turret is still B, and the other nano is too.
Coming in towards B. A couple off quite a few ults here.
Note here with this hit, it's going to be really difficult to find space for the
sorry.
op against Buzz. Kiwi, he's already gotten the kill out onto Stacks. And the defense is
not that clean from DRX.
Out of the site, trying to flood their way through!
What?
But Zest with 2, and Mako does it as well. It seemed so labored, it seemed so
1
difficult.
HP.
But they convert.
That push in the A-Link. DRX just spray and spray away. Look at this. Out of Zest.
Wow.
And Mako. I mean, the thing there, I'd love to see that as from FUT's perspective.
Is that a collat?
Because that aftershock, I think, was probably obscuring their vision. That was their own aftershock. In through the front of that link, they did not smoke it because they were just in the middle of pivoting to hit the B side out of surprise.
It's so difficult to make sense of all the static on the screen in instances like that. And that proved to be the window for DRX to convert.
Okay, timeout FUT.
What a hold. I mean, essentially a 2v4 there.
Yeah.
Ben says I'm marking that.
Timeout for FUT right now. They
Which
will
means
have
we just
another
need a
gun round,
Reyna pick.
Despite being reset.
Good luck with that though.
Kiwi with knives.
We should get attackers go B to
Time to start
attackers
finding.
go to B on Eco
A
Haven.
way to start dealing with
this should
Buzz's op,
happen.
which really hasn't been a factor
Now we
so
just need
far. The
lineup
first
doesn't
round
hit.
was last time. Got the final kill. But they need to start thinking about where he's going to start posting up. He has so many different ways.
It's funny, I get that. But you're right. He's
This
such a
one is for
dynamic player
today.
with the op.
I don't know what new one
Getting
you're
up on
talking
top
about.
of the cinder blocks and short. He's one of the first Jets I saw doing that. He's very, very hard to anticipate. And for him, it's going to be down short. Potentially an opportunity to find Mr. Fallen.
Yeah, Zest with the lineup, with the fault line to provide cover and allow him to take the hit.
Wow.
The rest of the hits headed towards C, and RB greets him.
And it's just
Yeah, FUT's been so focused on
yeah. I mean, Garage has
funneling
been
and fragging into garage.
Ball showing off his poshness there.
Buzz still
Buzz
on the
isn't
spot.
on the right
The
angle
fact that
for this.
RB able to get that against the Knives players, against Kiwi. It's crazy. And there's no follow-up because the Molly's perfect for him. And going back to that line, though, for Buzz. That, I think, is where they're going to end. Otherwise, Mr. Fallen's going to have to go on a crazy lurk, and he's going to get caught. Ooh, maybe not.
It was just the foot, and he doesn't land it. Pushed off of it for now. He's going to continue to explore. Meanwhile, once again, the hit towards B, and Stacks with the hold.
What a flash.
What a flash out of Mako, too, helping outside of garage. And they know where Mr. Fallen was moments ago. Remember, Buzz
this one's not
had a
looking
little
great.
engagement with him. The thing is there's no flash to help. So Stacks is freely able to just walk into sight. And
Haven't
because
watched
of
him play
that fast
Valorant
pivot
since
that they're
Champs.
trying to
What's
do,
new? Well,
and especially with
Chambers
Mr.
not
Fallen
meta
lurking
anymore.
at that point. He doesn't have a second smoke to cover both links at the same time. DRX is completely ripping them apart because of that.
And RB's gone hunting for it. With 13
Harbor
seconds
is
left,
meta?
Mr. Fallen, you see the money.
I suppose that's a pretty
he
big
wants
surprise.
to preserve this weapon. Keep the Phantom into the next. There's no help, RB.
Yeah,
it's just
Bine's
eager.
back.
Actually, that fault line from really far away is nice. That's well done. Another prime gaming flawless for DRX. What is that, 4?
4.
Loud made a comp with Viper Harbor, and that became
Keep
meta on a
counting,
lot
you
of
might
men.
end up finding yourself the most in a half like this. Here's what I'm saying though, Stacks. No util thrown his way at all. FUT, for this composition, you cannot start to rely on those dry
Top
fights.
players in order now. Tens, Zombs, Pancakes,
Maybe on defense you can do a little bit more of that. Trying to find the defaulting players isolated. Where's the shift in strategy here? It's like we're watching the ASC game all over again.
I mean, yeah,
They're going right back in to try to challenge RB, to try to break the util inside a garage.
But DRX are ready for it. The paranoia,
What is going
the
on?
stun.
What did they do?
Kiwi's dead again.
That's like 3 times he dies first in the exact same thing, and it's the same lurk from Mr. Fallen. This time it might find value. Where's Zest? Nothing.
Right.
Was it not obvious that Harvard would become meta? I don't think so, no. In fact, I think had Loud not played it, it wouldn't be meta. Now, still, even. Harvard would just be a secret gem.
Mr. Fallen almost had the line in.
See, Buzz has gone for the Kank spray. I'm going to have to start using this spray myself.
This time, but remember,
Just the down
retake was
thumb.
perfect. 4 DRX on this pistol. Oh, and they've got tools. Full house of ults.
Just wonder how much desperation FUT really feel here. Do they dare invest one of their ults in an attempt to secure this? It's such a difficult decision. You're down 5 rounds in an elimination map. Traded Buzz, dropped the weapon, you drop the op. Went for lighter weaponry, but it's Zest who cleans
They're
things
just
up.
fine. I mean, this game, I don't know why FUT keep doing the same stuff.
Stacks who's throwing util in the backline. That aftershock kill's too good, and Buzz dropping down actually completely locks him in there. It's kill or be killed. Actually, in that instance, it's kill and
We
be
need
killed. There's
APAC
no way
mods.
out.
We got Kid in the Shadows and we got Fence. Fence isn't from APAC,
This
but
is flat from FUT once again, and
you know.
just so strong from DRX. I mean, full credit to them. To be able to show what they showed on Bind. Disjointed, no ideas, form missing. Mako's at the bottom of the leaderboard in that first half of Bind. Now to this, everybody firing on all cylinders. And RB continuing that Neon form on Killjoy, the flex on this team. It's working greatly. There's finally a shift for FUT.
There are 2 on this side,
Okay,
but he's going to
smoke
get
off
smoked
short.
off. Remember, DRX still have 5 ults to their
Yeah,
name.
drone.
None of them invested in the previous round.
They might ult this, because they had control of short. You know, opt not to. Might be the Jet who got tagged, but Buzz here.
He's got the dash up. He's got the op in hand. Target's close by. Found. And he gets away. Looking for the second, not
trade though.
converted.
Nice play by Kiwi in the one-way. Buzz gives it to him. Showed a little leg. Slow things down though again, FUT. Gonna go for an execute.
Mosh pit. Almost exactly following the paranoia, and Sax is in trouble here. Has to reposition.
I mean,
He
this
does.
is fine.
Zest and
Their
Sax
aim is so
holding
much
sight.
better.
Mako's there too.
Like, they just weren't winning these fights. Like, it was like they couldn't
We're
aim
off
on
the rails
Bind.
on this one. DRX are stomping FUT.
I think DRX stepped on this stage, lost that first map.
Is there a chance one of the teams that didn't make it dropped their team for an all-Aussie squad and tried to help the Australian market?
Y'all really
I
thought.
feel that that's unlikely.
And it's funny because in that first game, well, I looked at them and it maybe looked dejected a little bit. They
Second
at some
time out.
points were still smiling, laughing, knowing the map veto.
It's funny that you say that too, because even watching them, and DRX walks right by us when they're walking off the stage, and even watching them walk off the stage on Bind, it was all smiles, all fist bumps. Their spirits were up, and maybe what you're saying is that they know the map pool, they know what's before them, and they know that they can convert.
Thoughts on Westlife?
Don't forget that little comeback.
They
brought it back to
I was a bit young for Westlife, so... But they're okay, I
So
guess.
since then, it really has just felt like all confidence for DRX. And on the side of FUT, I gotta zoom in on what's happening right now. They're down 7 rounds in an elimination match, still the first half of Haven, and they've used both timeouts.
They used both timeouts. First one didn't even get any value. In fact, I'd say it was anti-value. After the timeout, they went for the same garage take like 3 times in a row. I mean, Kiwi went 8-0 in first kills. Yeah,
Thoughts
you
on
want to try
West
to
Ham?
enable that guy to do damage, but like that, where he's getting split
don't
up
really
every
care
round against RB.
about West Ham.
It's definitely not the play.
Wow, you like the one British boy band. Big mistake there. Sitor Farmer, of course, because, well, actually a couple mistakes.
Still 5 ults for DRX.
One,
They've had them
Westlife are Irish.
for what feels like an eternity.
That's a pretty big mistake.
What
the hell is
Are
that?
you kidding me?
Just by himself.
What?
What is going on right now?
Does this count as an eco going B? I guess it does.
And that felt like I'm going to make a play. He did, but can they convert around it? Those pistols really don't feel like much. They are investing so much.
This game.
Also, how can you say that they're the only British
This
boy
game
band
might be over
when Britain
when Buzz
invented
just
boy
does
band?
some things like that, and also FUT is, what is that play? Yeah, Mr. Fallon, you get 2 kills. Okay.
Have you heard of One Direction?
What is this play?
Or
I
The
mean, I like
Beatles?
it. Actually, that's cool. The stun from A-Main off of the TP allows him to get those 2 kills. That's a detail that we missed. But I don't get
Or
the
Take
follow-up.
That, the best of all of them.
Why is there no push onto A if he's going for that? It's like you're trying to pull
Queen on a
rotates, but
boy
the C
band.
players are about to rotate
Queen or
into
a rock
B.
band.
If you're going to do that, you better go towards C in that case.
The Beatles aren't
Not
real.
to
Oh, the
mention
Beatles,
now they're running
the
Underground,
Beatles
and
is
they
an
don't have
interesting
Rolling
one.
Thunder to work around.
Oh, the crash is stunned. Is the ult coming out too? He might actually get tagged by that.
He's already gotten one. Mr. Fallen from up top, and he's ripped right back down. They still have 2 numbers here. That's well done by Kiwi. Get him to a 2v2.
Didn't get the spike though.
They don't have the spike, though. It's out of reach. Can Kiwi creep his way forward?
And again, they lose another fight. Kiwi's the only one who could fight
Trying
back.
to play around the crowd burst. Spike gathered, and it's just momentary. The stomp continues.
10-1 on the final map. And everybody rolling. DRX is not going to let this slip. DRX is not going to
Lex has
exit
died
groups.
twice. Mako's died twice.
Not like this. They're keeping this up for
As
sure.
captain 0-10.
It's just so crazy to think about the juxtaposition we're seeing with FUT. And yeah, it's map dependent, I understand that, but in this series alone, it looks like 2 entirely different teams.
Yeah. Might be a fast C exec here. Insta smoke on the window. Kiwi again going to send his life forward.
Nope, the last 3 rounds have been very fast, very pacey.
Does have space for this lockdown now. Out of Maj. But they're pushing in front.
They are, and you see the Jet try to take high ground. It's brought right back down, once again by Mako. Pressure train to the skies as RB pushes in, gets 2 from logs, leaves Maj alone. 1v4 turns to a 1v3. Has the
I think
lockdown
captain
player
didn't get a kill.
Way too many targets to deal with.
What a flash that was from Stax. For Mako and RB to do work. That is beautiful. That's what you expect from a DRX Haven. That's what you expect from a DRX in group stages. Where has this been? Maybe the sub, as heavily as it's been criticized, is exactly what they needed down the line in long term.
He's laughing.
11-1
He's
in
laughing
favor
because
of
they didn't get a
DRX.
kill.
The rest of this, barring some insane miracle, is just a formality. Golden Boy, take it away.
You know, to quote award-nominated analyst and commentator Bala Timothy Williams, it's Jover. Some might even say it's by done.
How many more have you got there? All right.
They have no chance to come back.
No.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I didn't need more.
You asked, so I
Yeah.
just gave it to you. Anyway,
It
point
is over, though.
this is not good.
No.
But it's also showing the same issue that FUT had yesterday against attacking Soul, or against attacking Soul.
It does feel very similar. It's
Where are
also-
the layers?
Yeah, it's also the 3rd pistol round in a row that DRX have won, which isn't helpful at all for FUT's chances. And then they kept the momentum going by getting bucket kills on the bonus round. I mean, FUT are just such a momentum-based team. Frankly, they lost Haven in the second half of Fracture.
Yeah.
Or maybe even the first half by making mistakes.
Wait,
No,
elaborate,
legit.
elaborate.
Because if they had avoided making mistakes on Fracture, I think they would have been in a better headspace heading forwards, or maybe even closed it out in a 2-0. As soon as it gets to map 3, they're already out of it. Like, you see their player react, they're smiling because they know they're still going to champs, but they've essentially given up at this point, I think.
Yeah, Bala said, where was this DRX the entire time in the group stage as well? I'll tell you where it was. I mean, it was with this iteration of the roster on half of the maps, because they've essentially just been splitting the practice.
Biden
I keep hitting this
blast!
Point, but my God, I have never seen such fluctuations in form from map to map, and even half to half with a team before.
I mean, this looks good,
especially
though.
this caliber. Imagine they've essentially come into Masters Tokyo with half as much practice as all the other top teams. That's what they've done by messing around with their roster this much. And look at how good they look when they've actually played a map where they're not really being... Listen, they're not being pushed as much by FUT. I think FUT are playing a pretty atrocious attack side, and now we're going into DRX's better side of Haven as well. This map is done. The series is done. We're essentially doing our post show now. But yeah,
Is Biden blasting emote in chat?
Whatever. GB, take it away.
You know what? Well,
get us over with.
hopefully for FUT's sake,
Biden
you aren't talking to us too
blast.
quickly. Let's send it back over to Doug and Ball.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yeah, well, it's always dangerous when you hear someone on the desk or on the cast say something so definitive and so decisive.
I know,
Like,
and it's everybody.
yeah, we're done, right? It's
Welcome
over.
to the post show. It's me, Timothy Williams with Esports Douglas. A pistol will close it out. FUT.
How did we get to the
EMEA's
place
third
where we're
seed.
saying it's Jova?
We saw Na'Vi, the 4th seed, leave yesterday. And FUT right now on the precipice of doing just the same.
Another EMEA domino poised to fall. This one at the hands
hell
of
is
DRX.
this play?
RB taking the space, and you can see the intent for DRX. You had RB on one side, you had Buzz on the other, and they both find kills.
He got the
Bully
flash up
splitting
though.
things up, but cracks.
Hold on,
Nicely
come back.
held. They're gonna try to get back in against the spike of Buzz. What?
Attic Captain got a kill.
I love Buzz. That guy's crazy too. Okay.
That was well done. Kiwi never saw him.
He just came in on the flank. And Mosh was just spamming him through the wall that entire time. That's ridiculous. It's like he was tracking him. Yeah, you're right. Josh, yeah, the smiles are there for the FUT players. They've already qualified for champs. Maybe that was a goal for them. But I can't help but think, what I said at the beginning of the day, where that doesn't even feel like it's an achievement for them. Obviously, yes, it is over the grand scheme of things. Their season allowed for that. The fact that they're here at Tokyo, but was it really them? Who got them there? Yeah, they got the win, but you think Na'Vi should have gone much further.
Stacks focus on the turret. There are bigger fish to fry.
There's 2 marshals on an anti-eco right now. It's like we're playing ranked. When you need to snowball the bonus, those sorts of things. That one is a head scratcher.
We had a couple of those. DRX cut noise and now push forward. RB falls.
He's frying.
Off the paranoia. It's well handled though. This is still very doable. You're now just having Kiwi show up, but Attic Captain holds him back with 4 on his own. Dashing forward into the ace. Oh, he almost had it. Still has the shot at the classic, and it delivers.
Gets 0 and then gets an ace.
Consolation prize, all things considered, but an ace nonetheless.
Attic Captain gets crucial ace while down 11-3.
He's now 2nd top fragging. That's how bad it's gone.
It's an Navera moment with the cheering. And I don't know which one I want more, the knife coming out of Kiwi right here, or if I want the ace. He already got one. That would have been ridiculous. Okay. Look at this from FUT. We're getting in the round right now, and they're going super aggressive down middle. Aftershock through. Breach ult down mid.
Where?
Excuse me, they're in spawn, and he's stunning them.
I mean, okay, they're rotating back.
Dude, that's
Twitter giving the space up.
I don't know why. They had them in spawn, every single player. I mean, if you ever want to illustrate the concept of map control, they would have had the entire map right there.
It's crazy too, because they invested as much as they did. And it's not just going to be.
If Kiwi got the 2nd, we could have been.
They were having fun in that one. I think the initial execute, where they're aftershocking stuff, that stuff is definitely planned. They run that. That's a bonus round that they do. But then the breach ult is just crazy. what?
Stacks holding things nicely.
Well, it was fun whilst it lasted.
Just that Captain Stun.
Yeah, he did. I was wondering where Captain Stun was off of, but he just randomly throws it and doesn't have the information about where Stacks is positioned, so he's in front of it.
Cracks up in heaven, looking for a life to take with him. Instantly smoked off. The spam not finding it. Masha's to push forward with this. Well done to handle Blaz. A Cracks 1v3 would be something special here. 1v2 now. Tucking into smoke and then popping right back out, but the spike is becoming a factor. Time is not on his side, and neither is his health. DRX gets to 12.
Probably the toughest group stage ever for DRX. Known as group stage demons. But they've got to figure something out. And this match looks like they have. One round away now, it's match point, it's series point. 1 round away from exiting groups, going over towards playoffs. 1 round away from sending FUT home.
It's crazy though, for FUT in the face of a beating so devastatingly.
2-second kill.
Did he just spam it?
May have.
We got it.
Yep.
Yeah, you see the bullet still on the wall. Like it's chalk outlining his body. They really think that they're pushing down mid, just like they did on that bonus. Cool little spam, too, from RB in the case that that was true. DRX is not taking this any differently than they have before. Not allowing this lead to slip whatsoever, I think.
Wait, Fnatic don't win Masters. Can't have 5 teams from EMEA. I do want 5 teams from EMEA because I want Vitality to go.
It's so good.
Because it would be a great
Buzz
story.
has so many different lines he can take. And they just go for the basic. There's nobody even here to receive. Kiwi has a judge.
Yeah, I'll put it on the bingo. Oh.
Okay. Buzz down. That's a start.
Playing the post off of Stacks Rolling Thunder. Mr. Fallen has smoke here, though, so I'm not fully sure if I completely agree with the idea right now.
Where's that? He has a shock, too.
Especially how close they are.
Smoked off. Mako
Could get missed lineup as well. Hold on.
RB with the nano. So that's now 3 pieces of utility to consider. The Rolling Thunder, the Shock Dart, and the nano. They're going to get it the whole way. Oh, the nano!
They didn't miss it.
There's the Rolling Thunder, pushing him forward. The fight taken.
Marge is ahead of it.
So far, the fight won. Kitsak's won. That would have been a finish. But alas, we play another.
They were both stunned up. I don't know how that stun was thick. That thing was thicker than Josh's mustache. That thing was crazy. You saw the spam there, RB with the nano. That thing came really late too.
Those Mosh heroes are insane. Just to even get them to that point.
And also that breach ult coming from
No,
Stacks.
Navi will have to
Garage,
still play
man,
LCQ. You just get an extra LCQ spot, not a...
Kiwi's through and short, and there's help with him. Dodge the paranoia. Well done.
It's a low buy here from DRX. Knives of Buzz, though, could put an end to this thing, and they might just do that.
Just now taking damage after getting 2 kills. Are the Knives what decide the series? This broken buy is broken no longer. They've all upgraded weapons. At this point, FUT feeling like they're 6 feet under and just waiting for the final procession to close things up, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Cracks pushing forward. The Blade's not doing it, but Stacks
there you
does.
go.
DRX obliterate FUT and punch their ticket to playoffs.
It was labored. We really thought there was a chance. We really thought there was a chance. And DRX might fall in groups.
Kankang versus T1, who wins?
We already saw one legendary team yesterday fall in groups, but not DRX. At this point, you can crown them the group stage kings. They will go 4 events in a row. qualifying for playoffs.
With the hunger for a bigger crown still out there. They've been here, they've done this. And as you were saying, it wasn't easy this time, but they got there. Now they can turn attention towards what's been so elusive to them.
And honestly, DRX always comes back stronger out of trials and tribulations. Another bout as that spectacular Haven sinks in. Remember at the beginning of that, what was it, 5 Prime Gaming flawlesses?
Yeah.
I think teams after LCQ will drop their whole roster and pick up Tier 2 instead. I mean, unless they're doing it awfully.
Bringing zest back into this roster.
But I doubt anyone will drop a whole
I
roster.
think it's a little bit more consistent.
I think most teams will change a player or
For
two.
sure a star in the making.
Anyone who doesn't make champs will
Some time to see
definitely
him there on stage,
drop probably 1 or 2 players.
joining in the celebrations. Bigger matches to come. Bigger fish to fry now for DRX.
It's so tough too because again you go back to the decision of subbing Zest in, and at the beginning you go, oh, this looks rough. I mean, was a mistake made, right? Should they have been going with Foxy9? But he individually played exceptionally well.
Yeah.
I mean, even on the bind, he looked fine.
Honestly, he might have saved them on Fracture.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say he looked fine on bind. Maybe after the entire game, once the comeback happened. But that first half was dreadful. But from everybody on DRX. So yeah, you're right. In relation to that, yeah, he looks fine. The thing for me is I don't know, I want Foxy9 to get a few more reps here on such a global stage. That's where people grow. That's where you made stars of Buzz and Mako. Remember, they were just random Jet players playing for random teams back before Vision Strikers picked them up and turned them into the
And we
stars
get
that they are
playoff matches
now.
Friday. We got one more game today. Then there's a 1-day break. And then on Friday,
Crazy as well, Foot got so far in
playoff
this
stuff.
group stage. But every single time you saw them struggle. I think this loss as well, you saw it towards the tail end. Having fun with it. When the pressure's off. This is where they need to work on. It's moments like this, having fun to be able to bring yourself back into games like this. Being able to bring your focus back.
Again, DRX.
when do we get the playoff bracket?
managed
Don't
to
know.
exit
Either
group
probably
stages
after
after
today's
beating
games
Map
or
They closed
I would
things
assume it'd be
out.
after
2-1
today's games.
over Foot.
Or at least they'll tell the
We're going
teams
to a
after
break. We'll
today's
be right
games.
back.
But we'll either find out tomorrow or today. But now we get the true game. T1 versus EDG. Would I give 100 Thieves one more season, but with more coaching? Or drop someone? The thing when you drop someone is like, obviously your thought has to be, can you actually improve? And I think for 100 Thieves, like, I don't know, I feel like they probably do have the talent. So I would probably say stick with it. Unless, you know, you think you found someone who's just like, you know, insane. That's why you do what EG did, though, and get 10 players, because then, you know, chances are one of them's cracked. You only need one of them to be insane, and then you're good. Okay. So, bingo. We got the kill 2 seconds into the round. We did get the Haven eco. We just need a lineup to not hit. I don't think EDG are a very lineup heavy team. T1 we could get this. I doubt we'll get it from EDG. Or we need a Reyna pick. Again, I think unfortunate. Unlucky. No Bucky kill bingos. I'm pretty sure that Mike said that he has like a big list and he just picks random for the bingo. Like he has a big list of a bunch of things he's wrote down and he just, you know, randomizes it. Oh, we also need to, sorry, who is it? Ain't Me Too's FUT. I don't think Ain't Me Too is here. But somewhere Ain't Me Too, maybe in their dreams. Something bad just happened in their dream. Goodbye, Ain't Me Too's FUT. And we're left with, what's this? 9? 10? And Cupcakes with the 10 gifted. Crazy.
No, I couldn't have enough.
Oh. Go on, Cupcakes. For 10? For 10, I'll give you 2 maps. In fact, you know what? I'll give you all... I'll make it your map knowledge. If you want. I want nothing for 10. Well, unlucky. I'm just going to write Cupcakes here. I'm just going to write on a random square.
Genuinely, I feel like the caliber of talent that's
Can
on
I be
DRX
under that
currently,
square?
what was on display in all these moments when they just looked unbeatable. Imagine if they had that consistently with a much deeper map pool. And it's been a lot.
Get in the shadows, not happy with it.
Not
Not happy with any.
As well, trying to make the roles work by getting Zest and
Any
Foxy9
comment like that.
alternating all of that. It's made the team as a whole step back as well in terms of the overall level of prep they've been able to come into this event with.
I've got a question for you though. Now they've actually bought some time,
On
they're going
this
into
Christian
playoffs.
stream, true.
Are they going to be able,
True.
if they just stick with Zest from here on out? Can they
Thank
still
you,
make
Kid
a
in the
deep
Shadows,
run?
for
Can they
keeping
still,
this Christian stream nice and clean.
Way too tight of a turnaround because you've got to think as well. They've got one side of Bind that they need to work on as well. There's other maps which they're not even touching, let alone as Lotus as their permaban. There are maps that are going to be in the playoffs with incredibly deep map pools. I mean, I don't want to discredit DRX. I think they've earned their spot here, right? You know, they've well earned spot into the playoffs. But EG, Fnatic, Loud, 3 teams off the rip that I think have incredibly deep map pools, and it's necessary, I think, to go far in a playoff scenario.
Yeah. Now, I'm sure you can see the interview setting up behind us, but for now, though, we are going to say goodbye to FUT Esports, a team that is always exciting to watch, and as well,
Missed a bunch of days. Has Edward been doing well? You've missed some absolute gigabanger games with that EDG.
3 EMEA seed for champs.
Bro, they didn't even need to win a game here, and they would have got to champs because
They just had
Na'Vi
to stay alive.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, they could have turned up, gone 0-2, and still gone to champs.
Yeah,
But
they could have.
They didn't. They overperformed, but you know they were kind of gifted it by Na'Vi. Nevertheless, I think they'll be happy with what they accomplished today. They were all smiles even as they exited the stage because pressure's off them for the next few months, and they've never had a situation like that before. They've got a long time just to prep for those Champions games.
Really long time, yeah. I mean, they get that entire gap as well between, you know, last chance qualifier and whatnot. If they wanted to stick around in Tokyo for a bit as well, they can get some really good scrim practice because they're out of the tournament. People might want to play against them as well here.
Well, let's actually get some words in with the man of the hour, the guy coming in to fill in a spot. It was Zest standing by with Yintu for our Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. I am joined by Zest, and Jen's going to help with some of the translations. Now, Zest, we didn't really expect to see you play today. So when did you find out that you were going to be subbed in, and what was the reason behind this change?
제스 선수 오늘 경기를 뛰게 됐다는 거를 이제 언제쯤 얘기를 들었는지 그리고 왜 이번 라인업으로 경기를 치르려고 했는지에 대해서 얘기해 주시죠.
팀 내부적인 사항이라 어디까지 얘기해야 될지는 모르겠는데 조금 급하게 되기는 했습니다.
I can't really tell you much because I might leak stuff, but I can definitely tell you that it was a little bit of last-minute decision.
Is there a major difference between the game plan when Foxy9 is playing and when you are playing? And how difficult is it, do you think, for you to just come in and kind of adjust?
일단 폭스나인 선수가 라인업에서 뛸 때랑 제스 선수가 들어와서 뛸 때랑 뭔가 전략적이나 플레이 스타일에 있어서 많이 좀 다른 점이 있는지, 그리고 뭔가 제스 선수가 들어왔을 때는 어떤 점을 중점적으로 운영하게 되는지 궁금합니다.
아무래도 전략이 막 다른 거는 없긴 한데 제가 들어옴으로 이제 플레이 스타일이 달라지기 때문에, 그리고 또 제가 주도적으로 하는 것도 많아서 아마 보시는 분들이 뭐 전략이 다르다고 느낄 수 있을 것 같아요.
적응하는데 힘들지는 않나요? 이렇게 갑자기 들어오게 되면?
힘들긴 한데 빡세게 하면 또 가능합니다.
It's tough adjusting, of course, but it's not impossible. So yeah, and I just feel like I can be more proactive and like I can make the calls when Stacks is down. So people might feel like we're using different strategies, and yes, our play style does change when Foxy9 plays and when I play.
Well, you guys, you always get out of group stage, you know, it's not new for you, but it did look a little bit more challenging. Did you feel that way, and if so, why?
항상 그룹 스테이지는 통과한 DRX인데 이번에도 통과했지만 좀 이번에는 살짝 힘든 감이 없지 않나 싶었어요. 실제로도 그렇게 느꼈는지 또 왜 그렇다고 생각하는지 알려주시죠.
이번에는 사실 저희도 좀 힘들 거라 예상하긴 했었어가지고 저희끼리 이제 뭐 긴장하지 말자고 농담식으로 이제 뭐 지면은 한국 일찍 가지 뭐 이런 식으로 얘기하기도 했었고요. 근데 또 저희의 목표는 그룹 스테이지가 아니라 항상 우승이기 때문에 또 열심히 하겠습니다.
Well, we kind of saw that coming. We thought that getting past the group stage was not going to be easy. And we even joked around ourselves saying, oh yeah, if you lose, we're going home early. So yeah, we got nothing to lose. But at the end of the day, our ultimate goal is a trophy. And yeah, I'm just so glad that we're keeping our chances alive for that champion title.
You're not going home just yet, Zess. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, Jen, for translating. There is one more game left of the group stage, the final showdown between T1 and EDG. But before that, here are the Prime Gaming post-match highlights.
It's uncomfortable situation for DRX to be in, and for FUT, well, the grass is just going to continue to get greener on their side of the field as they have already punched their ticket to champions. They're just playing with that house money. It's DRX, it's FUT. This is going to be good.
They've gotten it to half, now the reset, and now the fight. Kiwi on the snap, Kiwi on the shots. And they
How was the first
where
game?
Is it coming? It's coming courtesy of Kiwi 1.
I mean,
Killer instinct activated.
Yeah,
kind of a dominant game, to be honest, in terms of
Spam expecting to
FUT destroyed in the first map, and DRX were awful. And then there was like a close half on Fracture, and then DRX just destroyed from there. There was also this round.
Buzz finding value with it.
Oh gosh.
Zest is still here. He's playing far off. All he has is a classic though, and the classic works! Buzz with 3, and we're tied at 5.
He's going for the knife.
We got a knife? What kind of skin
The
is there on the
stun
knife?
two to try to catch him.
What's the skin on the knife? Okay, that's a good one. Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it. Sax is only one far off though. Buzz has already gotten 2. Make that 3.
We're going to map 3. Wouldn't happen
13-9 is considered destroyed. Did you watch the game?
He doesn't spot him at all! RB with 2, robbed of the 3rd, courtesy of Mako. Finally landing it, switching.
It was a complete. It was 12-4. They faked the comeback, and then got one.
You see him trying to funnel out to the side, trying
They
to
got
find their way
destroyed.
through. But Zest with 2, and Mako does it as well. DRX obliterate FUT and punch their ticket to playoffs.
The playoffs are just random. Obviously, all the 4 top seeds don't play each other, but yeah, who you get drawn against and what side you're on is just a draw, I think. How to use this channel points thing? Well, you can feed your gambling addictions, or you can time someone out. That's always fun. But what's the Chinese qualifiers for champs? Probably not. most likely, because they'll probably be on very early in the morning. But also, like, these teams complaining about, oh, you know, this, like how long do these teams that are going to champs have? So this ends June 25th, or like if you're FUT, it ended just on the 14th of June. Like, you've got until August 6th. So they got a full month and a half to just chill and do nothing. And again, those teams that have made it straight through, again, just have all the time in the world to just chill. Now, V, clear favorites for LCQ. Well, when does the LCQ start? The LCQ starts July 15th as well, so... I mean, people talking about Navi not having time to prepare and whatever. They got a month. Like, I think people forgot that whoever from EMEA wasn't going to make it was probably going to go out in groups. They've got a whole month to prepare. Like, they're going to be... Yeah, they will be, because they got more than enough time. Like, they can take a full week off if they want, and then, you know... Yeah, they're going to have slightly less prep than the other teams, probably. Check replies. Sorry to all the fans dropped the ball. You're gonna flame someone, flame me using this post. I can take it, but don't attack my players. And Angel replies with fuck you. I mean, look, maybe their approach wasn't right for the tournament, but I don't know, like, who cares? PaperX gonna play DRX twice in playoffs. Yeah, watch the draw be PaperX versus DRX, Loud versus NRG. That's almost a guaranteed. This is like a guarantee one side of it. And then Fnatic and Liquid. Liquid will play... No, Liquid play EG. This will be like a good game. And Fnatic play EDG. And we'll have one... I mean, this... Obviously, these will still... Well, this might not be a good game. But this would still be a good game, obviously, El Clasico. The ideal... Obviously, if PaperX don't have something, then... If PaperX don't have something, then the ideal would be this. In fact, the ideal would be this with something. Give me this game. And then give me Fnatic NRG. Team Liquid EG.
Any thinkers?
I couldn't have enough.
And Loud DRX. I think this would be my ideal. T1 Erasure? True. But yeah, give me this. Sane you won with the 2 months. Any thinkers? Not in this chat. Jesus Christ. No, something is not in Tokyo. You all got baited. Oh, did any of you see me sneak in JoJo113 into the EG video? Did you notice that? I'm still figuring out how to get, what is it, Syrup Stratakovsky or whatever.
Welcome back, everybody. There is one spot
Matt
left
Vito?
in that
Oh, we got
playoffs,
time,
and it's
yeah.
going to come down to EDG
I assume
or
this game will start
T1. I'm your host,
half
Yusuf, and
past.
I'm joined by Mimi and Kakuka. I didn't think that it was going to come down to these teams, Kakuka, but here we are.
I think it's very exciting because I think that in every single event we have one or two teams giving us that big story that
Says it
everybody has
starts
eyes on,
in
and I
20
think it could
minutes.
be either of these two teams. Yeah,
We can do it now then, yeah, sure. Where are we? T1. T1 are going to ban split. Let's pick a different color, shall we? Let's pick green. T1 are going to ban split. Oh, what happened? Right, so this is what happened before. Because I have the little things up now. So before, T1 banned split. EDG banned Ascent. They picked Fracture. EDG picked Haven. And then Pearl was Decider. So that's what happened before. T1 will just ban split, because they just always ban split, as you can kind of see. EDG might not ban Ascent. I could see them going a different way. They could ban Lotus. And they could maybe float Ascent. Because T1 did win on Lotus against... But then again, they floated Lotus against Na'Vi. So do they just ban Ascent again? You know what? No, I'll say that they'll ban that, but then T1 will pick Lotus against them. EDG will still just pick Haven. Then what have we got left? We got EDG will ban Fracture here. You got Pearl and Bind. Maybe they ban Pearl. And we'll play Bind.
That they have felt so many times, making it to 2 international events
I'm gonna
before
go
this
for
one,
it.
and
I'm
always
just gonna go to the
pushing it so
toilet.
close. But then they come
I'll
out,
leave
they
you
play
with this.
incredible versus Na'Vi, and it invigorates them. And for Kung Kung, in the post-match interview, he said that for his team and for Chinese Valorant as a whole, that this is just a start. It's just a beginning for them.
Yeah, it was a very cold quote from Kong Kong there. You know, he's not satisfied with just one win. He wants it all. We've spoken to him a few times, and he's just like, I don't even want to be China's #1. I want to be the world's #1.
He has such a big personality, and I'm so happy that he's able to translate that into the server. He's an operator demon, and we love to see it.
Yeah, and also we saw a lot of the heroic moments, Mimi, that EDG were pulling out against Na'Vi, the individual brilliance. And if they pull that out again today,
Yeah, I mean, they could just win it. It was ridiculous, the stuff they were doing. It looked like in so many moments that Na'Vi was going to be able to rally back, and at every chance, EDG had a player who stepped up. And more times than not, it was Kung Kung with the ridiculous plays on the operator or on the blades, but it really was a team effort. Everyone had their moment in this match.
I loved Smoggy, for example. He was, I think, had a major role in what happened yesterday, and maybe it's again that situation where teams underestimate their opponents, or maybe think that, you know, they make an ego peek into them, and it's going to be fine because, you know, you have Seketsu, you have Xiao. Those kind of things usually go your way. It didn't happen yesterday.
Yeah, and what's insane is that stat as well. 44 of their rounds, they had a multi-kill in. They had 9 clutches across that series, and it was a 2-0. It was all these crazy hero plays keeping them in it.
Yeah, speaking of the teamwork, Kanka himself said nobody and Haldong was the ones that also helped them mentally push it over the line. And speaking of nobody, I had a catch up with him earlier outside the arena. Hello, ni hao, nobody, 欢迎回来, welcome back. Now, yesterday was a really important game that you guys won. How much confidence is it give you going into today's game?
因为昨天你们获得了这个赛季的首胜嘛，非常厉害。想问一下，对于小组赛出线这件事，包括今天这场比赛，你们有多大的信心呢？
其实我们是上一次是输给了 T1， 但是其实我们一直很有信心，然后赢了Navi之后，会使我们信心倍增，所以我觉得我们今天是必胜的。
Definitely yes. I think for yesterday's matchup, maybe we made a little mistakes, but we figured it out. And after we win Navi, and it definitely gave us confidence for today's matchup. I think we're gonna win today.
Well, thank you very much. 谢谢，加油。Well, he is confident. I mean, you are going to be confident after beating Na'Vi, but the fact of the matter is, Mimi, T1, they beat them once already, so they have that for them behind them.
That is true, and T1, after beating EDG, went on to play NRG incredibly close in that upper bracket. People thought that this team might just roll over versus a stronger squad like NRG, but they were able to compete with them not just strategically, but also in the individual performance.
Yeah, but also I think that they need to reflect now that they're in this position. Of course, the mental is not the same, and also I feel like the pressure is way more on them, way more on T1, because they're expected to perform and not repeat that same situation where rounds are literally that close.
And they have a chance to do something special here. They have a second chance at it. Ever since Masters Reykjavik, the only Korean team to ever make it out of groups and make it to playoffs at an international event has been DRX. And for T1, this is their opportunity to be the first time in forever that Korea has a second team that can compete at the top level internationally.
And it would definitely be the highlight, because even though DRX just qualified, it's kind of something that everybody expected, but the fashion in which it happened, it didn't give them that boost. Everybody's going to be speaking and talking about T1 if they manage to make it today.
I mean, you mentioned the NRG matchup already. What did you see from that one? Did you feel like maybe they could have qualified down that route already?
I think they could have. I think it came down to kind of a lack of depth in the map pool later in. But in the first map on Lotus in particular, I was really impressed with how they were calling on their attacking side. During the halftime interview, Autumn was talking about how much emphasis he put with this team on prepping their attack against NRG's generally weaker defense, and they did it in being able to constantly exploit the fact that NRG was so passive after initially failing with these really aggressive plays, and their mid-round decision-making was great against a team that we're normally talking about being the best in the world at mid-rounding.
Do you feel like what we saw from T1 against NRG Bear is enough for them to beat the EDG we saw yesterday?
With Chamber buying up the buffs? I would expect Chamber to
as I was
come back.
talking about the pressure, is about the fact that you have to play several days in a row. You have to prove that you have the resilience, the making the mistakes and actually learning from them in a very short period of time. This is all the international events is about.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because learning from a mistake.
They have
Hong
updated
Kong,
Chamber.
he gave T1 a run for their money last time, and this is what Ban had to say about how they plan to deal with him today. Ban, hi, come and join me. Hello, today is a very, very important game for you guys. It's a rematch. Last time, I think Kong was doing very, very well against you guys, caused you a lot of problems. How do you plan to shut him down today?
It doesn't show you on
I
this.
think we're going to use your utility very well today to shut him down, not let him get any chances in general, and I think that'll do the trick.
Yeah? That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you very much, Ban. Best of luck. They are going to shut Kong down today. I think he even said it was going to be easy.
Good luck.
Whatever. Mimi, do you believe that?
I don't think it's ever going to be easy to shut down Kong. What he was doing yesterday was absolutely absurd. And in the first match between these two,
Do I drink
he was
energy
gifting
drinks? No, not really.
in the opening kills. Kong has been so consistently insane.
My body is a
exactly,
temple.
with the operator and going back to the ego picking and actually giving him the confidence. I feel like he's the kind of player that if you're going to duel him time and time again, he will only feel more comfortable doing so because he's going going to be successful most of the times. Do you remember when we had Benkai here and he was saying, hey, we know if we're playing against DRX, we just dodge Mako wherever he is? I feel like with Kong is literally the same situation.
The thing about Kong, though, is that he can be so proactive, especially in the later parts of these games. He's the guy who is stepping up, who is making that play to push them over the line. And I mean, yesterday he was going crazy as well. He started off playing the Jet, and then he switches over to playing Gecko, and the guy is still opping, still finding the same value and finding insane clips. It's just absurd the performance he's having right now.
This is the thing though, Kong is getting better, Kakuka, somehow. They couldn't shut him down last time. I don't know, I'm a little bit worried.
He's getting the momentum.
Some of these rounds are just insane. You know what I remembered? I was just, the subreddit is back. You know what I remembered?
For example, if you feel like that
Man, Kid in the Shadows blocking all the, different things.
For a very much harder execute.
Added block term will fuck you.
You don't have to be necessarily the
On my
first one
Christian
going
server,
in,
thank you
so
for
those
that.
heroics can actually shine.
And I think this game will be defined by these two players. On their attacking sides, both squads really like starting these rounds slower.
Defense lead? There's no way Fence is here now.
And putting a lot of emphasis in getting that
There is
opening
no
ability
way.
off that they can mid-round through. The thing is, that's how they want to start. But it will also
0%
oftentimes end in
chance.
chaos where these two, again, have to step up and close rounds for their team.
Do you guys think we're going to see the same maps today from the rematch?
It could be. It's likely because of how close every single map was, it makes sense.
Well, let's find out because our coaches are ready for map select, and let's see if we're going to head to the same maps today.
Okay, let's get started.
Who do I have winning?
Team 1, you're a higher seed
Of course,
because you come from
EDG.
the upper bracket of your group. Do you want Team A or Team B? Team A. Okay, so we'll start with Team 1, your first ban. They ban Split, your ban. Ascent, map number 1. Fracture,
Oh,
side
they
on
did
fracture.
just...
Attack, map number 2. Haven, side on Haven. Defense. Okay, we're gonna go to the next set of bans starting with T1. You have Bind, Lotus, and Pearl. They ban Bind, you have Lotus and Pearl. Ban Pearl, map number 3 will be
Ban
Lotus,
Pearl, and
side
they
on
want to
Lotus.
play Lotus.
Defense. Okay,
They're sick of Pearl.
First set of
That's-
bans, we have T1 with Split, EDG with Ascent.
They literally just went the same. And then the only difference is this. I thought they'd go more
Next
different.
set of bans are Bind and Pearl. Map number 3 will be Lotus with T1 on defense.
But then again, T1 are
Alright,
like...
let's see focus.
T1 are like, in terms of their playstyle, very conservative. Not their playstyle, in terms of their like comps and their map vetoes, everything's the same. Why did EDG ban Pearl? Probably because they're sick of it.
This is it, a do or die fight for
Let's
the
go,
final
EDG.
spot at playoffs here at Masters Tokyo, and it comes down to T1 and EDG. No matter what happens, it will be a historical moment. This is the thing though, Mimi.
How are the other
We have a
EMEA mods
peculiar
not
matchup
here?
where I don't know
We had
if
one for a
team is
brief
even
moment.
necessarily the favorites.
I don't think there is a favorite in this
Yeah.
one, and I think the
it's
first
8
match
AM
between
for
the
them.
two proved it. It came down to a third map, overtime for T1 to get it across the line. But since then, EDG, they've gone to the lower bracket. They've broken through their story. They beat Na'Vi. They have their first international win, and now someone just has to stop them.
And EDG wants to make this right. We have seen the map veto. The two first maps are going to be the same as last time. If
not
they're
getting
going to
modded,
make
Live
it outer
Shot.
groups, it has to be the direct improvement
You know what I
from
always
what
say?
happened last time, and actually being able to get
Plato's rules for rulers.
Just gotten their
The
first
best mods are those who do not want to be a mod. Kid in the Shadows is doing it against his will.
Hurting these group stages. You're playing match after match, day after day. You don't have a lot of time to turn around a new idea. And that's what they're going to have to do there, especially since it is the same first two maps, like you were saying.
Honestly, they had me. I thought maybe we were going to get Pearl, but EDG were the ones to choose not to go to Pearl despite overcoming their demons on Pearl.
Maybe they think that they have become too readable. Maybe they think that they cannot improve much on the map. Maybe they don't enjoy the meta, probably, or they think that they have a better chance. If everything is going to come to a third map, let it be a new one.
It's going to be interesting if we do get there, but
you don't even pay them. Why are you making me sound like I'm some, you know, like as if paying mods is like the absolute norm?
It looked electric versus EDG in that first game, and EDG on the other side are running that solo duelist comp with the Jet, where they're putting a lot of emphasis.
Like, oh,
on
everyone else pays their mods.
They kind of struggled to deal with, especially the flood retakes that were really good out of T1.
I mean, let's have a look at the Prime Gaming agents. So, like, you
classic
guys
TMV
mentioned,
Tory.
You guys mentioned the double duelist already versus Kankan, but it was Saya Kakuka on this map that came on top, despite Kankan kind of coming online later on.
I think that it brings you the flexibility to have to duel this, especially when you're going against a team that is very execute heavy. That
imagine if I did pay, like, imagine if I did pay all of my mods.
To be supportive in different parts of the map, and definitely.
How many mods do I have? Probably about 15. There's one here. Why would I be paying all these people?
Actually lets them slow it down a little bit more sometimes on this Fracture.
Imagine if I'm paying them.
Cancel options with this double initiator, with those two abilities in the stun and the flash that are going to be recharging in the mid round. So EDG have a lot of options with this one. We'll have to see if it'll be a different outcome.
Well, the last one was a giga banger, and I have no doubt this one is going to be as well, as we head into map 1 with your casters for today.
Mod Union when? No, Mike would never allow it. Mike's, well, you don't know about Mike is bar right.
Here, Mike. We get a
Mike,
rematch between these two.
Midbot
is
is
a bloodbath before, right? Let's
so
not mince our
anti-union.
words with this. That was absolutely insane. Now, they've both taken different routes to get back to this point, however. We've come back to one thing that's at least a similarity, which is the map pool. So what do we make of it, seeing this look similar?
This is interesting. I'm not sure if EDG just come away, kind of want to stick to obviously what they know of.
I think there's a chance of Valo dying in EMEA.
It's the one that kind of sticks
EMEA
out.
Tier 2 is
Again,
dying, and players don't get recognized.
Second half of Haven for T1 did not look good at all. They relied on
and all the young talent plays the CSGO.
Yes, but Fracture's one that actually,
no, I think
in terms of form, and the big highlight for me, obviously being Kankang. Smoggy yesterday was absolutely bonkers throughout that series. So if he actually has a little bit of a swing up here, we could see a different result on Fracture in my eyes.
Yeah, living a little in the shadow of the Colossus, but it's completely reasonable when you've got a superstar in the making on your side. I think he's turned attentions around the world. But Kong, that guy is absolutely incredible.
Oh, there's Gofu.
Truly. Now, is that just going to be a group stage performance that turns some heads, or will it make it to the playoffs? We're going to find out now. T1 going to kick things off on that defending side, and of course that then means EDG get to dictate that pace on the attack.
Slow start actually here from EDG. Do have a little bit of pressure from Chichu towards Arcade potentially when contact comes through here. Oh, Sire's going to be able to really have a say in this, because there's not going to be too
pretty passive from EDG. T1, although they do have the skills right here.
Forced away by the smoke actually.
They've got the right read.
Site. Got no control of Dish as of yet. EDG just invest all in towards main here.
And T1 feeling no necessity to move just yet, not going to bring that additional player back towards 8. Giving a lot towards Munchkin, his capability here. He's posted up on it, does have a turret as well. That should be ringing the alarm bell. Smoke soon to follow as well, just going to be littering the side. This will be instantly a retake. It's more kind of looking towards the likes of Chichu maybe to try and find something here. Again, this shouldn't be a problem just yet.
I was going to say, how late does Chichu actually sit on this? Because Munchkin's coming to hard clear. And he's so deep here, he's going to find Chichu completely unaware, but still gets the kill.
That's unbelievable.
Good thing we bought a show.
How much value can they get? Nothing. Nobody takes down 2, maybe even 3 actually, tell a lie. And it's left Ban with everything in front of him. 4 players to try and locate. And that fumble up by Dish could definitely haunt them here. And feeling almost it's impossible. Just being chipped away at by Smoggy. You keep everyone else holding that cross. EDG. Got everything they wanted on that start.
It doesn't really come down to much, but Munchkin,
with
a good read on the
mean,
situation, obviously, to come through and remove that possibility of EDG having a little more control on the north side, but this swing through the smoke, 3 players of T1 fall as they try to collapse on Sands. Unfortunate turn of events here. Looks like T1 might even be stacking up to get a little bit aggressive.
What are they bringing in? I'm only seeing
Well,
Sheriff so far for ban, and that's it.
It's going to be a fast round.
Just going to stun off and try and swing this.
Do well on the stun.
Smoggy.
Okay, well.
Well,
This
that was a
round's all
collide if
over,
we didn't
isn't
have
it?
one before.
Saya player just setting up towards the site, gonna hear these steps. How much damage can one man do? Smoggy is low, so I guess there's a chance he could do something towards that. Plant's gonna come in. That's now down. Smoggy get caught up here. Already 2 big kills. There it is. First, any more? No, not to be. So EDG keeping it clean.
Pretty
but
good round
looks
for
like T1 were
EDG.
willing to brawl on it.
Trying to get something done here early on, but EDG previously, I mean actually versus T1 as well, constantly stacked up. Chi-Chu, yes, disconnecting in a couple of these early defaults, but it'll be difficult for T1 to really get anything going in that regard.
I'm scared of seeing Smoggy's ult so close, but and especially on a map like Fracture, that feels like a given. Try and do that in the bonus. That's going to put T1 right under the gun now.
That lineup is ridiculous.
Wow.
T1 stacked up
I
outside.
think it's a gun as well.
towards A main here.
Probably going to get this ult up.
Creeping in dish. Not gonna be any
Remember, they did. This
utility
is where
here
they
with
did
Munchkin rotating
the
across towards B side.
Kang Knives round
Side
2.
has deep control towards main.
No, he doesn't get the ult
Trailblazer
up.
ready to go as soon as the smoke drops,
No.
I imagine.
He does now.
Trying to fold on this. Paint shell to go through, but it's a 1-for-1 trade out. Can they escape in time? And here comes the pressure from the other side. Dropping down by Dish. Sight's going to be theirs. EDG looking to try and retake
Say
this
the
fight. Zeta,
stun.
though, lovely little hold there. Going to try and keep some composure, but look who's hunting him. Gunkang already there. Makes light work of one, and the follow-up from Smoggy makes this comfortable as T1 crumbling under this. That ult came on perfectly. The crunch to follow as well. And T1.
Thing is, everyone talks about
Keep the
Kang Kang,
miracles
and
from
Kang Kang's
Munchkin.
upping arguably is the
Got a
best in
clear
the world.
sight first, and the cross will be
Everyone
watched
on
too.
this team
No
can
utility,
aim.
spotted, chip down, dealt with, EDG.
Everyone on
That's
this team.
bonus too.
Huge financial
is
cushion
good.
now created. I think even previously, I believe Kang, we saw that Blade Storm round 2 orb farm. In a similar situation.
Any
to
of
start
them
off
can
the
just
first
turn
half.
up and win rounds.
Yeah, but a round in hand. T1 tried to get a little proactive, and even though I was saying it before this round, they actually identify the weaker side of this default. But the pinch comes through perfectly.
Yeah, and it's a nice
Easy
idea to come
flood
and get this ult.
out of drop all the way into the backside of main. There's nothing really T1 can do in that situation.
Pinch on holes. I mean, it's just good. And
Left shattered a
the
little.
thing that I think was costing EDG before was that they crumbled in big moments. I don't think that they believed. It was like, I think beating Navi was like a massive weight off their shoulder.
Saw T1
You know,
very
they're
quickly
just
back
like,
towards
I think they're going to come into this
just focus
game
on retakes.
and just be like,
Whether or
we
not this is
can
the same
do
sort of
this.
thing they're
You
gonna
know, they
test
now
early
know
on.
that they can do this.
Light investment here, Stingers, some Sheriffs and a Marshal, but
Okay, they come and take tower. In terms of the game plan, it hasn't been like
Once again. Feeling a
super,
little bit of that. Again, they are on a bit of a
you know,
half-life,
complex. They've just
anything.
done pretty much a lot of
Gonna deny the
4-1s thus
initial
far.
bomb, that's not bad. Maybe allow that smoke to dissipate slightly further, give them a chance to do some damage on the way back out from it. This time though, Plant goes in. Smoke should be fading soon enough, but for now they at least get a little bit of cover to play behind EDG.
so actually what damage is possible here to go to Carpe tagged up. Kang going to swing onto this fight too.
One enemy remains.
It's the formality at this point. On clean-up duty, there will be a Prime Gaming flawless here.
That was not Kang Kang that got that kill, though. It would have been
I believe
impressive.
we did see a very early timeout as well
Okay,
from T1.
4-0.
Like I said, that was when you saw
Good start,
the
and the
switch.
Econ booming. Have Sky out as well.
Conceding a lot of space. They didn't want to get proactive and happy to actually stack up, play numbers in a retake.
Gotta start seeing a little bit more.
On a scale of 0 to
Feeling like
Fnatic,
the
how good is
unstable
their aim?
century, but they haven't been particularly doing
It's
much damage either.
pretty
So
good.
far, side player 2 kills and he's leading the board. So need to get a little more active in this one. EDG kind of walking through the matchup
Okay,
so
we're
far.
gonna
Converting
see
the bonus obviously is the dream
four
effect.
stack
Having
on,
that
eh?
ult ready to go in that time, also fantastic. See what they bring in this time around. EDG slow and cautious to challenge towards A. This puts a lot on ban here.
He's fairly committed as well. Very deep position. EDG looking to slow things down. What's an anticipation of T1?
Van just going to take this fight on his own. We saw this a lot against NRG.
This side, but Van swings onto 2. Kangang
One person just walks up on their own, and I don't know why we can't send someone else with that.
So many options.
Exactly, that's
I mean, it still might not have worked even if there was 2 people doing this, but T1 do that so often. I know he's got dash, but...
We know they can play that fast pace if necessary.
And now the Seekers. Good Seekers. Really good Seekers. Showing them that no one's on this B site.
Try and forge that path through. Munchkin forced to rescind quite far back. He could be hunting down here, but Chichu actually just missing that window of opportunity, but he could catch Sire player potentially. Could continue along that path, but with the spike now down, T1, let's see if they look better in these retakes. Already Zeta gonna find Haodong. That's not a bad beginning.
Sorry,
oh, good swing.
Yeah, Chichu actually able to get away, and a little bit of a missed opportunity, Lauren.
Certainly is. But look who's on the site. Not anymore. Massive from Zeta. That's a big step.
Great.
More. They've got it. Munchkin to find nobody. They're doing exactly what they needed. The change up here from T1, seeing a little deeper, even after losing out that first player.
Well.
Diffuse is already towards halfway. Nothing to deny it now. Beautiful. Excellent round from Zeta. And exactly what the doctor ordered.
Good round by T1,
I think they heard
but EDG, the post plant there.
Retake rather than those early challenges, maybe excluding ban.
I was going to say, yeah, and this is after conceding the first blood.
Just a bit lost, I think.
The aftershock seemed a million miles off here from Smoggy.
That's not a missed lineup. That's a missed aftershock. It's not a lineup.
Very strange to see, but T1 on the back of Zeta.
I don't know why they didn't take tower control. Doesn't really make any sense. Like, they knew that the Seeker came out here, so this is like the closest person. So really, when you've got QQ underneath, right, what you need to do here is just have,
problem being,
you wait for the swing and then QQ swings off it.
Available.
Like, this is what they should have done and just really held this control, and instead they didn't take tower, and that cost them like 2 kills.
Does give him a little more room to play as well.
Okay, but Kang has got to know.
Readdressing any of that aggression he ran with last round, and that's a very early investment of the ult. And it's all for nobody. Who's come out of this and still standing, still just fine. Hold on! This is a mistake from T1, almost losing everything. And while this happened, they took towards the site. EDG looking towards the B site already. A little bit of a trade, yes, but they get themselves Spike ready in hand. Maybe a plant to be tested soon. And a player advantage at this point is massive as well.
Zeta and Carpe left to try and recover this. So we've got some utility to work with.
The Brim Molly.
Chichu tapping the spike. Molly will land. It won't force Chichu out of position though. Still a safe plant.
Spike planted.
So I'm looking at the timing for Kang at this point, but Zeta going to take those first couple of steps. He wants to go quick. Try and get ahead of the lockdown, and he can't. Chichu greets him with a smile. Kang will lose his life, but it's Chichu on the counter swing to be just perfectly positioned. EDG, again, answering back here.
And again, Sire spots nobody here outside Dish, and very quickly T1 make a decision to try and isolate him.
I mean, how does nobody get out?
I don't think either player actually positions anti-flash, which means nobody actually punishes on the back of that investment, on the back of further T1 aggression.
I'm a little worried seeing T1 here. I want to see a timeout soon. If they can't correct now, I want to see the pumping of the brakes.
They just got
lots of tools now. Obviously, Rolling Thunder invested, but everything else available. Up here for Ban, but removed immediately.
That's heartbreak for Ban. He is being bullied around this map.
Again, look, they're just waiting. It's like they know they're just gonna, someone's gonna random swing on their own.
Anything? Okay. It's still favorable.
Someone's gonna random swing on their own, so as long as we just hold, we know they're gonna do that.
Munchkin, oh, you're very fortunate to be standing. Chichu waiting, foiled. Oh, it's just perfect. EDG are outclassing T1 in this.
Well, I mean,
looking a little behind the curve. As Carpe and Zeta need to try and get a move on if they want to try and catch him in the heels, but there's the opportunities dwindled already.
I don't think they'll quite expect this. It is a bit weird, but
time's gonna be on their side.
EDG are just so quick to react. Set up some of these pinches. I think T1 are feeling like, because Kang has the operator, that's where the stack is, the heavier side of this default, which is why they look to get aggressive outside Dish.
They're just going to save.
It's another example of EDG.
Again, EDG's money is kind
baiting T1 into
a
false sense of security.
Oh, by the way, I should have said, my internet is getting fixed. Depending on when the person who's going to come and fix the internet comes,
need to see an adjustment.
The stream might end early, because they're going to have to turn the internet off at some point, so...
Fracture was their first choice, really. This is what they've lent towards, feeling
yeah,
the best
that happens.
And EDG have come out swinging. This has looked extremely comfortable.
Not much
Kind
I
of
can do.
talking, you know, let's say consideration from last game to this one when they faced off, not the one in between. EDG, if not, look, you know, fantastic. They're much better. Confidence is there. We kind of discussed the idea of, you know, how's that momentum going to look? How's that confidence going to look? It suits them beautifully.
But I don't know
That's
what
a
they're
fantastic
supposedly
figure.
coming at
Money
like
swells, a
9
brilliant point. I'm looking for the
a.m.
timeout.
my
I think
time,
it's coming
but
for T1 here.
it's
They still
Britain,
have a
so
lot
they'll
of kit to
probably
play
be
with,
late.
releasing from the ults.
So maybe we'll
They
get
have
it through. And
something
if
to lean
EDG
into
just
here, but it's
stomps,
not just
we
that,
might get
it's
to watch the full
These rounds
game
aren't getting
anyway.
to the point where ults become the deciding factor for T1 there. I believe last time they actually won out in terms of their defensive half on First Bloods. Now this, a stark contrast to that. And I gotta say, there's some situations where
No one
reminiscent
comes
of
at
Pearl,
8.
where there's not much utility
Yeah,
invested
these
towards
phone
these
stream. What you want me
openers.
just
Sire's not
on my
necessarily
phone like,
supported, Ban
hey
wants
guys,
to get
hey,
slapped about in terms of
hey, I'm
opening peaks here.
streaming,
Ban's
hey.
on 0-7 currently. And look, sometimes you have a bad game. That's what it is, but you want to see him doing a little bit more than that. Again,
What's my time right now? 7:35.
Team, we kind of discussed how Ban was that confidence player. Him having this
No way he comes at 8. No way he comes at 8.
Progress going forward.
Right?
This could be something we look at. You know, does this continue throughout the series? Does he get a nice little change up? Does that mental get switched into a
No
later
way
on?
he comes
Beyond
at
that,
8.
but to be completely honest though, I wouldn't say this is just a Ban having a bad map. Being completely influential in
way.
the outcome. Everyone from T1 is struggling to find impact here against EDG. This has to be a whole ethos rework, complete change up.
Yeah, this person knows. He'll get there at like 11. It's the
They're going to go back in
UK.
with a little bit of kit, not fully situated, but looking like they're going to try and buy around whatever they can.
Yeah, Bulldog in the hands of Munchkin. Rifles for Cyan, Ban. It's a Sheriff here for Zeta, and that's just a full shield for Carpe.
He's just drifting.
He's literally just walking up to challenge the smoke. I mean, Saya luckily has read it with the boom
EDG.
I don't know if maybe he saw something on the edge of that
Oh,
smoke.
like,
maybe a
someone,
minimap thing,
here's, by the way, if you want free Karma again, here's one
it's
for
just
you.
one player of EDG. Look how much respect he is commanding on the minimap. There's 4
The
people here
meme
from
with,
T1
that
fixated
smoke
on this
can't
position
stop
now.
me, I can't
Started reading
read.
into it though a little bit. They started to consider that a rotation. 2 of them kind of drifting back through.
Someone make that meme for
See
EDG.
how close EDG are to just kind of springboarding onto that B site. Kankang already starting to take those first couple of tentative steps, but we know the player who's here on the other side is going to be Munchkin. It's that pretty deep. No one's actively
I
challenging
mean, they're
this.
going for these.
Maybe looking for a retake here of the showstopper, the orbital strike, and the lockdown.
I mean, yeah, they're going to lock down.
Come through just yet.
Almost died,
To be
though.
breathing. Kankang wants this pick. Waits for 3, pulls the trigger, doesn't get anyone on the other side. There's the lockdown. So, they have a lot of tools here, Mike. Do they get the chance to even
Nobody's
use them?
reflanking.
This is dirty.
He's coming back towards
I
spawn.
still don't get paid enough for this.
Dirty work.
Molly will buy time here while the lockdown goes down. Chichu has 2 nanoswarms, but nobody is aware of this.
How much can this one man do? He's closing the gap. They're going to be crossing towards the side. Kankang is holding them in position. The flank's going to be there in a moment's time. There it is between the 2 of them. It's deadly. And now Sideplayer and Munchkin have no good options. So many players to find, and none of them falling.
I mean, EDG
are
it's a
just
different team.
miles ahead of T1.
The perfect storm, honestly. The timing here of the Molly, I don't even know when the penny drops for nobody. To reflank back through Dish there. But nobody from T1 considered the possibility. Just so happens, Kankang will still go. I mean, he's good for 3.
I mean, it's a nice round by EDG, though. The flank from the sky.
Yeah, EDG in total control.
That was kind of a half buy, so I guess, but still, they invested behind it. This is the buy that they're going to be hopefully
Okay, Ban has an op.
impact on the board.
He's over here.
We have the operator out for Ban. Need to see T1 come online because this is tragic so far. Getting bullied around this map.
One thing EDG are really good at, in terms of early round indicators, they're so good at switching up who takes first contact, who shows first presence. So T1 are left scratching their heads of where Kankang is, where's the operator?
Look at the amount of freedom he's got here as well. Even the fact that he's got this far with feeling no pressure certainly gives you a couple of answers to the questions you may have, and T1 sitting a little deeper. They do have a player watching
Oh
it.
my god.
Bloody hell.
He's so quick.
He's actually nuts, isn't he? A real treat to watch throughout all of the games. Ban now has to be prepared. Flash going to force him off the angle. Has to fall away. And the pace has just changed here. They're allowing time for Kang just to take those steps around the map. He's got that
Oh, they're
first
gonna
pick
come
again.
back to B.
They are down to about 35 seconds though, so they
Everything
will
they're
have to
doing
move
is
towards
working.
one of these two sites.
I mean, T1 have the correct read here, though, that Kang's found the pick, and they're going to drift back towards B, but this B site setup will be tested once again.
The
And
flash
Cypher
Sire.
just none the wiser.
Oh, but Munchkin is
Found
on
two?
the case this time, going to find two. 17 seconds now. Spike not on the site. This could be the first big round for T1 to win in some time. But Carpe wants to do it himself. 10 seconds now. All down to Chichu, and this is tough. Ban still standing. Munchkin just around the corner. Spike's down. But so is Chichu. T1 finally get another on the board.
Okay, Munchkin goes big there. I mean,
Those
he gets a
sorts of
bit
rounds,
fortunate
though,
with the
T1
lineup.
pull off. And they have to win a couple more to chip away at this cushion that EDG have. And Carpe goes huge here with the walk out of the smoke. Rewarded with 2, but again, bigger picture. Is that sustainable? Is that the sort of game that T1 want to play here on Fracture?
Okay, we've still got some ults. I'm surprised we haven't seen this.
Still got the
Brimble.
showstopper, still got the orbital strike. But EDG
The
building
upper's in
back
B,
into a
mate.
couple of big ultimates themselves. One off the lockdown as well.
Look at this again, nobody trying to sell him something over towards A, but I'm looking at Kang here trying to make progress. Arcade, the first port of call. Munchkin.
Munchkin's
behind
tucked
the
himself
box.
in behind the
Wanted
box.
to take any
Beat
of that
Kang's
fight.
timing.
How deep does Kang actually go here? There's no second peek behind Munchkin. Ban has his sights set towards main. Looks like EDG are actually stacking up here to pop on the back of this.
Well, Ban's done well. And actually Munchkin does incredibly well, still to find one. Takes down Haodong, that's not bad. Ban starting to
Ban's
activate a
done
little. Needs to
crazy
pull away,
work.
has to go up the site. EDG going to take a little bit of that room the other side. Now,
Nobody's creeping on this.
yeah, hold on. It is a beautiful flash through the smoke. Ban gets punished for lingering just a little bit
Spike's
further
down, but do
ahead.
they know about Sire?
Sire player might have the timing right, Mike. Not gorgeous
Oh.
adjustment. Nobody's gone down. But it is this man, the one and only, standing tall and taking one. Falls away, finds safety. He's going to dip back in. He wants a bit of it, doesn't he? You can tell he wants it. He's waiting, though. 2 already this round. We'll need 4. Here's the steps. And waits, and waits,
Oh.
and waits a second too long. Sire player will find him, move him.
Okay, T1, Ban going real big with this up.
Even in that situation there, nobody's happy to
Might
get
see a
aggressive
bit
on
of a
that smoke,
faster pace from
paying no respect
EDG
to
here.
T1.
Get out of my way.
Find the up and just kind of
And
speed
even
up.
here, Ban digging pretty deep actually. To find this kill onto Chichu.
Okay, timeout EDG.
7-3 now.
Maybe they'll go
Again,
back to just full rifles.
Kang buying the operators down to 200 credits now overall, but still some big ultimates to work with. Should be pretty comfortable for the next.
20 rounds are enough on CT. I mean,
Curious actually of
T1 should be looking for 5.
What
If they only get
adjustment we see
4 in
coming
it,
out
I
this
mean, if they
timeout.
get 4 and lose pistol,
Yeah. One away from the lockdown for Munchkin, that can be something to keep in mind throughout this, but yeah, they still have a good couple of these ults to play with. Haven't seen much chance to really use them at this point, so might be able to bring something out. I'm looking at Kang actually not seeing him run the operator here. Might have switched that out. Again, this is during the timeout, so maybe discussing their options.
Yeah, potentially here to make use of a Rolling Thunder, and actually they want to get
Behind.
Kang now deep onto site. Maybe leans towards looking back at A side potentially.
Back on the
back on the operator, yeah.
Yeah, maybe just...
They talked him out of it.
Yeah, we did see him kind of switch away from it. I think it was an OT, and it felt like, oh, if only he'd stuck on it. But yeah, sticking on the operator there, it feels like they were maybe considering, as you highlighted, working with one of those ults, maybe a little bit more pacey, but if he feels he can still be as influential with that operator, sure.
I will say that obviously playing the rifle in this round does protect that round 12 purchase, so
True.
have to see what gap there is, if any, after this.
Yeah, big investment, but a big player behind it, so see what he can do for it. For starters, a little bit of noise made towards B, flash there.
you're gonna ult
Yeah,
this?
strange actually, because the stim beacon's thrown down by Haodong. Trying to fake heavy presence here towards
I mean, you
B
can't
side.
hold this now if you're trying to fake.
Off this lockdown, but Carpe will be able to remove it.
Actually, just seeing Carpe kind of drift back towards A as well. I think they're reading this quite nicely.
where Ban is.
Absolutely, and look at Ban's position as well. He's all the way out of Dish.
But it will be a retake. There's no way they challenge on this, right? I'm not worried if they drift further committed towards the side, but no, they're going to keep this one a little in check, allow EDG those precious steps towards the side to get the plant down on A. Kang just going to be on that defensive duty, trying to watch anyone trying to peek through that smoke. Oof. Lucky to be alive.
Adong does burn up the molly as well. I was curious to see if he actually resets all the way towards main here to make use of that. No way, it's Chichu coming to reflank back behind drop once again.
It looks like he's going to try to. Sire player looking for the impact, but the
Flashes
flashes
have
are
been
just
good.
everywhere. He's so blind in this. Unable to really shut down towards it, unable to close down towards it, but Ban's there,
Ban
Carpe's
as well.
there. How long still on the side did get healed up, so he's still holding a good bit of ground. Couldn't get the other fight. It's all
It's not
down to
planning
that
for him.
wrap, that flank, that Chichu position. Halfway achieved. Munchkin trying to play the time, trying to play the
Ban,
man,
as soon
and
as Ban got the op, I feel like
He's been dead in
T1,
this.
all of their
Lovely,
defense sides, I think they just got a
lovely
lot
work
more
from T1,
confident.
a much different approach.
Because they haven't been super
Great read on the
aggressive.
faking as well. What
But
worked
for the
them
way
last
that
time was
T1
setting
play,
up
this
these
kind of
retakes
like,
and having
you know, they will just contact, take fights.
bodies to throw at it.
It works a lot better
Finally
when
see
Ban
the
has an op.
showstopper invested as well. Didn't amount to much, but cleared a lot of space. And luckily, Ban actually regroups here with the rest of T1. He's not punished by this reflank from Chichu.
And again, we've seen the post plants for EDG be their problem
So 3 unanswered.
on quite a few maps. That happened in the first T1 game. And it's kind of happening again, where all of T1's rounds have come from spike defuse.
Give it a chance, but doesn't catch nobody.
Well, this time. And it looks like Kang already eyeing up that B site. Let's see who's here, though. Sire player doing his best turret impression.
They walk up all the way
What's tough
here. Won't they
is
see
if
him?
T1 feel as if they want to lean towards retakes. Howdong potentially has the molly and the orbital strike here.
I like
Like,
this
if they
timing,
just
though, as
walked
well.
up.
Just seeing nobody once again kind of investing utility a little later into the round, around that 1 minute. Just keeping those 3 players present. Kang going to get towards the site. Overwhelms. Munchkin's gone down. Now he looks at who else was here. Sire player. Only good for
That angle
one.
makes no
It's actually
sense, 'cause
Kang
people are
get
gonna-
him too, so Plant's going to come in. 4v3, man advantage here to EDG.
No flank once again. It's all coming through spawn here. Chichu will
Okay,
find
now it's a
Carpe.
4v2 and Zeta
It's
has an
only
op.
Zeta and Ban left to try and recover now.
Don't love the setup there
Couple
from
of flashes to
T1.
work with, but Zeta stuck on an operator. A tall order, Lauren.
Not easy at all. Ban going to try and get across towards the site, maybe. But the flashes are there, and so's this man. He wants to end it in style, get this half done with. Oh, okay. Smoggy's got him. Don't worry. Smoggy's
Oh, Yui
there.
finally
So
awake.
A little bit of a kind of
10
reminder
a.m.
of EDG's
in Finland.
capability of pace towards the end there. But it felt like this half was just 2 streaks. Yes, I'd say EDG came out the better of that, of course, with 8 rounds to their name, but kind of hot and cold a little throughout this.
I mean, thank God T1 got 4, to be honest. Very one-sided affair to start things off.
Wait, 10:45? Wait, Finland 3
Massive
hours
lead
ahead?
for
No
EDG
way.
to work with moving into the second half. I mean, last time this was 6-6.
Finland's only 2 hours
Very
ahead.
different look between these two
Yeah,
now.
Kang has his monitored,
EDG
like-
maybe keeping that momentum in mind, working their way forward.
Like this angle, doesn't
It's
it?
looking much better from them, at least if you're looking pound for pound in that previous matchup. But that's our thoughts. What about the desk?
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypoc. Yes, a massive improvement. And Kukuka, a lot of that came down to some of the cool nitty-gritties we saw from EDG.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to take a look at one of the rounds that we saw from them, especially round number 3. This is a bonus for them. So if we jump into it right away, I wanted to show how this round is all about the assisting. It's all about the control that comes from the other side. Actually, it's a round that revolves around
Yui, when you
Smoggy.
speak
He's
English, do
one
you
orb away
speak
from having his
like
ultimate,
Yampi?
and that is something that we
Like
can see
Yampi.
just setting up how they want to play this round. We can see in the minimap that they're already moving towards Dish to grab that orb. From then on, they can choose what to do. They can decide how they're
From
going to
Finland.
go onto the side. From the side of
I got
T1,
finished,
though,
man.
we see that they're already ready to just have some pressure on A-hole to prevent this kind of things from happening, knowing that your breach is playing from sand. This is a play that we've seen time and time again. And if we play the clip, we can
What's the
see
current score?
how
8-4.
all of this is going to unravel. We see that they've put this smoke that is going to, you know, not allow EDG to have that vision, and the support is going to come through. EDG gets that orb, that ult is going to be ready for Smoggy, and all this utility dumping comes from the other side, comes from T1. That second stun that we're seeing here, supporting EDG from mid-map, is from Smoggy. They're already running onto side. The plant is going to be secured, and it is
Oh,
a
I'm
very clean round.
Vietnamese and my
that is so
finish is really
important
bad.
because getting the bonus
My
grants
English
you
is
that
pretty good.
economical superiority and
How did
also
someone-
comfort moving into the rest of the
What?
map.
And I think that's what defined EDG's play.
Is
in
there a
that-
big
in that first half
Vietnamese
was their
community in
reaction to
Finland?
How good they were from this squad.
Is it-
But
do you
T1
not
did
find it
rally
cold?
back, and it came down to their retakes. At the first part of the half, they were too heavily committing to playing on site and really getting punished by those executes. And when they were going for those forward plays, getting punished as well. But the retakes were working. They found the adaptation. The question is, do they have another answer into the second half?
Yeah, and the question is for EDG, Pansy and Hypok, can they close this one out convincingly?
No, Sag.
I think that little caveat at the end there, Sue, is actually quite important, is convincingly. Yes, this is T1's map pick, but with 4 rounds, I'm not loving what
You
we've
get
seen
used
from
to
them
the
so
cold.
far. Yes, there was a little bit of a
Perhaps.
resurgence towards the end, but overall, it wasn't ideal. However, EDG, a little more convincing in their current form.
Sure, and EDG are actually demonstrating here they can slow down the tempo and still work the map on a macro level that really T1 are unable to find a response to. Kang here. Maybe a mini-map
That's
moment
one.
there. He's looking
Ooh.
elsewhere, but Smoggy there to back him up.
I got 3 on this site.
Themselves healthy in this with 4
Good
to
stun.
the 3. The remaining
Smoggy
3
gets
held
on
back
site.
behind the smoke. This is going to be a horrible way out. Smoggy turns the flash just
Oh my God.
perfectly. Stunning from Smoggy.
This Smoggy guy as well.
Will be grinning
Pretty
with that
good.
one.
I remember when he came in for life and it was like,
Very quick.
man, this guy's good too.
To get themselves onto double digits here. Clean work from Smoggy. I'm curious in terms of the early round, if T1 are happy to try and identify the whereabouts of Kang, maybe wait out some utility here, or they're happy to just stack up and go for some of these executes. Again, pistol
So both
round,
pistols for
necessarily an
EDG.
indicator for how the buy rounds will go.
It's pretty big.
4 people across the dish here. Maybe want to set the tone, or at least imply that there's going to be heavy pressure here.
I don't think anyone cared, though.
No, no.
He's like, cool, I'll put a flash there. Nice. That's about all they did. Second flash, we'll identify side player. I don't know how many obviously are behind that. And T1 not being particularly subtle, just maybe taking the tour for the orbs if they can. That'll be maybe on the list. Munchkin, gotta be cautious here, could easily go down. But now he's just gonna try and play on that corner. See who's prowling on the other side. Kang is there. Just about to drift away though, not really feeling that presence. And the second attempt at drawing attention towards Dish is going to warrant a response. Smoggy, not really bothered by Munchkin here. Speaking of unbothered, oh, this man, just nasty with it. This is against pistols though, so this won't be in the highlight reel, but it will be the 10th for EDG.
An answer back from T1, and we need it quick. 6 rounds separating them. They didn't even stack up orbs. I'm not even sure who took the second outside arcade here, so nothing to latch onto in terms of this first ult cycle.
Great start for EDG. 10-4.
Okay.
I mean, it looks good because
Should be
Kang's 2
good.
off Bladestorm.
That does look
In my eyes, that's a good setup for EDG.
Oh, I saw a Bucky for a second. He opted against it. Unfortunate.
Oh, what's unfortunate is Munchkin solo on the other side of this, outside of arcade. Kang looks like he might just play a deep
like it's gonna be a B hit.
off the Nano Swarm.
Okay.
Ton of information from Chichu.
Can they deal with it though? T1 will be outgunning
Not
them
the
here,
first.
but already Chichu actually going to connect well. And it's
How
Howdong
done?
this way.
Oh.
Oh, this is tragic from T1. Crumbling under the pressure from EDG. We've got a boatload of upgrades now, and Munchkin is left reeling off of that.
And this is the thing, T1, they do just do a lot of 4-1 hits.
Wasn't it? Catch the timing here on the first, yes, but 4 left to find. Chichu down to 10 HP. Nobody, though.
His timing
on the
these
reflank,
flanks.
yeah.
He's such a little rat the way he plays. It's so good. Look at him. There's no way you get around it. That's a rifle, a nice little reward for him as well. And EDG are just playing a much better game here. T1 look hesitant. They're not
Who's
looking like they did
sneezing?
before. They haven't had that
My
spark to
girlfriend.
ignite them yet. Conversion of the bonus here has just made matters worse.
So Chichu even stands his crown versus Ban.
She's surprised that you can hear her. That's how loud you
He's
sneeze.
so much happier to absorb these side hits, and it's not even a scrap. It's just EDG swing all at the same time, and T1 are overwhelmed. They haven't got any tangibles.
Can I cast
There's no
around? I mean,
comfort
if you
in
got
terms of finding an
100,000 points.
towards any player of EDG.
Yeah, and look, I think we've noted this from that first time they met up. When EDG are playing, you know, out of this world, we'll absolutely give them credit. But we have to also identify that T1 looks very flat.
But she let you leave the closet. This is
having
not a
that same
closet. Remember,
capability we saw in those
this
first matchups, even that little bit of
this
spark against
is a
NRG, for
window.
example,
This is a room.
They just
I've
look
drawn
a little
this
out of this
for you
game,
before.
Not looking ready for this map at all. And I hate going to those intangibles of
Yeah, but
confidence.
no one's
momentum,
American in
it's
this
such,
chat
you know,
right now.
Wishy-washy phrasing, but I mean,
too late.
EDG have it in droves apparently.
Well,
Whatever it
I
is,
guess it's not
they're
that late on
confident,
the
they're
West
playing
Coast.
together. They are completely and utterly outdoing.
This room is like this.
Hasn't been a competitive game.
I mean, let's not forget as well that there was a match in that NRG series where
Here's
on the
your
back of
view
Ban,
of the room.
T1 were only still
Here's me.
in the map because of Ban.
Yes.
It was very top heavy.
Well,
in
no,
here.
actually, no,
Unfortunately,
I've drawn that
we haven't
backwards,
really
haven't
got anybody from T1 standing at all.
It's like this.
In terms of the numbers, in terms of visible impact
Well,
in some of these rounds.
yeah, no.
Unfortunately, an 8-4 half we didn't see.
So here's what your view
An
of the
early
room is.
response here from
Here's
T1
TMV.
will force a purchase here. Gaps in utility. 4 Bulldogs.
Gaps in armor.
Yeah.
Oh,
Here's
this
you.
Uncomfortable watching if you're a T1 fan. And this matchup
Cast
is
Around
not quite
Redemption?
delivering to the
We'll
same
do the one
expectation.
after this.
Again, credit to EDG in that regard. They are playing beyond expectation, I guess. But T1, I want to see more from them.
We're going to run it down here.
Yeah, looks pacey. Ban quickly going to make his way through sand.
Oh.
Lovely start.
Good
That's the
start from
beginning.
Bam.
Is
Could
he
have
gonna
died to
wake
the
up
dog,
here?
but
Nobody's gone down as well. This is much better from T1. Pacey, filled with
oh
intent.
my god, the timing.
ADG left with 2. Chichu and how long?
Ban literally looks away for a second.
Looking at Chichu's positioning here, I don't think he's going to be able to get anywhere near enough in time to make any problems.
But
with
they've
that
pushed
bomb.
this.
That's a shot. Hold on. We're down to a 2v2 now. Ban making this look almost worrying.
They don't
for
expect this
T1
though,
with him
surely.
falling. Oh dear, what is going on?
But now they
Munchkin
know.
trades it back out on 1v1 now. Chichu up against Munchkin.
Seem to know where he, well, he's running,
Getting a little
so.
closer here. Munchkin waiting. Gonna hear these steps, gonna note those shots. And he waits, he better hit this shot. Chichu closing the gap now, the tag!
And Chichu wins it.
Chichu spams the pre-fire and then swings onto it. I think Munchkin even eats a headshot on that first spam.
It looks like it. Oh dear. And that was the best round we'd had yet. I thought that could have been the instigating round that maybe got
Pace
them
change looked beautiful for T1.
confident, powerful to it. Oh.
Yeah.
You take them when you get them.
And the one thing EDG don't need in this map so far is freebies like that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Coin
here we go.
flips going
Welcome
their
to
way as
round
well.
17 of EDG versus T1. I'm TMV here with Artist. Yeah, bro. Let's cast it around, bro. What the fuck is that? Anyway, we're not doing Artist because apparently I can't do Artist today. Kang's already pushed out and got a kill with his op. And, well, here we go. We got the Breach ult in there. Sorry, the Brim ult. That's not going to find any kills. But we're in a 4v5 with a retake situation. QQ already on this flank. And they found another kill from the spam. This one looks like GG. They know where this jet is as well. They're going to come into Ban pretty quick here. And somehow Ban actually gets that kill. Is he ready for Chichu? No! There it is. Game over. Game just like that. And that's it. Nah, bro. You can't do my... I can't do Artist today. It's not happening. Nah, bro. There you go. When will Artist cast? When I can actually do his accent. This casting doesn't count. What do you want me to do? That was barely a round. It was a round.
This is
It
going to be a
happened.
very hard map to quickly forget for T1. They just got blown out of the water. EDG coming out, firing on all cylinders though. Credit to them for that. But I wanted more from T1, at least on map 1.
You're not getting scammed. The round is the round. What, like, I didn't choose what happened in that round. It just happened. Whereas Nerd TMV didn't turn up today. He's like the EMEA mods. Fucking hell. The best thing is when I do the artist accent and people call me racist. As if artist is a race. That always makes me laugh. Taku's internet is down. Like when artists is filling out the census, he puts like, you know, what's your ethnicity?
And embarrass T1 like that in the opening map. And you got to feel good about coming into Haven if you're EDG.
The stars are aligning for EDG. One more map in front of them. The dream of playoffs is tangible, it's real, and it's there. Does T1 have anything left to bring to the plate? Because they have to do it now. They have to turn up for map 2.
It's actually anti-Liverpudlian. It's not Liverpoolian. Pudlian. Although I suppose that is a weird... Why is it Liverpudlian? That's a good question. I never really thought about that. Doesn't really make much sense. Probably should be Liverpoolian. But it's not. Anyway, 1-0 EDG, we go to Haven next. They won on Haven last time. 13-7. So, yeah, it's looking pretty good for them. The bingo, we need lineup doesn't hit. I don't know if that'll happen, to be honest. I mean, on Haven, you got a chance. And to be fair, if EDG went first, we would have had first map Haven as well. Double duelist comp? Oh yeah, we did get a double duelist comp, that's true. But then again, there's only 2 of us here having to do this. Fence woke up for like 5 minutes and fell back asleep. I don't know if Yui's still here. Looks like Yui's still here. What's cup stacking? I think he meant like CNED. Like CNED did. Oh, hold on. I'll try and get 5 on GeoGuessr for you. Oh, we need to play Ranked though. Let's play Ranked first.
What happened? Oh.
Okay. Just sticks. Giga Chad stick.
Gonna be tough.
Wall that corner off, honestly.
You gotta run, she's alone.
Look at these backseaters.
Well, they can jump on top of it though, I think.
Train hard.
Good shit.
Reyna was here.
Nice.
Reyna was heaven.
One tree. Nice, 1 tree, 1 heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
My ultimate is ready.
Ah, there's Scully.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
flank. Just hide.
Who's saying 1 tree, 1 heaven then?
Oh,
yeah.
It is a 5 stack, that's true. Which might make this harder, to be honest.
Gonna be tough.
Wall that corner off, honestly.
Man, that's tough. Yeah, the 5 stack makes it hard. I'm gonna go gold. It was silver. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm here.
Is that Mike?
Spike down B.
Einer kommt noch von Korn, ja.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Der hat 22 an.
I think that's Mike.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Ja.
Spike down
I
B.
think this is gold.
Einer kommt noch von Korn, ja.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Der hat 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna go gold again. Let's go. The reason that wasn't silver or bronze was because they used the nade behind them. That's why. The nade was the clue. A silver bronze player would not have used the nade behind them.
You could get the cool numbers on
Oh!
One hell.
Plus it's a pistol.
No, 117.
And aim with pistols is always up and down, even in pro games.
Last gen. Can you get my op?
Okay, this is pretty high though. This gotta be, I mean, that I think is a bit of a fortunate shot, but it's...
One hell.
We gotta be pretty high.
No, 117. Last gen. Can you get my op?
That last shot is pretty sick though. We got comms as well.
One hell. No, 117. Last gen. Can you get my...
People are trying to swing. I think I'm gonna go mall. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Pretty good.
I mean, Ban said that they were going to shut him down. They had a plan, but it doesn't look like they did.
Yeah, I mean, they were not able to shut him down. And I love the way that this team uses Kung Kung on this map. On their defensive side, he's almost always just holding hands with Smoggy, pushing together to get space on an extremity, to get them that information to set up for the retake that they want to play. And on their attack side as well, they also just get so much value out of him. He's allowed to just play alone with an operator on the other side of the map, and he still gets value out of it. It's insane.
I'm glad you mentioned Smoggy because let's check him out here in the Verizon high-speed moment.
I saw the JoJo reference, but what is JoJo 113? Well, that's the thing. It wasn't a JoJo reference. It was a JoJo 113 reference.
Because how are you going to do Smoggy like this?
I can justify Kong Kong just having a lot of fans out there just by the performance he's been having during this tournament. I can see people getting excited by the plays that he gets on the stage, but you know,
you gotta be in the stream more.
You're being fair. We need to give
you gotta be in
everybody
the
a piece
stream
of the
more.
cake because everyone from EDG has been to the best of the performance.
Yeah, and even when you watch this team play in China, a lot of the time Smoggy can even overshadow what Kung Kung does. He's such a good player, despite the fact that he's switching between so many different roles for this team. He used to play Jet way back in the day, and you still see the flashes of brilliance from him.
Yeah, it's a great start for EDG, but can they keep this up? Map 2 is coming up. It's going to be Haven. This is where they did actually, the one map they beat T1 the last time we saw them, but Kakuka after this 13-4, I am really worried about T1.
Oh yeah, completely. They definitely have to.
I'm from Latam, bad time zone.
If they want to bring it
okay, I will explain for you, Yuzai 15.
This level of confidence coming from EDG, this, you know, coming to
there was people in the
in
chat who gifted subs, and we spun a wheel, and I had to try and get 3 different people's names into YouTube videos, and one of them was called JoJo113.
Actually only got 1 round, which means if EDG is feeling comfortable, if they're getting the rounds, if they're getting the momentum, they're very easy. It's very easy for them.
All the other 2 names, you'll have to see. You'll have to see them be slipped in.
What they got for us in map 2.
Hey guys, I'm here now with Coach Autumn, and Autumn, you guys have played a lot of rounds over the last few days, and it's only going to continue to get more challenging. How are you going to keep the boys focused as you get ready for this map 2? Hold on.
항상 가장 중요한 거는 그 모든 라운드들에 배우는 게 있고 저희가 실수한 게 있고 상대방들이 잘한 게 있는데 이제 그런 거를 정확히 객관화를 해가지고 어떤 게 문제점인지를 파악하고
Yeah, I don't think that's generally.
넉넉하게 넘길 수 있으면서 결국 다음 게임을 잡으면 되니까 그런 멘탈적인 그런 준비 그거를 가장 우선시하고 있습니다.
So every round there's going to be mistakes and things that we overlook. So we have to catch those errors and trial and errors and develop our skills and
It's the most
gameplay according to
competitive
that.
Val
And
International LAN.
There may be
Probably,
some mistakes
yeah.
and things that we cannot
The reason
control,
that that's
but we
the
have to
case is because
overlook that
obviously
as well
with
and try to
so obviously
improve
before,
ourselves
like, you know,
throughout the
you
round.
had
Well,
like
you know, I've got the
solid
pleasure
like
of seeing
two
those
APAC
boys
teams,
kill
one
it
Korean
across a
team,
variety
like
of different games,
one
and I have no doubt
Japanese
that they
team,
can
like
turn it
because
around.
all the
Looking forward
different
to see what
regions
you
were
can do in
split
map
up.
two. Back to you guys.
You know, it meant that like.
Well, thank you very
You know,
much,
this
VUE.
Japanese
In
team
map
might
two,
not
they
be
don't
as
have a
good as like
choice
the
here,
second
maybe.
best
They
Korean
have to
team
turn this
or the
around.
third best
Otherwise,
APAC
they're
team
going
or
home.
whatever,
It's
right?
gonna be difficult
Same
to
for
do
like
so,
the
though.
Americas, right?
EDG
Where
right
you've
now
got
are
like
on a
2 NA
7-0
teams, you've
win
got,
streak
you know,
thus far this year
1 or 2
on
Brazilian
Haven.
teams, you
It
got
is
one
their
LATAM
home
team, like
map. It's one where they beat T1 last
like
time
because
they
these have all
played,
been
and
combined
T1
now,
honestly looked out of
it means that
ideas
the
in
actual
that game.
best
The second half just pushing
teams are
through
going,
volleys,
if
trying
you
to
get
go
what I
for
mean.
these executes,
But because
and
there's
not
less
having a
regions,
fallback plan that we've been able to see from them in other matches.
Well, let's have a look at the Prime Gaming agents. Like Kukuka, of course. I don't expect any changes here.
No, I think that in this moment of the competition, especially for the match that we have today, where one of these teams
What's
is
the score on
going
Fracture?
to
What did
go
it end?
home, and
13?
maybe it's T1 if they don't manage to find this win on Haven. We don't
6?
expect changes on the map because, you know, this happened, what, 2 days ago?
Yeah, it was super recent, so you don't have a lot of time to re-prep.
Was it 13-4?
For T1, the question is, can they rally? Their defensive side is definitely the weaker one. They struggled on that one a little bit yesterday, and EDG are really solid on this attack. This is another map where they're oftentimes putting a lot of emphasis on
Cypher good on Haven. Look, I'm a big Cypher fan, but even I'm sick of Killjoy, and even I would say
Some people
Killjoy's
might
probably
think,
better on
hey,
this
I'm
one.
not a fan of Cypher here on this map just because we see a lot of Killjoy, but for Chicho is something different. He's definitely a force to be reckoned.
A very dominant start for EDG. They are one map away from making
Kinda crazy we'll have
playoffs.
even more
Pansy and
teams
Hyborg,
next year.
I cannot believe
I'm interested to see how they do the schedule, because obviously, will teams get a bye week, or will teams
but we have to be honest
have to play
here.
twice a week?
T1, they looked flat on map 1, and now my worries continue here into map 2. If anything, this was the map that probably defined them the most. There was a bit of a, I guess, disparity in that regard.
Yeah, there was. And again, it varied by the half preference. Obviously, T1 leaned heavily towards retake setups, and I actually believe they didn't win a single round on defense where the spike wasn't planted and defused. So again, very telling if they're able to kind of play damage control, but you need to see some sort of I guess advantage
And this
here
is
coming out of the
EDG's
first half
best
in terms
map.
of the scoreline, because the second half, again, I would summarize it the same way that we just saw map 1 from T1. They were absent.
They absolutely were. EDG, though, primed in playoffs form. Looking good as
T1 win pistol,
Every
I give
single one of
5.
them
Well,
having impact.
let's go
Time for
T1.
T1's turn up, or it's time to go home.
Come on, boys.
To start out, it will be T1 on that
Little
defending
mid
side, but
push.
feeling a little confident
Cypher cameras on
down
top
middle,
right,
but
top right.
You can already note it. There will be players watching.
Here as well, actually, the spike.
They're going A. They're going A.
Progress down mid, and that could have been a big push for T1. Collapsing back very quickly
Yeah,
towards
you got it
side,
right.
EDG are stacked up outside this as well.
Okay, smokes are in. This is Kung. T1, I'm looking to see if they try and maybe go ahead of this. They are trying, and Smoggy says no. Going to take down one. Kung's there as well. A couple of trades coming
Nice,
through.
nice ban.
He still stands. Down to 21 HP, but he's still breathing, but only for a moment longer. Oh, G2, come on! The Red Bull clutch to kick it off. A little bit of hope for T1, but only for a moment as EDG rip it away.
Heroics from Ban to come out and find 2 here. Chichu finally shows his hand.
Down A.
See here, Ban's expecting the lurk to come back through spawn. A little bit of a misread. And Chichu makes him pay for it.
Unlucky, I guess. Unlucky.
Heavily invested here for round 2 as well. 3 Bulldogs to work
See,
with.
that was a win-win for me, though, because
For
either
EDG.
EDG win the pistol and they're more likely to go through, or I get 5 gifted. So a win-win for me, really.
Towards A lobby. Messiah, try and get something done here with the Sheriff. Won't be noted just yet.
This is one thing that I do think I like Cypher for, if you can use Cypher in this way a bit more. Cypher cam into Garage and getting this info if it's clear or not. Like, that is a good use of a side cam over a killjoy turret. Like, if you can find a way of getting info in mid, maybe you default towards mid a bit more. Like, this is a good use for a cypher cam. And maybe even looking in towards, like, kind of this angle for an AWP.
Pave the way for Kankang to dig a little deeper here. Good timing on the dart, though, from Zeta.
They're running down the clock pretty well here.
So I think Chamber could come back on Haven after the buffs. I still would expect most people would play...
It's very late.
I think Chamber is usable in this map.
T1
Hold on.
deciding they want to lean towards C, but we can see it. EDG opting for that A take.
Oh no, I heard a car door and got worried.
Everyone's going to be here. Should be able to call in the
But I'm
cavalry,
fine.
but not in a position to do much with it now.
Ban on Shorty as well, so
No, it
this
was next
retake
door,
going to
it's
be
fine.
very difficult to get something done there. Doesn't have any smoke.
Well, if the stream ends at any random point from this point on,
really to
then
out here with the, oh, they might even just
unlucky, I guess. I'll be back on Friday.
dry here with no smokes. Oh, Ban, we'll put one towards short though.
Okay, trying to limit some options. Nobody getting played in with How Long as well. Lovely little crossfire here. Smoggy does go down. T1 looking to see if there's any other options. I don't think they're going to be given anything through CT. Yeah, EDG going to safely cross out towards long. You noted it at the start though, there was a lot of Bulldogs there, so they don't want to be making any sort of fumbles. They're not going to be overly chasing. T1 just going to have to go down to the spike. So EDG connecting 2 rounds now at the beginning.
Why do people keep playing Hell and dying to the aftershock?
Chance to see
Because it's a
here
good
how T1 are
aftershock.
gonna approach their buy rounds this half.
Because normally as a
Similar
breach you want to
Fractured,
be
no
here to
progress
stun an
towards
aftershock
ultimate
down
here,
this
so
way.
Nothing on the cards for either
Like, you
team.
want to be able to stun this, you want to be able to aftershock this. Like, it's very
might
effective
look
with
to
the
switch
spike
things up now,
down.
Munchkin will have his setup spread across garage and the choke point outside B. Look how deep Chichu's position is though. I feel like with where he's playing now, this might just be a rush C execute off the rip.
Yep. There it is, already going to have Kung on the site, flash towards back. Swing comes in.
Okay, take
How
the
long
side,
spots,
playing
no
for
one
that retake
there.
again.
So this will be a retake.
And these
coming
two are
up for
probably too
T1,
far away to
whether
like
they like it
fast
or
blood.
not, really. And the backline's not really
Put the
available.
Cypher camera here for this as
A
well.
deep positioning coming out from Chichu. He's going to hold a lot of space towards that. Main folks will be CT and Garage, and they need to start making progress here.
This come quick. Side's a
Great
million miles
flash.
away from this still.
Nice paranoia, nice smoke.
Oh, you're in trouble
Might be
now,
caught
though.
out here. Should be, is. Okay, Munchkin, nice work. Kung still alive though. Gonna take down Munchkin. Spammed away. Ban's not gonna let him get away with that. Not able to deal with Chichu though. A 1v3 is a tall task though. Does get the Vandal 6 bullets. That is a lot to ask for. Oh my word.
Oh!
There's
He didn't
no
get it.
way. Wait.
He got the defuse.
How did he get the defuse? He was so close.
That must have been split seconds.
Show me the replay on that.
I thought he had it.
Same. We'll see this one. Again, it felt impossible anyway. 6 bullets, come on.
This is so clean.
Enemy remaining.
Oh my god, he literally just got it.
I think he thought he won it. Yeah, he did.
Same.
That is outrageous.
Oh my, like literally just.
Quite close, that. Okay.
Oh, and they saved.
T1 get around on the board, but look at the state of their money now.
Well, GG.
They're back down to pistols.
Yeah, 3
They
sheriffs
saved.
in this. No Blade Storm from Sire either. If anything, that bonus heavily favors EDG's start here to Haven.
No chance here.
Wow.
Said a little chance. And Kung gonna get away. An attempt made. And look at this guy. He's so hungry. He's so out for blood. Does he know Sire player? Yeah, he does. Absolutely. There's the clap.
So again, let me just reinforce
This guy's an animal.
why this is a bad
The way
idea.
he plays
Because
is
I know that
just
some
so
people,
nasty to
I know that
watch.
some people will say, oh, but they don't have enough money. This is why this is a bad idea. Okay. Because, and particularly early on in the half. Particularly early on in the half, this is a terrible idea. Because the economy at this point is a 2-player game. Right? So here's the problem with saving in this round. 1. You are now saving with plus 1,900 in mind. Right? So you're going for a first loss bonus save. which means that you're going to have guns like this. You're going to have Sheriff no shields, classics. Like, you've got no chance of winning this round, right? Like literally no chance. You just don't have enough guns to win this round. Almost certainly. Secondly, EDG's economy also matters. So you likely give them a round like this where they get a flawless round, right? And now their money, even if you win the next round, they've still got money, right? If you win the next round, and then you lose, and these rounds are close, then you'll have to save again. But EDG, they've got money on money now. They've just got a free flawless round. And the thing is, the judge is good enough. Buy a judge. Judge equals good. Go for it. You know, bulldogs are good enough. You can win rounds with these guns. Saya could have got a rifle last round.
To be made from that
Like,
already certainly a highlight. For now, though,
you could have done it. Saya's going for pretty much just a naked up. I don't know why he hasn't bought a smoke.
Challenges on the other
It
side.
doesn't really make much sense.
3 players make it the 4th already down in towards Sewer. He's trying to stand his ground here. That's a brave play considering. Zeta going to post the Hunter's Fury to try and dissuade this approach, but they're ahead of it. Side player out of the dash now as well. Kung closing in. Side player, great connection. Takes down the threat. And now operating with 4. Chichu might become it. Keep in mind he's been
ult as well.
filthy so far, 7-0.
This will reveal actually that T1 are looking to rotate away from this. Interesting enough, EDG.
Oh, they're actually coming to B. No, they're on A. No, they go back now.
But look at the position they've already been able to gain.
Yeah, Smoggy's drifted onto A.
Yeah, the smoke's going to come from kind of downtown, but he's got all that space here. So if they try and play back in, the only threat is through heaven.
T1 are so paranoid, they're scrambling to try and pick back up some control.
It's on the side player to try and...
Disgusting lurk from Haldong as well.
Oh, he's going to go the long way.
All the way around CT too. Yep.
These guys need to delay as long as they can. Oh my god. Well, that's what they needed. Now they have enough time.
And look at Haldong. Spots 1, spots 2. And he's pulled it. Gonna find Ban. Knows where Carpe is. Paranoia's gonna go through as well, so Carpe can't even try and trade it. And he's just costing them so much time. They're smothering him now. He's got support in this. It's not just Haldong alone. Smoggy's come around too. They fancy a bit of it. Zeta might be able to try and keep his teammates safe here. Yeah, he is. Okay. But the time. EDG getting a little audacious in the plays. Nobody going hunting too. He wants to take these weapons away. He's done very well for 1. The operator will be staying though.
And so now, though, this next round, okay, yeah, they saved the off. It's now a save again. This is the problem with it, right? You save, and if you win this next one, they can buy. If you lose this next one, you save. So, like, very likely, or like, you know, extremely likely, you just give them 3 rounds. That's why you don't do it. This is why. Because it's extremely likely that you've just given them 3 rounds. And even if you do win the 50-50 round, which was that one, then you end up in a spot where it's like, well, they can still buy. It's still a 50-50 round for them, and it's probably another 50-50 round for them because their loss bonus will increase.
Outside of what that diffuse that we saw come in, there was bait. I mean,
I made the same comment in the first map. The rounds that T1 win, it doesn't feel sustainable.
This is why Leviathan saving all the time doesn't make sense either, right? That's why that doesn't make sense either. Because outside of specific scenarios, so unless you're on 12 and like your opponent's on, unless like 12-5, then it's a 1-player game, right? Because the team on 5 has to keep winning. That's the only way the game continues. And so they're always going to have a buy up to a certain point, right? So like that's when it becomes a 1-player game and you just have to focus on what you're doing. Or if your opponent has like max creds, then it becomes a 1-player game, right? Because they've got max creds, so you know they'll be able to buy for the rest of the game, so it doesn't matter, right? So, but outside of those like specific circumstances where it does turn into a 1-player game, you can't do stuff like this. You can't do stuff like this because it just gives your opponent such a better chance.
It's terrifying. T1 have to completely overhaul the way they played the second half of Haven last time.
I just this round I'm kind of eyes towards Sire player. Does he get a moment to even have influence?
Sire's got the up on C. They get aggressive on A with the 4. Like again, look, we got a classic in here. I guess Carpe. Oh, Carpe saved the gun, so that makes sense.
So if anything, kind of funneling EDG in towards that C
interesting
side.
dart.
So yeah, to try and play inside.
But yeah, I like this camera.
Op anchor here on C side.
Right, clears all of this.
We get some sound cues. Very deep clearance here with the
I
drone.
mean, you've got to know that they're close.
T1 overpush this, they'll just spin back in towards A. And well, they've pretty much taken them all down. Trades are there. It's a 3-1.
And so exactly what I said.
Player,
The danger of happening is.
50 seconds to play with, 3 to collect on.
I mean, you've killed 4 people here, so
Taking that A site.
you're going to expect that he
needs
to rotate.
We get the benefit of the timing as well. And these are the heartbreaking kills.
This is soul destroying.
Oh,
Doesn't turn. He has had a second thought of it.
He's going to go for it now? 1v2.
A 1v2. Time to play with here as well.
Now, will they do what Navi did and randomly push an off?
Pop the blades as well.
Oh, he's going for it now.
Graffiti. That's going to be how long does he check? Side blades tries to go in. Seems a little short-sighted, a little frustrated, and EDG unfazed.
Burning up the blade storm and giving away the operator. We'll be able to repurchase, yes, but
Careful.
I think you're right. A little bit frustrated there with the approach. Maybe also thinking, you know, the fast coming through. There's a deep lurk from Chichu. Maybe they've just sent somebody to plant on the opposite side of the map, catch them off guard, but EDG.
Okay, 5-1.
Everything except the neural theft at their disposal.
Zayed does
now.
still have an op. They didn't pick it up for Kankan. Probably things are going so well that it's like, why would you?
Control of Haven.
Although he does have knives, so.
This has to be a swing round for T1. Good purchase, couple of nice ults, operator out. What does EDG do with this as well, right? They've got their own ults to play with. They've obviously got a fair crack of money too. And Chichu's presence through Garage has been problematic to say the least. A nuisance by all variety, but we do see that Killjoy setup there. So turret's going to be in position. And Munchkin going the long way around.
Damage taken on Kankang, actually.
He's hunting though. He's feeling aggressive,
Punch.
feeling deadly. Looking like to kind of fall towards the side. Bam going to note the player towards the back of the side, but look at the pressure on this man.
He's going to get spammed,
So
surely.
many things to be worried about. Munchkin
How's he
trying to
not
at least
dead?
help him out somehow. Chichu does go down, but it's just going to be chaotic on the site now. Nobody looking around, takes a little bit of a glance, can't quite find Ban. Gets a little closer, but the crossfires are coming in, just keeping him at bay. Zeta connects. Kankang in the back line, still lingering around by Garage. Finally decides to take a little look towards the site because they're holding onto this Ban. Oh, a messy fight towards Long was never going to be enough here. And the last 2 players make it 1. Need a whole lot. This could be a big round for T1. Can they keep 3 alive? Double swing? Yes, they can.
So really this comes down to Ban kind of holding it down here.
This time around, T1 mitigating a lot
Maybe a
of
bit,
risk. They played
like they
deeper
got
and
kind
deeper,
of bogged down
concern
here in
being
Garage, it
now
felt
if
like.
EDG lean heavily
I
into
kind of
that.
feel like
T1
Kankan,
have
you know,
to
trying to go
concede
for this
space.
kill here.
First time really they
You know, it
followed
kind
through.
of almost slowed them down.
Off the
And then
punch,
the
Chichu
ult
took it,
actually
but
missed Ban as well.
It didn't catch Ban. I thought it did. Saw him catch a kill on the kill feed off screen, but a lapse of concentration there from Smoggy.
Right here.
Big switch up from Munchkin here, actually. It's the alarm bot down towards sewers.
So they're going for this breach ult play that I actually highlighted them doing before. Turret, breach ult.
One with the lockdown available.
They did it with a Silver ult in that one as well.
Does still have Carpe.
They've shown this
alongside him.
before.
Maybe looking for a contact play off
In their
the
game
turret
against
or the alarm
DRX.
bot with the Rolling Thunder.
The danger for me of this, and they had the breach ult with it before. The danger for me with this
Side player going to be sitting towards B.
is that it is only 2 players,
Swing. Killed by the dart.
Yeah,
Completely wasted.
and then you go.
No
You
value
get
off it.
revealed by a dart.
Time, I guess, is the only thing that they get.
And
but that's
before they had a
very slim
Silver ult,
reward.
and the
very
Silver
quickly
ult
now
I
you
think
can
made
see
it a
the
good
call
play
is made
because
to
people are always going to
drift
come
back
into this
towards the
corner.
retake.
So you can Silver ult from back here, and you know that they're going to be in this corner because you're swinging from there.
They don't want to over-rotate. They've been conditioned to be paranoid about those flanks. You can see it now. Hunter's Fury going to be posted to try and clear through. Nobody. Not going to find what he wants here. Nice denial, though. 28 seconds, finding it hard to filter towards that A site. There's still players to clear through, and Munchkin was one of them, and he's fallen. So maybe it's game on. Tire player finds the shot he needs, backs away, doesn't lose life. Trade comes in. It's on the form of Carpe falling. 3v4 now. And suddenly EDG taking the fight to the
Can they
30
plant the
seconds.
spike, though?
Zeta and Ban, how much can you do to deny this? Paranoia set,
know
but they
that
can't
they're
deny
both
the plant
CT.
going down. No big chip damage to report. Howdon, yes, took damage earlier, but that's about it.
Oh, he TP'd
Ban
in.
trying to filter his way forward as already his teammate falls. It's not worth the value on this. They're just finding
And this
nothing.
buy is going to be
very quickly
awkward. They might go
resorting
for
back
it
to a
down
retake here,
6-2, but
Munchkin stays on site.
again, it's going to be an awkward
Very
buy.
peculiar. As him to take first contact here. Look at the space. Where's the second swing there?
Even EDG were looking for it. They were waiting for it.
Because before this, the fault line.
But I mean, even then, they're in a 3v3 and Saya walks into a
Munchkin
smoke.
has nothing to help.
I mean, I guess EDG have pushed up there.
All of his util's gone.
But still, it's not looking good for
T1.
T1. And yeah, they save again.
And there were bodies in place there.
That's
to
what I
swing
mean,
at the
right?
same
I
time.
know. Like EDG now, if this is just even a half clean round, they can buy for the rest of the
Everyone
game.
else on Sheriff's odds and ends. And obviously full, very healthy purchase for EDG. Kankang taking the space over towards Long as well. Clearing out by the box, but already see the positioning double stacked up towards Sua. EDG not in a particular hurry. They have everything they need to work late into these rounds.
T1 are so scared of Chichu's position and where his utility is that
Sorry.
there's just no proactivity on this defensive half. I mean, they're very rarely even challenging for A lobby.
Oh, nice from Munchkin though.
Nice.
He does benefit there from the cage dropping.
There's 3 people here.
Okay, but can they hold against this? Not with
Oh my
that
God,
amount of
the dart.
information. Look at it! Oh, it's devastating! The control comes out as
They know
Carpe
about
falls.
Saya, though.
Leaving Saya players still maybe an unknown quantity, but they seem all too aware of it. Nobody the first to try and find that information, and he wins the fight. EDG have the side to their own. The last 2 players feeling irrelevant to the outcome as Kankang is holding them back. You want a chance to the site, you got to get past this man. And he ain't letting you through. Nothing going to be happening. EDG fully in control here. This team wants playoffs, and they're not far from it now.
Big gap. 5 rounds.
I mean, the dart as well.
Haven. It's another example. I talked about this in map 1. How quickly EDG react. They concede this first blood. Immediately, the switch is flipped.
Still a buy for T1.
I mean, they have ults. Again, there's 3 stacked towards A.
They are running on fumes here.
Well, first time, I was mentioning it last round, first time we've actually seen T1 challenge towards A lobby. A little deeper here on a buy round. Saya posted up, rifle in hand, Carpe to support. This time around, EDG.
This time they destroy the turret. They destroy the cam though this time. It's taken them like 10 rounds to like try and figure out QQ it seems.
And now what do you do with this one? Can Carpe save him? Okay, yeah, maybe you can. Draws out the Hunter's Fury as well.
Now they know there are flashes there. They might suspect that this guy is here as well, because why else are you flashing for it?
Oh no!
And the Cypher ult as well is gonna come in big.
Kankang is just too good at this game. Man's dead in the blink of an eye.
I mean, do they have to
A
save?
million miles away. You can already see it. Chichu's already up into garage. This is.
It's the fear, it's the paranoia again though. Off the owl drone, they're desperate to try and find I don't want to say a cheesy kill, but a freebie off the Hunter's Fury to potentially play Saya in. And just like that, the blink of an eye, EDG find 2 kills elsewhere.
Is this just aim diff? I mean,
so
aim
rough
diff
for
is
T1.
part of it, but it's not the only part of
He's
it.
just walking through them.
Like I said,
He is walking through
EDG,
them.
you know, are playing well.
They look
They're
scared.
playing
T1
smart,
look
right? They
terrified.
drone out
I
here,
don't really blame him when you got the
and you
beast
get a
up
breach
against you.
flash
This guy is
and a
absolutely
Sova ult from back
unreal,
here.
but
So they
again, it
instantly
hasn't
pivot
just
C.
been that solo
Now, yeah,
show from him.
sure,
We've
they
had
get
a
these
great
2
performance
kills.
from Chichu here
That
as
same
well.
duels.
Those
Although this
lurks
one
have
was kind of a
fear
3v1,
of
but you know,
God
this
in
1v1 here on the Killjoy that gets them a Cypher ult. Yeah, that's QQ just winning an Angel against Munchkin. But
drastically
you know,
outclassing
figuring out
T1.
like where they need to go,
They're going to need every single round.
I mean, they're
remaining,
playing
and there's
well.
Not many to go spare.
like, that's just an aim fight. But
Fadeaway shots like that.
Grounded.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, what do you do against a team that's this volatile? Like I said, so quick to react. Even here, the slightest
Schnifio with the 3 months.
The
I mean,
pendulum
luckily
swing
EDG
towards
are trying to end this thing
executed
fast enough for me
perfectly by
to,
EDG.
you know, not need
Adjustment here.
not have the internet go down.
Towards garage. Now Munchkin tasked with holding down, anchoring that A site. Lockdown available. The thing is, with no exploration from T1 this half, there's not really anything that indicates what their default looks like. I mean, they've barely even pushed out and dealt with the spy cam in a single round that I can think of. Chichu has all the information across the map. And EDG just running rampant with it.
How close they are. He's so far ahead of even that dart that
They're
just
finally
came
going to use this, I think. They just play retake.
Yeah, not going to be hindered by utility. He wants to fight towards the backside. This time, though, T1 actually going to fall away from this. Still a little bit deeper towards CT. Depend on that lockdown. Should give him a bit of room, but look who's hunting!
Oh my god!
Shankang's here! And he wants more! He's going to chase him around the map. He's still going. Does it land?
I was
It
going
does.
to say, the shock dart and the aftershock's going to deal with the lockdown.
And now you got problems galore. 4v4 and you got to make your moves now. You got to try and get towards the side. He is here, standing his ground. Does eventually fall down to Munchkin.
I mean, like that, like.
It's back down to a 3v3, but the time's still ticking. The Paranoia finds nothing. Nobody on the reposition. It's just gorgeous work. Oh, the drop down, it matters
Oh
not.
my God.
Nobody there to greet him with a smile. EDG running away with the game.
Mimi made this point on the desk as well. Every single one of these EDG players is good for a multi-kill here and there. A 3K or 4K, whenever it's needed. And like I said, there's freedom for EDG to set up here. The lockdown that is literally the cornerstone of T1's game plan in this round amounts to nothing. Kang is 18-6 on this half so far.
And he didn't have that blistering start like he did before, but you can see it every round there's value. He might have another one.
Oh, he goes with an enough.
Oh, he knows where
They
you
are
are now, Carpe.
terrified. They are terrified, and rightly so. Yeah, run away. Run away while he still can. I wouldn't want to face him right now. Confidence sky high for the man. This is his map.
Here.
Does anyone want to try it? Okay. He's still going to carry on forward. Be it a Marshall, be it the operator, doesn't really matter. Maybe a shorty to add to. No, Munchkin this time stands tall. Who's got the multi-kills from EDG here, though? None of them. It's Munchkin, still alive and kicking as best he can. Leaving nobody in
You get two whilst blind.
The others try and handle this. Munchkin getting that defused. Oh, Howdong's there! And now down to the 1v1, nobody!
Of course they win it. What was that, 2v3?
And
2v4?
EDG, large and in charge here. Playoffs just within touching distance now, Mike.
T1 just looked boomed after that map one. It's been hesitant, it's been scared. This entire half, they haven't wanted to challenge EDG. They've allowed them to set up and Kang to just continue pushing so deep and playing contact with an operator time and time again. Like I said, there's been so few rounds, I mean none actually, where Chichu's backline has been pressured. Constantly in control of information.
T1 just never got into this game, did they really?
Yeah, 10-2. This could be a short one, a quick
Could
one.
EDG beat NRG? I think we got to be asking, could EDG
It is all
win
about EDG right
Masters
now.
Tokyo?
T1, they can't even get around.
It has been such an amazing half. So many late A executes where EDG is just thriving. In fact, the only 2 rounds that they lost, they just went to see. One of them was that insane play that we saw by Chichu, but the defuse went through. And another one was a plain execute. As long as they don't do that, I feel that also T1 was making it a little bit too
one of the rounds that they won was that defuse. This is what you get. This is, by the way, this is the Valorant gods punishing T1 for doing the same.
Peak form right now. Chichu is pulling up ridiculous things like this. He didn't quite win the round there, but it's still in my heart the plays that they're making.
Yeah, it's not just him as well. Similarly to when they went up against Na'Vi, it is very much, Mimi, a team effort.
Yeah, every single one of these players is stepping up, and for T1, it just looks like they are crumbling. At the beginning, they were trying to fight for a lobby control. They stopped doing that completely. They're playing so passive on this defensive side.
Oh, Kid in the Shadows doesn't know.
Was just owning the map.
He actually lost that
round. If we take a look
round.
at the graphic here and we take a look at EDG, that defensive win rate is through the roof, and it's exactly what happened last time against T1. T1 only managed to get 1 single round.
When are the draws
And
for the playoffs?
previous
I don't
round
know.
was all
Either
about
today
the
or
retakes
tomorrow.
that were definitely not there today.
EDG is on the precipice of making history. They've been to 3 international
How's the bingo
events,
going?
and it's their third opportunity.
It's not looking
They're
great
about to
today,
make it out of groups if they
to
can
be honest.
close out versus T1.
Yeah, and T1,
We needed
they're gonna
Reina
need a
pick or
miracle
lineup
right
doesn't
now.
hit, but I don't
10-2
think we've
down.
had either.
We have seen it before. The comeback, it's not impossible, but Pansy and Hypok, this pistol round is going to be absolutely monumental.
Absolutely, this is paramount to any hope for T1, but it feels almost fated, right?
We had a silver
EDG
lineup miss? Did we win?
Just elevating to truly playoff potential from the first time
No.
they met to now.
Again, I don't think that was a
almost like a
lineup.
different
I
team.
think he just...
I think T1, you could say the same. Looking
I
like
think
a
it was from
very
like here and he
different
just hit
team
the
to
door.
Last time they faced off.
I don't think that was
Like
a
I said, this
lineup.
is
I think
where
that was a dart
some
on the fly
concerns
that he missed.
definitely were raised.
That counts?
T1's attack in half. That's not a
No.
good start. 25 HP off the rip here.
The
for
lineup
Saya.
on B?
Actually, I was going to say the re-clearance here if nobody will full swing onto that, but still has
You
the
can't
dart
have
even
Sova
here.
don't miss. It has to be a lineup. And a breach aftershock is
invested
never a
off the
lineup.
rip.
If you miss an aftershock, that's not a lineup. You're just bad.
Not giving away too much, but a fair amount of pressure now noted. The push looks good. Sire player, highly valuable.
That's
Nice
a big
overrun
kill.
from Carpe.
And those
Munchkin gonna
flank.
catch the
And the
cross
lurk
too.
as well.
T1 taking a damn good goal. It looks
Okay.
much better from T1. But look who remains. If it was anyone else, I'd have wrapped up this sentence long ago. But we give him credit where it's due in this, and we give him this moment. What can he do with this? He knows Munchkin was middle. That's not the target of focus for now. Does he find that first blood working back in? Looks for a target.
5 gifted. What if he gets it?
Showing. Checks graffiti, finds it, dips. Oh! Oof. It's all good. Real life. T1 back in the game.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Yep.
Well,
Easy.
they need to improve their previous performance versus EDG. Was 1 round last time, but
Someone said they gift 5 to you on 1 pistol.
the pistol definitely the crucial one with this scoreline. Is that enough to get them back online? A mountain to climb to get back into Haven here.
Palmania, thanks for the 5 gifted.
Round by round. But I still get terrified of seeing him just going.
I think that's probably going to be the sub alert for the 5 gifted plus for a long time. It makes me smile every time.
Again, this round they do only really walk in with that sheriff that's in Kung Kung's hands. Otherwise, that's going to be classic. So if T1 go through their due diligence, they should be fine.
You know what, whilst we wait for this round, Palmania, I'm going to write your name on the EDG sheet. I'm going to write your name here.
Mostly of him.
There you go.
Looking to now regroup back towards C. Kankang looked like he almost responded to an audio cue there.
Going over towards C. Oh.
He's going to be watching through from Garage. He held back for now. How long does that smoke last? Okay, a little bit of info. Choo-Choo's got Sire player. They're not getting the access. Oh, God!
No
Saya's
way.
got one! Okay, he's got down. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. This is totally fine. 33 seconds is definitely a little dangerous. But it's dealt with.
Carpe
T1.
saves him.
All good. 3 alive, 3 rifles. No worries.
Yeah, luckily holding on to the crucial inventory. And one thing last time EDG was so good at is not just leaving Chichu to anchor a site, but just leaving his utility. They were so happy to
It's
explore
the highlight
elsewhere,
of my life.
get a pick on the extremity, and then end up back on the site where Chichu's investment is.
Well, I'm sure you made someone's day.
To get right for the, I was going to say, Carpe will pick up a Bulldog here in T1 with some difficult decisions to make, obviously, in terms of the economy due to the
Wait,
scoreline.
who's made HMFI ODC JC97Z2?
The pressure here towards A lobby.
When did you get in the chat?
Still need to be careful on the way in. You can see them trying to go through all of those corners, clear everything in front of them.
Okay, this is the big round.
Here for a stun. Kankang almost with a sixth sense here. Reading a couple of players of T1 backed into the corners, but doesn't get any damage and forced back by the drone.
Yeah, nobody smoggy And Kung all here.
Don't love this angle with the
Being
Guardian.
basically kept safe by a trap and a little bit of a passive hold by Howdong. T1 walking into quite the stack of players here. Side player better be good for it. And he goes first man
Gets the stun.
found. Clears out one. Looks for the follow-up, not going to happen. Hold by nobody.
How is
Smoggy
Smoggy
with
just
the swing.
running around getting
Takes
those
down
kills?
side player, but there's still Smoggy on the side, but over one.
Okay,
T1
nice
doing
though from
nicely here.
T1.
A 2v3 is not
Hold
impossible
on.
though. Paranoia gets sent now. They can't really get ahead of that smoke, so Carpe playing by Graffiti is in a pretty powerful position here until...
Wait, Zeta?
Smoke
Huh?
fades.
The smoke dropped.
Seemingly completely unaware. Ban saving the
Nice
day there.
crossfire,
Like
though.
that felt like they were
Okay.
about to fumble it.
Hold
I'm not
on.
sure if Zeta thought he had a couple
Winnable?
more seconds on that, but the smoke falls and he's punished as he's trying to tuck back into that short cubby. And so T1 convert the third. Is a comeback on the cards. Actually, sorry, I think even spotting there on the dash. Very diligent on the entry. Ban luckily gets that instant headshot on the double swing. Shuts any hope down.
They go for an instant timeout from EDG. Come on. I mean,
They got 2 timeouts. so
Care
you
if
might
they
as
want
well.
to switch something up now.
we did talk about them kind of looking to bring in like a different style almost, right? We saw on map 1 it being a little bit more patient, a little bit more refined, not as, you know, high tempo, high explosive, still as volatile as ever, sure, but a little bit of a different look. Now I wonder what EDG do on this. They have options. Obviously, though, they've kind of had a couple of investments here and there as well. Losing out on that bonus is rough too. That's going to put them in a little bit of a predicament. That can close up the scoreline a little bit. And they don't have any ults to lean on. No massive amounts of progress, obviously, of everyone in tow. So, I wonder what EDG do with this. Maybe just going to make sure they don't allow this team to open up that window of chance for T1.
So last time, obviously heavily reliant on Kankan getting on that operator nice and early. And that was when T1 barely got a look in. Yes. Yeah, it's, again, started running away with the early rounds. The utility misinvestment from T1 time and time again, conceded a lot of map control. He's here, it's free on the bounce. How far can they take this now? Anticipating a little bit of aggression coming out of that timeout. 3 stingers and a sheriff, so no... I was going to say, no freedom here for T1. They've got to play this carefully.
I guess they can afford a couple of these rounds, but interesting to see how long they live with this. Again, probably a good choice from T1 to just go for the C-take.
Yeah, they're going to start rotating. They're going to go for like a fast flood.
Getting ahead of it.
Yep. Lost a bit of that timing on it now. They could re-address this. They could re-pressure. Side player going to take towards the side, but EDG have all 5 players here waiting. Let's see how this pressure looks though. Munchkin going to deal with the first. Chichu goes down. Kung gets towards the site, spots out the players, but again, still working with stingers. It ain't going to be enough. Carpe overwhelms, but Smoggy to do the damage, leaving it a 3v2. Only down to Smoggy.
Okay.
And T1.
T1 dealt with that pretty well. Did they tap and not plant?
Well handled. I was saying, a little bit of a misplacement here on some of the utility on the way back in, but only stingers, only sheriffs. EDG probably just looking to chip away a little bit, take away, or force a couple of repurchases here with a stinger of rounds now in favor of T1. And a big advantage in terms of the old cycle, in terms of what's available off the rip here. Rolling Thunder, Blade Storm, 2 off the lockdown.
Kung's got the operator though.
Yeah, that's...
and he's
going towards short.
Does he? How far does he take that, do you reckon? I mean,
last time T1 were incapable of shutting this down. Yes. And they conceded a number of first deaths on the back of it.
as well, look at this.
Reading into it potentially, though. It's actually, yeah, the alarm bot's posted up here to prevent a flank coming through.
It's a test of Howdong then instead. Side player going to lead the way. The paranoia was good. I don't think they noticed that it actually connected very, very well. Plays in Howdong just perfectly. Side player, a little bit of a fumble there. Smokey going to make the most of that as well.
Nobody got one.
Oh,
nice from
EDG. Zeta, leaving Munchkin in a rough situation.
Don't miss those.
Operator rattling through his chest as EDG.
Yeah, they didn't quite realize how close
the corner
they perhaps were.
Or not. Made so much of a difference in that one.
Sobril was nice as well.
It's heartbreaking that Howdong's actually not spotted here, because the paranoia is perfect. Right. But you can see what Saya has to do. There's
Sobril's
so
coming
much
like
for him
bang
to clear.
across as well. Sobril's like perfect for that. He was like at such a good angle.
I think make the right decision here. They continue pushing.
This guy's a superstar in the making, isn't he? 22-11. He's putting on a show. Theatric shot in and out of the server. And I think he's getting a little confident, a little cocky. Getting that first hit.
4-stack here again.
And they're getting aggressive down towards long. It looked like T1 were prepared for this before. This time
QQ.
around, are they ready for what's on the way?
Trying to punish just the alarm bar again. No one really watching this.
Oh God, the headhunter himself, he's here. He's gonna keep going on this one too. Gets a little closer. Just around that
You
corner.
should run.
3 players. Was baited in, toyed in, teased in. He still gets the kill. Howdon is there with a ban. Tries to do everything he can. Still does the damage. Chichu
And there
comes
you
back
go.
around. And
Look at the
EDG,
map, bro.
all too prepared for this. Munchkin
So
once
QQ's
again
punished him
left here
big time by just walking
alone.
down C and just having the alarm bot there.
Desolate. So few options. Oh, adding insult to injury,
Might
isn't
as well.
it? What are you meant to do? Got 3 to clear. Stunned up. 38 seconds. Even the turret's not on his side at this point. Can he isolate one of these? First, yes. Trying to look for that swing.
I'm playing this great.
Chichu held off. The second.
Oh, they aren't playing this
Munchkin, you
great
knew
at
where he
all.
was. And he waits. He waits. Oh no! Heartbreak! As Chichu timed it so well. And the moment Munchkin moved away, EDG make it to 12.
I mean, that's the best way to sum up some of the rounds in this series. What a beautiful collapse, though, from EDG. And Chichu's so deep on C long. Beautifully coordinated. Another example of just total freedom across
Janus.
the map. 3 members of T1 stacked
With
up,
a 6-month.
backs against the wall in spawn. Heartbreaking.
This one's going to sting for T1. 6 to 12, yes, there's still chance. There's still, you know, moments where you see the confidence. Mike, you see it
Will
every time
EDG
that
win
counts on
Tokyo?
these players.
Why not?
They're starting to become showmen. They're starting to, you know, get the
Why
fans
not?
going, get the people going, get in the faces, get into the heads of T1 as if they needed that. T1 looked shattered from that
Huge
first,
what?
from that first map.
Q Janus.
Left in pieces throughout this game. EDG mean in the way they're playing.
How else would you say this?
T1 need a miracle now.
Q Janus?
Hell, they need something more than that. Blade Storm there for Kang as well. 5 behind it for everyone else. And it's a scrappy purchase for T1. And it looks like an all-out brawl here.
I'm not sure if T1 even just pop off the spawn barrier here. Looks like it might be a stun set up.
He wants to fight
Oh,
it, though.
kid in the
He
shadows.
wants
You're
to
allowing
fight
that one.
it.
Oh.
Takes side player
Got a
down
Bucky.
to barely anything.
Why has he got a
Left
Bucky?
alive on 15. There's a message to the others, do not come to this site, and they dare go forward. He waits, tucked in the corner though, dealt with by that. Oh, dives a little further ahead, Tata's still standing. Smoggy's there though, they walk through the smoke to their slaughter. Paranoia sent EDG massacring T1. Until then, it's Chichu trying to do something to deny
And there it is.
Hold on, confirms it. T1.
That was one way of finishing
by
it.
EDG.
A terrifying performance here from EDG. Thriving on that previous success. And everyone stepping up here. Kang, the headline, sure, but this is a scary roster.
Yes, it is.
Right in that wave, Lauren, honestly.
Every team in the playoffs will want to avoid them. There's something about them. There's some magic in that team. And I don't know how you deal with it. T1 didn't. They made a damn good go. They faced them down in the first time they met. They succeeded. They took a great game to NRG. And the rematch, it was a different place altogether, a different team altogether. This EDG side, something about it, terrifying to the core, the capability of some of these players. And as you said, yes, one man, maybe the front man, but everyone is capable. We saw it here, Chichu, fantastic, nobody, incredible. Out on Smoggy, Heroics from these players, every single one having their rounds. And obviously, the man of the hour, Kung is just built a little different. Certainly a superstar in the making.
I mean, a very short list of players that, I guess even at this event, that could stand up individually to the performance that Kang is demonstrating so far here in Tokyo. Like I said, if this is the byproduct of a little bit, an injection of some confidence here on the stage, how far does it go for them?
I think that's the question we all want to find
Who
out.
do I like more, Paper X or
What's it look when they
EDG?
get to playoffs? There's big
I mean,
teams
right
there.
now, EDG
There
have
are
to be
big
the
teams. You've
story.
dealt with the
They've got to be
Siemens
the
of the
story.
world,
How
the
could they
Arctics
not
of
be?
the world, the
You know?
Durkas, the name your
I feel
heavy
like
hitters.
last year, towards the start of the year, was the
I'll let
beginning
go
of
the
kind of like,
newcomer. Some fresh blood coming in.
oh, APAC is actually, you know, like, Asia is actually good.
Is something we'll find out once we get to
Right,
those
we got
playoffs.
Zeta
I'm
Division,
sure
you had
everyone
Paper
waits
X, you
with
had
bated breath.
DRX. Like,
But
early
what a
last
moment
year,
for
it was kind of
EDG,
like,
bigger
oh yeah,
picture.
these teams are
A
good.
couple of international
And Brazil as well.
debuts, a
Like,
couple of looks towards it, but
2022,
nothing like
the
this.
start of 2022 was to me like the start of like, oh, you know,
And it's tough for T1,
minor
but
region isn't a
I
thing.
gotta say it, when there's just an off day.
And now this
little bit
tournament maybe
complacent
is
in some
China is also
situations,
good.
but a total lack of awareness of.
Because even ASE weren't that far behind. You know, again, we aren't. We're talking about like
very polarizing.
You know, we're talking about like the best
So many times we saw
10
them scared,
teams from the other
hesitant. I mean, lost for answers, to be honest with you. And EDG literally thrived in that situation. A couple of different looks from them today as well. Happy to slow things down.
That is actually a good point, and I haven't really thought about that.
Other macro elements.
When was the last time? I mean, obviously now we're in like,
would be the question marks
obviously
for
the
this
3
roster.
leagues, it's a
And
bit
that's been a
different,
bigger
but
conversation globally
for
when
like
it
the
came to
the
especially
second
the
half
Chinese
of
teams
last
going
year,
into
you
the
didn't
international
really
scene
hear
is
the
depth.
term
They
minor
never had
region
the pace
at all.
change, they could never play that slow style.
Like
Those
you
was
would
the
never
conversation
call the
we get
team
1,
like,
2,
oh,
3
it's a minor
individuals,
region
always
now.
maybe
You would
keep
never
up, but
really
then
say
when it
that
came
now,
down
would
to
you?
the nitty-gritty, that especially like EMEA style, notoriously or historically, they never kept up. This could be the team to do it, Mike. This could be the team to make the run.
Delete me from the sheet, says where's the fitting. Well, it's still your sheet.
Of teams, for example.
But yeah, I will,
This
gladly.
is what we look out for.
T1,
This
get off the
is
sheet.
playoffs team that we can't wait to see how far they can go. Another Cinderella is going to the ball.
See it every week on Reddit. Well, as I've learnt many times, the people on the Valorcom subreddit, are like, to me, they're like the people who believe in conspiracy theories, where it's like, there's people who are stupider than them that live on the VLR threads and forums, right? So they know that like, so they know of the existence of more stupid people, but they think that they're really smart. Like, that's who the people on the Valorcom subreddit are. Like, they think they've got it all figured out, and they know that there's idiots out there as well, because they've seen it. So they think that they must be the smartest. Many of you are like, is he calling me out? Am I getting called out? Is draw for the playoffs live? I don't know. Like, I mean, the VLR, this is where the true degenerates live here. You know, in this space. This is where the true, like, you know, bottom of the barrel live. And then, you know, the subreddit is for people. Like, I'm not really on, you know, people talk about Twitter sometimes. I don't really see it on Twitter that much, the discussion, I guess. So I don't really see the Twitter, but the Reddit is like a step up from this, but not as big of a step as the people on Reddit think it is. New thread is gonna be about me. Yeah. TMV just called me out. He said that the people on this subreddit sometimes think they're smarter than they are. And for one, I think we're the best community in all of Valorant. I don't know why they talk a bit like Meowth. Meowth! There's a lesson for you. The people on VLR are Team Rocket. That's what they are. The people on the subreddit are Team Rocket, confirmed. We'll watch the interview. Interview! Luckily my internet didn't go. Imagine if it just went now. Maybe that's what we'll do one day. We'll go on the subreddit and just read all the comments in the voices of Jesse, James, Meowth.
What a match that was. EDG, they finally did it. They made their first ever playoffs here at Masters. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Mimi. Honestly, maybe I was trolling a little bit on day one of this tournament, saying I think EDG 100% making it. Josh and Brent made fun of me a lot, but Mimi, who's laughing now?
I don't know. I feel like no one can be laughing because it's just like, it's the perfect story for them. We've seen them now come to 3 international events, and they've always been the best team in China. They've always been dominating.
Newcaster is James. I think the only thing I can say in the James voice is James.
They found their opportunity, and they have taken it in such dominant fashion.
And this speaks volumes of them, because it's not only that they got the win against Navi, now they've proved that they actually deserve that spot. This was not, you know, down to those 1v1s, a little bit of clutches here and then. No, this was
get Team Rocket on the cast.
We were talking about doing the homework. We were talking about the rematch and actually playing the same maps almost that they played last time, and actually wanted to show everybody that they can improve, that they can be better.
And what makes this team so good isn't just those individuals who can pop up and clutch these impossible rounds out of nowhere and just how cool they look on stage all the time. It's the fact that they can find a new pace. They're not just that Chinese team running it down and relying on individuals with fast executes. They can slow things down. They're good at re-clearing, making decisions in the mid-round. Every event they've come to, they've improved strategically, and I think it's all coming to a head here. It feels like we're at the beginning of another Zeta-style miracle run.
I mean, I don't know who I need
this
to
guy
speak to,
calling
but
me
make
out.
that Kong thing a spray in the game. Make that thing a spray.
Classic
That was
idiot
incredible.
slug.
That's up there for me with like the King
Well,
Leviathan
why just
moment we
type it?
had at Lock-in. That's just iconic.
I think that it definitely could happen. I think that he deserves it, and I think that more so, he's going to do it in playoffs as well.
This is the thing, right? They've managed to secure playoffs in a dominant fashion. Kong, of course, in the center of that. Let's take a look at his stats, because he is up there. He is up there with basically everything, Mimi.
#1 of ACS.
And this is from the entire group stage. This is out of so
Title
many
guy was
stars.
Kid in the
You have
Shadows'
Energy
second account,
qualifying out of
probably.
one. You have
Yeah,
EG
that was just Kid in the
qualifying
Shadows
as well.
post.
You have so many great teams making it to the next level. DRX
Do
as well.
EDG have
They
more
squad team that
firepower
would
than
always
Team
impress
Liquid? Good question.
internationally, and
Let's
he's
get a
up
poll.
at the top of them all. We are really starting
Face
to see
cam in the
a
way.
new superstar
I don't
coming
give a
to
shit.
life.
Yeah, and it's so surprising to see that it's not only him. I think that especially on this map, the way that we saw Chichu, so many of them, Smokey during the first one, I think that everybody on that team has something to contribute, and they're going to be the star at some point. Of course, we're going to have our eyes on Kankan because of obvious reasons, but anybody can provide those moments.
Yeah, speaking of Chichu, he is standing by right now with Golden Boy for the Verizon post-match interview.
Hey guys, I'm here with Chichu as well as Iris. Congratulations on the win. First and foremost, you know, one thing that we have noticed throughout this entire time is that each and every time EDG takes this stage, you get better and better and better. What is the secret to EDG's success so far?
首先，恭喜你们拿下了本场比赛的胜利。感觉每一场比赛，每一次 EDG 在这个舞台上面呈现的内容，好像都感觉你们在一直进化一样。你觉得这背后的秘诀或者说秘密是什么呢？
我们的3个教练吧，然后 帮助我们去复盘很多那种小的细节，然后帮助我们去提升我们的沟通，然后我们之前犯的那种比赛里面犯的错误，然后让我们调整，及时的调整，然后跟这3个教练每天跟我们复盘很重要吧。
Shout out to our coaching team, 3 of them. They really had a very thorough review of our matches. They will tell our details, some communication issues within our games. Also, they will have very rapid improvements of us. So I would definitely shout out to our coaching team. They really helped us improve a lot as a team.
Well, I guess that follows into my next question, which is after the win against Na'Vi yesterday, I can understand that it's such an emotional win. How did you guys keep yourself from not getting too ahead of yourself so that this way you can be ready for the matchup against T1?
其实这也是刚好他要问到的第2个问题，因为昨天你们在战胜了 Na'Vi 之后，感觉当时的那个时刻是非常的情绪复杂的，非常的兴奋。那你们是怎么做到在那场比赛的胜利之后，没有让自己过于的上头，没有过于的沉浸在这种胜利的喜悦当中，而且非常好的准备了今天这场比赛呢？
因为我们知道我们的目标不仅仅只是赢1场，我们的目标是要更不止8强，我们还要拿下更多的胜利。
Because we are very clear that we are not here to only take one victory. We are here to pick up more victories, more wins, and go further at this Masters.
Well, you know what? I think you answered my next question, which was how far can this team go? But I think you are very confident in that answer. So I guess the final question I'll ask you then is, well, you're going to the playoffs. Who do you want to play?
你要进入到下一轮了。现在的话，最想要遇到哪一位选手呢？
Liquid Nuts.
He wants Liquid Nats. That's right. He wants Team Liquid. Chichu, congratulations, my friend. You deserve it. Iris, as always, appreciate you. We'll send it back over to the desk to take us home. But wow, what a match that was.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. I love how he said Liquid Nats specifically. But the interesting thing is, all of them on this team, they all have their own little kind of heroes they want to play against. As you know, Kankan's been the biggest #1 Durka fan forever. In fact, in China, his in-game name, his ID is Fnatic Durka. So I want
in rank.
Yes.
So there's just a rank team out there named That's amazing.
And that is Kankan.
Yeah. Someone might have been thinking that it's Durka that has been, traveling maybe there for some reason. Like, oh my God, I'm playing with Durka, because honestly, he might put the same performance, so you might be like, maybe it's actually him.
Some Chinese Valorant rank demon is just hearing you say it and like, oh, that makes a lot more sense now.
It's actually Kankan, but I think they all individually have those matchups they're gunning for. But unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to...
Well, there you go. Who made this? How did you even find this? It's 2 weeks. Thanks for the input. People watch him for validation. Do you guys watch me for validation? He built a large audience, so there must be something right with what he's doing. No, guy watched one stream. He knows better. He can do it better. Trust him instead of someone with thousands of subscribers. Who's this? This is Kid in the Shadows. You can't tell me otherwise. Panda. It's not a hate. Well, I guess it is kind of hate. But this guy's called Sentinel Main 377. So.
Oh, you just said something bad about his team.
No. Like, it's yeah, look at this. It's always the NA folk. You don't expect this of a Canadian. It's always it's always the NA folk. EMEA should enter the minor. I just said, when was the last time anyone said minor region? EMEA should enter the minor region status of the 3 main regions, replacing Pacific. Oh, we got the 7-1. He knows of the Brazil 7-1 stuff. Can you not be mid? You're from the Midlands. That's true. This is true. Oh, here it is. Fnatic NRG. Paper X DRX.
I want to go against Nats. He also get it. Guys,
Team Liquid EDG.
I just want to preface that Mimi and Kukuka were not informed about this, and Mimi.
This is our honest reaction.
Okay, what are your thoughts?
The one
Okay.
I got straight away.
I would say
final rematch.
sad.
Yeah, it's gonna be insane for that to be
Really
the
good.
rematch. First time for Fnatic NRG. TL EDG, some history there as well.
Liquid
and
EDG.
Then Loud EG on America's rematch
Good.
there.
Loud
I mean,
EG,
EG was a team
sad.
that's already taken a map off Loud in the past. This is gonna be a good playoff.
This one's okay. I give this one
that
okay.
Liquid and Fnatic could be meeting Kukuka in the grand finals.
Yeah, exactly. That could be definitely very, very exciting.
Well,
I think
anyone
that
can
this
meet
is
in the
like a
grand
saving
final.
grace for EMEA, because despite our two teams that we had
Upper
in groups
final, maybe.
didn't make it through, at least we're not getting a rematch from our own regions, and we're testing something different. Because as you said, of course, EG has gone against Loud, and Paper X DRX.
The problem with Paper X DRX is if Paper X don't have something, a bad DRX is going to then get stomped by either Fnatic or NRG. That's the problem. If something plays and Paper X win, then it'll be good. But
No, I cannot wait to see it. I think we need a day off after seeing the bracket and to process everything. But when we return, it's time for the knockout stage double elimination, which also means it's the first time we're going to be seeing Fnatic, Loud, Team Liquid, and Paper X in this tournament. Thank you so much for joining us today.
okay, and then the
Here are
first
your
game as
Prime
well.
Gaming post-match
Oh, you're
highlights,
back,
the
Yui.
day highlights
Oh, no
even.
problem.
And we'll see you soon.
No problem. Yui's back. Okay. The problem for Paper X is they're the first game as well. So Paper X would have hoped to be on this side of the draw so that they could get an extra day to maybe get something there, but yeah, that's not looking likely now. And it also means that they'll play earlier as well. They'll play here if they lose. I mean, this is going to be a banger, though. This is like a giga banger. Fnatic NRG. But then whoever wins this, like, again, if something isn't there, probably plays a not great DRX. This is probably the best, like, this is a good draw for DRX. Honestly, probably Paper X as well. Like, it's a good draw for them to get each other because they're both pretty weak, assuming Paper X don't have something. But even if they do have something, they haven't had much time to prac. Obviously, Team Liquid will probably somewhat fancy their chances. It probably could have been worse. I think Loud will be pretty happy to face a team that they know they can beat. You know, Loud did not want NRG. I think Loud would have taken anyone but NRG at this point. And they're on opposite sides of the bracket as well. So unless they, I mean, obviously they could meet in like any part of the lowest, but for Loud, this looks like a pretty good. You take this if you're Loud. You know, if you're Loud, you're probably thinking upper final. Very likely. Right, you're probably thinking we can get to this upper final pretty simply. You know, this is probably the easiest side we could have got. And for Fnatic NRG as well, you're thinking if we win this game, if Paper X don't have something, then we'll probably win this game. EG will win? No. No, sorry. Remember when EG were going to beat Loud last time? And they didn't? Do pick'ems? I'll make a video for pick'ems. I won't do them now. But goodbye.